Now, a choice of listening. Get It On continues on BBC Radio Scotland FM. Celtic against Bayern Munich on BBC Radio Scotland Extra. I'll be back tomorrow from 4. Have a good night.
On digital radio.
Online at BBC Sport Scotland.
Or play BBC Radio Scotland Extra on your smart speaker or BBC Sounds.
This is Sports Sound.
Scottish football lives here.
What a goal!
Welcome to Champions League Sports Sound with me, Kenny McIntyre. A huge night ahead for Celtic as they look to take a step towards the last 16. Brendan Rodgers' side have been in terrific form, but tonight they face European powerhouses Bayern Munich. Strap yourselves in. This could be a very special night on BBC Radio Scotland.
Following Scotland's teams in Europe, Celtic.
Really difficult over a long period of time for Celtic at this level.
And Borussia Dortmund have hit Celtic for 7.
We got punished for passes and loose bits of play.
Celtic have pulled it out of the bag to frustrate the Europa League winners and hold them to their second home goalless draw.
Red Bull Leipzig will be no different to the likes of Atalanta and Borussia Dortmund, a top team.
It's Hatate! Celtic 3, RB Leipzig 1.
Teams at Club Brugge are teams that you cannot underestimate.
Celtic 1, Club Brugge 1. It's another goalless draw on their travels for Celtic in the Champions League. Dinamo Zagreb 0, Celtic 0. It's a goal! Celtic 1, Young Boys 0.
Disappointed to lose, but we played a big part in a really good game.
He does it and he scores twice in a space of a couple of minutes.
With the energy and the support behind us, then anything is possible in the games, but we want to go and perform.
Welcome to the show. Really looking forward to this. Tom English is alongside me in the studio. Our team is in place at Celtic Park. Pat Bonner, James McFadden and our match commentator Alistair Lamont. Good evening to you, Pat. Games for our club sides really don't come much bigger than this. A huge night ahead.
A huge night, and I missed the Leipzig game. I wasn't going to miss this for all the money in the world. I wanted to be here just to take in the game, of course, and do our job, but also the atmosphere, and it's going to be electric in here. The fans are going to be behind the team. They will have to play with their head, not their heart, that's for sure, because they're up against a serious team here who are 8 points ahead in their own domestic league. Strangely, in this competition, they've been up and down. Result against Feyenoord, 3-0 defeat. Then they beat Salzburg 6-0. So the results have been up and down. So you're just wondering how they will turn up and how Celtic will approach the game. That's the big questions for me tonight. And can they stay in this tie for the next round? But I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, good evening to you, James. I remember after the Leipzig game there that Pat referenced, I asked you for one word to describe the Celtic performance. You said complete. It's going to take something similar tonight, isn't it, to take a positive result to Germany next week?
Yes, it is, and thank God you remembered, Kenny, because I couldn't remember. But no, it is. It's going to have to take something special from Celtic tonight, because Bayern Munich, a European giant, plenty of quality throughout their side, and Celtic are going to need to be at their absolute best. But I'll echo what Pat says. I think this atmosphere in here is going to be special tonight. I think this is a game where everybody obviously is looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a special atmosphere, and hopefully the Celtic players can respond to that. I'm sure they will, but look, I'm looking forward to the game, and I'm hoping that Celtic can put on that complete performance, because they will need it. Look, at times it's going to be tough, and we saw that, and we spoke about it often enough about them kind of losing their composure or losing control of the game in Dortmund. But the Leipzig game was one where they were under the cosh a little bit. Leipzig had a bit of pressure. They managed to play their way through it, and they'll have to do it tonight in spells as well, because you look at the attacking threat that Bayern have. They're going to have their moments in the game. They're going to cause Celtic problems. It's up to Celtic to stand up to that. Maybe it's similar at times to the Atalanta game, but be able to hit back, which I'm sure they will be able to do. So yep, you're right. It has to be a complete performance, and look, we're all looking forward to it, just because of the spectacle of the game. Imagine how the players are feeling. They'll be buzzing to get out there.
Yeah, it's one of these nights they'll never actually forget. Tom English, as well as the players and of course the fans. This is also a hugely important night for Brendan Rodgers. This is the stage where he wants to make his mark.
Yeah, and he's done well so far to get to this point. I said in the podcast today that Celtic have shown a lot of resilience through this campaign. You know, post the 7-1 against Dortmund. You know, being behind in games and coming back. Sticky performance against Young Boys, but they dug it out. You know, so they've dug in there. They deserve to be here, but now the opposition goes up a level. And this team, you know, we know what they're all about. Whatever combination of a front four, you know, Elise, Musiala, Sané, Kane, or does Coleman play? They're all top notch. There's goals written all over this team. 13 times this season so far they've scored 4 goals or more in games. 5 times they've scored 5 goals or more, and obviously they got 9 against Dinamo Zagreb. So nobody can say we weren't warned what's coming.
No, it's going to be a special night. So much quality on show. Pat, none of us ever stop learning. Have you seen Brendan Rodgers develop through this European campaign?
Yeah, I think him and the players and his own staff, all of them probably have learned a lot. You know, when we watched them against Borussia Dortmund, James was there on the night, seeing the big picture. We were in the studio. I was very fearful that they weren't going through that learning process in Europe, and they were just going to go out and play the same way as they normally do, and hope that things are going to happen for them. But I think they did learn. I think that night against Atalanta was a very different game. It was a very, very different game. It would be a different game than tonight. I don't see Bayern Munich getting the ball wide and pumping big cross, although they have Harry Kane up there who is good in the air, but he's a different type of player, I think. So they have learned. We'll probably get into a little bit more talking about them, but
apologies, slight problem with the line there.
Not just now, we won't.
No, we'll get back to the guys there. I should say, Celtic fans on the way to the game, stay tuned. A bit of nostalgia for you. Andy Walker, we'll hear from him, and I got him to choose his first, his worst and his best European experience for Celtic. And actually Pat played in the games Andy has selected. We'll hear from him a little bit later on, Tom. But you're speaking about the threat. We'll hear from both managers, but you know, Vincent Kompany's done a terrific job since getting at Bayern Munich. Just looking even at Harry Kane's figures, 28 goals in 28 games, including 10 assists this season.
Yeah,
he's lost a bit of pace, we know that, but he's top quality.
Well, I think it's 55 goals in 50 games overall for Bayern. Goals machine, yeah, there'll be penalties in there, but they all count. He is one of the top goal scorers of his generation. Mm-hmm. We're talking a generational goal scorer here. And he did it at Spurs for a long time. At times, a poor Spurs side kept on going. Last season, Bayern won 0, very unusual for them. Kane's numbers were through the roof. They're through the roof again. He's just a machine. He's an absolute machine. And it'll be very interesting to see. Like, this is the biggest test for quite a while of Celtic's mettle against the elite. You know, I thought Leipzig were a good side. Going into it, Celtic took care of them. Brilliant job. Dortmund blew Celtic away, but we like to think that Celtic have matured since then. That this Celtic we're seeing now is a better version. That's what I think. But this is going to be the proof of it tonight.
Yeah, that's the word, isn't it? A maturity. I think that's what we've seen this season, Pat. That's what you're touching on before we lost you there.
Yeah, and the way they're going to be set up, of course, is going to be the one back four, and then they've got a 2 sitting, and then the 3 supporting Harry Kane. Harry Kane will come deep at times. He'll float around. Very hard at times for the centre halves to pick him up because they don't want to go deep with him, and they kind of lose him, and he finds pockets of space then when they progress up the pitch on either side, and that's when it becomes really dangerous. But if you think back to the Borussia Dortmund game, they destroyed Celtic, and those 3 players almost switching position, getting into the pockets. Fullbacks didn't know whether to go in there or not go in there. McGregor was left on his own. Obviously, the other midfielders were trying to press the 2 sitting players, and they exploited those sort of almost spaces really, really well. As soon as they got into the spaces and turned, then Celtic were absolutely cut apart. And yes, you can point maybe there was mistakes and so on, but you have to do something about that. And I just wonder tonight, because these will play very much like the way Dortmund played and trying to find those spaces in the movement. Will they come up with maybe a more defensive, or just go and play their game? and hope for the best. And I know James is sitting beside me, and I know he's an attacker, and I know he likes to get on the front foot, but I've always said, and I continue to say it, and I'm going to say it again, it's what you do defensively behind the ball when you have the ball. How are you set up? When that ball pops out there, are you first to the ball? Do you give away a free kick when you know the opposition is going to counter-attack you? What structure do you have behind that ball? That's the critical factor in European football and against these teams. And at Celtic Park, I'm sure Celtic should have lots of the ball at times, and they'll be high up and they will be exposed in that way. And then it's about getting a good defensive organisation, and that are they tuned into that? And will Brendan, structure the team a wee bit differently than
I think they have to get the press right.
Yeah.
Because Bayern will play out. We know that. And I think Celtic, you're spot on about without the ball and being more defensive minded. But I think that Celtic's press, you look at the energy they have in that forward line and getting high up the pitch and being brave at times to stop Bayern having control in the game. They have to get it spot on, because if you miss, if you can get beyond that front line of Celtics, then that's where the problems happened, as Pat says, against Dortmund, where the wide men were coming in field and they were causing problems to full-backs and midfielders, allowing the Dortmund's full-backs to go forward. Bayern will have attacking full-backs as well, so they have to get that press right. They have to get the distances in between defence, midfield and attack when they are going to press, so that they're not left overexposed. But these are all, we spoke about it throughout the campaign. These are all lessons that it appears that Celtic have learned. The difference for me tonight is there's a second leg. We spoke about it at length after the Dortmund game. There's no second leg. There is damage, and it's never nice to lose in that fashion. But plenty of games left. You don't need to play Dortmund again. You don't have the scars of that. You can move on to the next game. This is slightly different because it is a two-legged affair where Celtic don't need to go and chase it, and they don't need to win this game early on. They need to start with a high tempo, but it's a bit different. So I'm really interested to see the approach from Celtic. I expect, as we speak about, for every home game for Celtic, they'll get off to a fast start. They'll try and get control of the ball. They'll try and get their attacking players in the game. They'll try and cause Bayern problems as much as they can. There's going to be moments in the game where that's not going to be possible. How are Celtic going to adjust, and how are Celtic going to be when Bayern have the ball and when they have a bit of possession? And that's the fascinating thing about tonight's game.
If you think back to that Dortmund game, he didn't get any goals, but Julian Brandt was the one who caused so much trouble, dropping into the space, creating in that 10 role behind Guirassy. We're expecting Musiala to be in there tonight, an even better player, you suggest. So it's fascinating, remembering how Brandt ran amok that night. Again, it goes back to how Celtic have grown up, maybe. As a European force, can they handle this front? Because if they can handle these guys, they can kind of handle anybody.
That's what I'm speaking about with the distances, though, Tom. You need to go and get the press right so that you're not beaten too easily, and the distances are right so that there's no space. They're going to. You're spot on. Musiala and Brandt. Musiala's a wonder kid. He's a fantastic player. So he will find space at times, but it's about trying to make that space as small as possible for Celtic, and the distances for me have to be right. But look, they've learned their lessons, and this is a huge test to see how far Celtic have come. Not that anybody's probably looking and saying they're expecting Celtic to win the game and go through the tie. Most people will be looking at it saying, well, it's a foregone conclusion. It's up to Celtic to kind of shut people up and go and play their own game and maybe surprise a few people.
Yeah, I think also that, where's the weaknesses of Bayern? I think their defence can be Listen, Manuel Neuer was a top-class, world-class goalkeeper, but he's had that big injury. He's come back. He's not making the decisions that he once made. There's a hesitation there. He's a much older now, of course, and that space between him and the back four is a vulnerable space. I've seen it in occasions where he's coming. He doesn't know whether to come. If he comes, he's not maybe getting there. And it depends on what Celtic do. Will they play Maeda through the middle?
I want to speak to you about that, because I want your thoughts on that, guys. The front three for Celtic tonight, because we know that was a massive news that they got on Monday night that Maeda was available. How would you line up your front three tonight if you're Brendan Rodgers?
Well, listen, it's a huge question. Maeda can play. He's very effective in the wide area, and in the wide area, you've got to do a little bit more defensive work, getting back and running the line. But he can do that. He's got so much pace. He's got so much energy. He's got so much fitness now, and that pace will frighten him now. So he can play in that position. But if he plays through the middle, that pace will also be a real asset to Celtic. Now, do you go with him on the left and play Adamida up front as more a target type person to maybe attract those centre halves? But he will also make runs inside Maeda. He doesn't stick to the wing now. You see him making those runs, and if Celtic got good control of the game, good possession, a wee bit higher up the pitch, he's a real threat from it's either on the left hand side or through the middle. So it's brilliant that they have him available. That's the huge bonus, and it's increased, I suppose, the fans' expectation a little bit that Celtic can do something. But we're delighted to see him because he is on fire at the moment from that perspective. Kuhn's gone back a little bit, only maybe that he just needs to find himself again. He's still a good player, but I don't think he's got the same probably pace or maybe physical attributes as Maeda. So he's a big player. So listen, I'm not going to answer that question, Kenny. Maybe the rest
that's
of the
why
guys
Brendan gets paid the big bucks, Kenny.
That's it.
And that's a good point. Just one question, you, James, on that then, because he's shown us Maeda what he can do through the middle, but I'm wondering what you lose by not playing him in the wide area, James.
Yeah, well, I think that the plan would have been without Maeda. I think Brendan spoke about that, the timing of the charge coming out, the ability to then go and put in a challenge to that. So the plan would have been to go with Jota, Ida and Kuhn. So now you've got a huge problem because Maeda has to play. It's where he plays. And the decision is Jota capable of playing at a level for 90 minutes? I don't know, because when he came in, Brendan was saying he needs to get up to speed, but I'm sure that he would have been trying to get him up to speed as quick as possible for this game with the thought process that Maeda would be missing. So I think it's a tough one. Do you put Maeda through the middle and try and exploit that space? As Pat says, I think that's a brilliant point. Manuel Neuer loves nothing more than he's not a sweeper keeper. Like, he'll make up 30-40 yards to try and stop attacks.
He used to do that brilliantly.
He did. But
that's not there anymore.
You look at the willingness of Maeda to run into that space, to if, as you say, if there's a split second hesitation, Maeda's through. Neuer's not getting there. He's either bringing him down or he's going round him, and Celtic have got a great chance of scoring. So I think that it will all depend on Jota and where Brendan Rodgers feels Jota is physically to stand up to the demands. Look, it might be that he plays an hour, he can give him his best hour, move Maeda back out to the left and put Adamida through the middle. So it's a nice problem to have for Brendan. I think that because of the way that he's performed through the middle, he might just opt to play him through the middle.
And following on from that, we had a German football journalist on the podcast today, and he was reporting that both Bayern's first choice centre halves, Upamecano and Kim Min-jae, they're struggling. They're struggling. They might make it, they might not. He wasn't sure, but there's a doubt about both of them. So that feeds into, if they're missing, then he said Eric Dyer would come in one of those positions.
And he's not the quickest, Tom.
No,
I can tell you.
So if one or both of them are missing, now maybe both of them might make it, but remember they've got a huge game at the weekend as well in the league. So it'd be fascinating to see who's playing centre back for Bayern tonight, and does that open up opportunities for Celtic if they're not at their best at centre half.
Yeah, going back to the point, if you bring Jota in on the left hand side, like, Jota has got the ability when he gets the ball. If Celtic got control of the game, and that's when he's at his best. But when he has to do that other shift, having help. Now, we talked there about the fullback. What does he do? Does he go inside and confront that maybe wide guy from Bayern who's gone into that pocket? Fullback's going, does he deal with him? Is it a midfielder that deals with the guy in the pocket? Or does Jota have to do a role helping the fullback? That's not his strength. Maeda will do it because he's got that willingness and energy to do it.
He can do it, Jota. It's physically, where is he? Because it's not like he's looked brilliant, I think, since he's come in, and he's looked sharp. but you're seeing them attacking, you're seeing Celtic having the ball, and Pat's absolutely spot on. You're going to have to do that defensive shift. I'm not saying he can't do it, but physically, where is he? Does that mean that Maida then plays off the left and you bring Jota on when it's stretching the game and it's more manageable for him to maybe play 30, 35, 40 minutes in that role where he still will do it. He done it in his previous spell where he had to defend, he defended, he can do it, no doubt. It's just where he is physically. Is he capable of producing that type of performance defensively, because at times they are going to have to defend.
James, you played the game, of course, at the top level. Talk to us about what it takes physically and mentally to put into a game week in, week out what Maeda does. Have you ever seen energy levels like it?
I couldn't tell you what it takes to put in the levels that Maeda puts in, Kenny, because it is like, it's abnormal.
Yeah.
It is abnormal. Most of the time, you know, he doesn't look out of breath, never mind tired. He just, I don't know. I actually don't know how he does it physically. It's unbelievable. You know, you train right, you try and live right, and you make sure you're available. I honestly, I can't answer that. I think he's the only person that can tell you how he does it, because it's not normal.
And the reason I said mentally as well, Pat, is because you've got to have that within yourself to do it. We've seen them tracking back when Celtic been cruising in games, 90th minute, and he's gone back at speed, tracking his runner back. It's incredible.
Yeah, but you have to be tuned into the game also. You need to know why you're tracking back, when to track back, getting the distances right. You don't just run up and down the line for the sake of it. But you have to do your job and see where danger is, and he can maybe afford to give up a couple of yards while another person can't, because he's got that quickness to get back in there and the physicality, but he has to know the game, and they all have to be tuned in tonight into this game. They have to play with their heads. They have an organisation and a system that they want to play, and hopefully that will then nullify maybe Bayern, and then they can play their own game. The one thing that for sure is they'll be able to play the ball, I think, out of the back a little bit better, because Harry Kane's not the one that's going to go and chase a bit like Kyogo or Maeda up front. He's not going to go and chase people down. He's cute. He will wait for his moment. He'll try to fox you into a corner, but he's not the quickest player.
They'll maybe switch that though and put Musiala being the one that goes and puts pressure on.
They might, and let's see what happens. But if it's so, they will have an opportunity to get on the ball at the back. It's what they do then through the thirds of the pitch. Will they maybe go with an Adamid up front where they can maybe go and play up to him and then support that? That's the question. Or they try to play through the middle of the pitch and where there may not be a lot of space, because I think they will play with the two wide guys a little bit tighter, and the two then sitting players, so they may not be able to do that as much as they do against other teams.
The Harry Kane point is a big one for me, because it's not his game. He doesn't press from the front, and when he does, I don't think he has the speed or intensity to do it. But I think in game, when you look at his positioning, and he'll drop deep, so it's important that Celtic, I know that obviously Brendan Rodgers will know this, but when we're watching the game, it's that the centre backs understand one of them goes all the way and stays with Harry Kane, or they don't panic. They can't see him, because Musiala will make the run. If it's Elisa, he'll make the run. Coleman, if it's him, he'll make the run. So that's going to be interesting to see how that, because we're speaking about the full-backs coming in and being, narrow and potentially, trying to clog up that midfield area. Harry Kane does that as well, so that's another player. So the defenders are going to have to be, taking control of that situation, because he'll drop deeper than the deepest midfielder to try and spray passes. It's important that he's passed on, and normally you're passing forward players on behind you, but they're actually going to have to pass them on in front of them. And not leave the gap. So it'll be fascinating to see how they deal with that.
Yeah, just seen pictures, Tom, of the Celtic players just arriving at Celtic Park, as we've been saying, a huge night ahead, 8 o'clock kick-off. Just finally for now on the Celtic team, is there anyone right now that's ahead of Maeda for Player of the Year? I know there's a lot of talk about Nicholas Kuhn, but really now?
Yeah, I'd say still.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, Maeda's closing fast.
Yeah.
But for me, still Kuhn. It's nip and tuck between the two. Like, I mean, I was said before in the podcast, like when they lost Kyogo, what do you want? If you're Brendan Rodgers, you want your remaining strikers, and obviously they didn't get another one in January, to step up. Well, Ida and Maeda have stood up like men in the wake of Kyogo's departure. They've scored bags of goals in the 3 or 4 games that have come since Kyogo went. So that is going to be incredibly reassuring, not just in terms of the volume of goals that they're getting, but in terms of the character that both of those guys are displaying. Some of their best performances for Celtic have been when they really need them. When they haven't had this new striker coming in. There's been a bit of Brendan Rodgers has had a few glancing blows towards the board in terms of his disappointment, but those two guys have delivered big style for him.
Yeah, the Celtic players just arriving at Celtic Park. So kick-off there is 8 o'clock. We'll have the team news for you just before 7. We'll hear from Brendan Rodgers and the Bayern manager Vincent Kompany, and we'll be joined by some Celtic fans on their way to the game. But it's time now for some nostalgia. Let's hear from Pat's former teammate Andy Walker as he shares some European memories. His first, his worst and his best in a Celtic jersey.
The year was 1987. I hadn't long signed for Celtic from Motherwell, and we played Borussia Dortmund in the UEFA Cup. It was my best experience because I scored pretty early on after about 5 minutes or so to put us 1-up. It was the fact that Murdo MacLeod was coming back to Glasgow that night. He had signed for Borussia Dortmund. When I signed for Celtic, Murdo had left, Danny McGrain I think had retired, Brian McClare had left, Alan McInally had gone. So everyone wondering what sort of Celtic team that Billy McNeill would put together, and up against a really good side in Dortmund. Two-legged affair, of course. It was just great to play in European football and sample that atmosphere.
Did it feel different? Were you more nervous that night?
Yeah, it definitely felt different because the preparation was different. It was the first time first time that I had gone away to prepare for a European tie, and even being around experienced players like Roy Aitken, Tommy Burns, Pat Bonner, Paul McStay, Peter Grant. All of these guys were used to European football, but it was a relatively new side, and we were up against big story was Murdo coming back. They had a guy called Frank Mill who I think was part of the German squad that won the World Cup a couple of years later, 1990. He was a special player on the night. In fact, I think he scored their away goal. But yeah, the preparation was different. It was pretty intense, and obviously Billy McNeill was keen to make his mark in Europe.
Do you remember in particular what his team talk was like that night? 'Cause the reason I ask is I was looking back on newspaper articles from the time. They were big on Billy demanding a big European performance that night. Is it something you remember from your managers when they give perhaps a team talk that's just a bit different?
Well, I've got to say, just in general, my experience, when I look back now with the European games that we played, I think we were naive because whoever we had, we were very attack-minded. It was the way Celtic had maybe been brought up. I think the Celtic of today are much more streetwise, are much more canny, apart from the odd result. But we were very gung-ho, we were very attack-minded. And some of the games that I played in, 5-4 against Partizan Belgrade, it's really quite bizarre. You should be, if you're scoring 5 goals at home, you should be getting through a European tie. But we were pretty naive, and I think when I look back, that was how I would describe our performance. Even though the goals that we gave away, we could be winning, cruising, and you're still trying to find another goal. And whether that was us just being natural, trying to create more goal-scoring chances, trying to put the ball into the box when you didn't really need to, and not really keeping possession as well as we should have. So I just remember Billy coming back. He wanted to make a mark because it was the club's centenary year. Mm-hmm. And it was a new look side. He wanted to make a mark in Europe. Didn't really work out against Dortmund. A really good side. And they beat us 2-0 over in Germany.
What sort of reception did Murdo get that night, Andy, at Celtic Park?
It was a bit special. Murdo, of course, was one of my favourite players. When I went to see Celtic pretty much every week, you're talking about the late 70s, early 80s when Murdo was playing. Davy Provan, George McCluskey, Frank McGarvey, Charlie Nicholas, Danny McGrain, Roy Aitken and Tommy were there as well, of course. It was... they were special memories for me as a younger guy, but it was just wonderful to go into that dressing room and all of a sudden these guys, some of whom I regarded as my heroes, and they very quickly became my friends. Just great to play alongside them every week.
What was Roy Aitken like as a character? Because that night, your European debut, he was making his 40th European experience. Incredible.
Yeah, it was astonishing. Roy was by far and away the best captain I ever played under. He was a tremendous leader. When you think of the stories of today about Marcus Rashford and, maybe not training as well as he should, I don't ever remember Roy missing training, never mind a game. He hated losing like no one else I had the experience before. He was also great fun, but he just set a standard that everyone wanted to follow. A brilliant captain, a great player himself, and what an attitude he had.
Talk us through then that dream debut, because you scored after just 4 minutes. Your memories of the goal?
The memories of the goal, I think, it was just a loose ball, and I remember being pleased because I had anticipated, I don't know whether it was Billy Stark or maybe a defender who won the ball, but I just anticipated that it might fall in front of the keeper. And I think I'm only 5 or 6 yards out, but I stabbed it home. And I remember going to celebrate, and the daft thing is, I think you can see this on some of the clips. So I was celebrating myself with my teammates, and then I happened to look up and I saw Billy, and he was urging us to get back. And I thought, he's maybe thinking, you're celebrating too much. So you can see me putting on an extra yard to get back. We wanted to win so badly, but a great moment for me because I had started the season well. Pre-season was tough because I do remember that I had to raise my game just in training to compete with the likes of Aitken and Burns and Stark, Mick McCarthy, Paul McStay, guys like that. You had to raise your game in training just to compete, and that was great. I loved that. Training was always really serious, but what a moment to score in your first European game against a right good side. And it was just a pity that we gave a goal away. We won 2-1 in the night, but not quite good enough because we lost the second leg 2-0.
What were European nights like at Celtic Park back in 87? How would they compare with the amazing atmosphere we experience now?
Well, I grew up just with the old Celtic Park where, you had, if you were playing Rangers, I think you might have had about 15,000 away fans, that sort of horseshoe effect. I mean, there was a lot of distance behind the goal and the terracing, but the jungle was where maybe most of the atmosphere was generated. That was where most of the noise came from. That was what maybe drove the whole stadium. So to play in front of that, I wasn't allowed to go there. My dad thought it was it'd be too much for me to go there because it was always so busy. So to play in front of the jungle was a bit special. When you see European football now and the guaranteed amount of games that you've got home and away, I would have loved to have been a part of that. I'd been to so many special nights as a Celtic supporter, the best being when Celtic beat Real Madrid. It was the busiest I'd ever seen Celtic Park. Some wonderful memories.
So Andy, 1987, your first European experience as a Celtic player. So let's put a soundtrack on this. I'll give you 6 hits from that year and you can choose the music. Starship, Nothing's Going to Stop Us Now. Pet Shop Boys, Always on Your Mind. Bee Gees, You Win Again. Jackie Wilson, Reet Petite. Rick Astley, Never Gonna Give You Up. And Mars, Pump Up the Volume.
Oh, that's a really poor selection. I'm really surprised you haven't got any. You get no Spandau Ballet, you get no Deacon Blue, have you got no Love and Money, you get no The Mighty Wah, have you got none of that? Those are good stuff.
Right, so that's your first and your best combined, Andy. Your worst European experience as a Celtic player?
Just the biggest disappointment when we played Partizan Belgrade, and it was a couple of years later, maybe 89, and I was partnering Jackie Jakinowski, the guy that we had signed from Poland. Jackie was one of the most skillful players I had played alongside. My only criticism of Jackie was that he seemed to get a big kick out of beating players, showing his skill, going past 2, 3, 4 players and still keeping it, rather than scoring goals. But this night, He was on fire. He scored 4. I mean, can you imagine that, scoring 4 goals at home?
Stay looking for Elliott, found him, and a good flick on, and Jakanowski gets the goal. The Pole scores against the Yugoslavs, and the Scots go mad.
We had played them in the first leg and we lost 2-1, but we got the away goal, so that gave us a real strong foothold, bringing them back to Glasgow. I can't remember the nature of the scoring. I remember they scored early on, but Jackie got 4 goals and we were constantly chasing the fact that we wanted to be ahead. And obviously when they got the second away goal, we had to win the game. We had to win it by 2. Jackie set me up for a goal.
He's away this time, the Pole, and it's gone in for Walker. This is unbelievable stuff. This is quite one of the most incredible European ties I've ever seen. It's mind-boggling. You need a calculator to keep check of the score and a pacemaker to make sure you're all right. Walker is the scorer.
And then he got one more, and that was us through. And I can remember it was the last minute or 2 of the game, and it was our throw-in. And I think it was Anton Rogan, our left back, and he chased the ball down the track to bring it back, running back with it, throwing it onto the field of play just to try and get another goal. Maybe another example of our naivety around that time, because, we were through, there was no need. And we left ourselves totally exposed. And unbelievably, Partizan Belgrade got a 4th goal.
Jurovski, and it's in! It's in! Shevkovic has scored right at the end. Little more than a minute remaining. It is unbelievable.
The tie finished 6-6 in aggregate and we were out on away goals, but that performance, that 90 minutes from Jakanowski, it was sensational. I haven't seen anything like it. It was just extraordinary that we left ourselves continually wide open, and it was just a sign of us not being experienced enough. We should never have lost that, and that was a big disappointment, because European nights, they were always so special.
Yeah, I was reading again just in the match report, describing it as one of the most dramatic and remarkable games ever witnessed at Celtic Park. Do these games still leave a mark? Do you still look back, if only, or have regrets at all? Does that all go in time?
No, I think sometimes a game comes on the TV that just fires a memory. I don't know if I'm representative of all footballers, but there are times I still think about penalties that I missed, chances that I missed. And it's amazing because you tend not to dwell on the good stuff. Mm-hmm. When you score a winner against Rangers But yeah, I still think of moments in games. It's a daft thing where you should have done better, you should have scored, you should have passed it better, you should have made better use of it. But when I look back, it was great to have a 16-year career and played north and south of the border, and really enjoyed it, I've got to say.
Finally, Andy, I always like hearing stories of what managers were like. Billy McNeil's such an iconic figure in the game. What was he like to play under?
I think I had a great relationship with him, certainly in those early days. But then, of course, when Rangers become the dominant side and Billy's under pressure, we're under pressure, I had 1 or 2 fallouts with Billy just about football stuff. I was really annoyed when Frank McAvenny left, and I thought Billy would go and get someone similar. We had this argument about Jakanowski, because Jackie was a really good player and a really nice guy, but he wasn't a team player. And I was saying to Billy, why don't you get someone that, I can score goals, why don't you go and get someone who I can play with? And whenever I played with Frank McAvenny, I just did the opposite of what Frank did. If Frank went right, I went left. If he went short, I went long. And Frank was the leader. Whatever he did, I did the opposite, and it worked really well. Great relationship with Frank, but we didn't really speak a lot. It just came natural, and he was a real workhorse. No, to play for Celtic, to play under Billy, to have those ups and downs, I wouldn't change it. I played at a wonderful time for Celtic. Being in a winning team in their centenary year, winning the league, winning the cup, it's the best memory I have as a footballer.
Yeah, some fantastic experiences from you there, Andy. Thank you very much indeed for sharing. It's been a great campaign so far. How do you rate their chances against this fantastic Bayern Munich team?
Yeah, Bayern Munich are favourites, but I think you're right. I think Celtic have got a chance. They can do special things in Glasgow. I've witnessed Celtic play some wonderful football, especially under the lights in that stadium with everyone behind them. But they're up against a quality outfit, and it's interesting now that it goes to a two-legged affair. I know that away goals don't count, but playing at home, I think there's an energy you can get there. Sadly, no Kyogo. He was undoubtedly the best finisher. I think if you're Adam Eder, I think that's the type of pressure you want. I want to be recognised as the number one striker now. I want the pressure of trying to score goals, trying to score big goals. And there would be no better occasion for him than to do it against Bayern. But look at the quality they have. I mean, even we're all drawn to Harry Kane scoring goals for fun. They're just full of wonderful talent. Over the two legs, I don't expect Celtic to go through, but they might do something special in Glasgow.
Celtic in the Champions League.
Live on Sports Sound from BBC Radio Scotland.
Celtic score!
Andy Walker there, Pat. These games must bring back the memories for you, games that you were involved in there as he reflects on his European memories in a Celtic jersey.
Yeah, Partizan. Oh my word, I was the goalkeeper in that team, and losing that amount of goals at home was not an easy and a very instantly forgetful experience, I've got to say.
You said none of them were your fault though. You were blaming all the strikers.
I was just saying
I
it
think
to
Joe
James
Miller
there.
got a bit of blame, didn't he? I was reading the match report. I think Joe Miller, I think Big Billy went mad because he didn't hold the ball down in the corner, I think,
Yeah.
and they broke up the park.
Yeah.
And I was actually reading as well, we didn't play it there, but there's a Celtic fan, I think a very well-known composer who felt compelled to put something together that night because he had never experienced anything like it. It sounded really dramatic. And also, Pat, looking back in that Dortmund game, that must have been very emotional for Murdo returning.
Yeah, it was, of course. And Murdo had a brilliant career with us, and then to go abroad and have a really good career in Germany. And they were a quality team also to play. But you know, we were capable of competing. But as Andy absolutely correctly describes it, we were a bit naive at times. You know, and even when we're talking here tonight about this game, and you know, initially, you know, I'm talking about, can you be a bit more streetwise? You know, that's the bit. If I think to, you know, our team, we had exceptional players. You know, when I think back to we played what do you call them, the Austrian team that we beat 3-1 here at Rapid Vienna, and they ended up getting to the final that year. Now, that's something that sticks in my throat when I think about it. But we were probably naive, again, going down to Old Trafford thinking, wow, this is going to be, we're going to steamroll these again, and they end up beating us, you know. Silly things like that. Away to Real Sociedad, again, a team that we were capable of beating, and we didn't win the game. And we had really good teams. And then when I look and I listen to Wally Miller and these guys talking about their European experience, and maybe they were a bit more streetwise than us, and that's the difference. That is the difference. You can have all the ability in the world, but you have got to start thinking, how are you going to win games? How can you beat these teams? You might not have a lot of the ball, but you so all of that. But the experience. Listen, it's good to listen to Andy there.
What was he like as a striker?
Andy was Andy was a goal scorer, you know, and at that time he was in among a good group of players, and he described McAvenny perfectly, you know. He was the king, he was the leader at that time. And I love listening to actually Andy saying, well, he just followed McAvenny, you know, and did the opposite to him, you know, and that somebody has to be the kingpin, and you have to fit in then as almost the next player alongside that. I don't know about James here, was he the kingpin or was he the follower?
I just did what I wanted, Parker, most of the time. I'm only kidding. But that's obviously when you used to get coached, but also you were left to figure out yourself at times.
Yeah.
So it is different now.
But you know what's interesting also, you know, players, many teams now only play with one striker. In our day, it was two strikers, you know, and that relationship that you had to have Frank and Charlie was an exceptional relationship, and I don't think they worked on it, but they had this magnetic sort of kind of almost understanding when they on the pitch. You know, Andy talks there about Macca, that understanding, and then you get somebody that you don't have that same understanding with, and it doesn't quite work. I remember playing against Alan Brazil and Paul Marner with Ipswich, and it was the best two front players I think I've played against, and the partnership and the way that they moved.
Yeah.
Oh, they were brilliant. Yeah. We played in one coming short, one going long down the channel. You couldn't actually mark them. They were brilliant on the night, absolutely brilliant on the night, and it was a great lesson for us. At that time we were young, and we were up against two very, let's say, experienced enough players, and I thought it was a wonderful experience to play against them.
Jakanowski there, always a fantastic striker, Pat. Did you share the frustrations that Andy had about some aspects of his game?
He used to come in, when we got beat, he used to come in, it's not my fault, it's not our fault, it's the defenders, it's the defenders. Aye, okay, thanks very much. Be quiet now. Sit where you're supposed to sit.
James, see, speaking about streetwise, and you were touching on this earlier on about the start Celtic will probably make tonight, but even if the players are instructed by Brendan Rodgers to be a little more cautious, a little more pragmatic, that must be so tough to stick to that, given the energy, the encouragement they get from the support on nights like this.
Yeah, but I mean, they've learned the lessons. You know, they've had lessons in not sticking to it or switching off for a moment and being punished, and that's what happens when you play at this level. I think that, you know, the one thing is that every single person will be clear on it. And I look at it, thinking back to the Leipzig game, I mentioned it at the time, Callum McGregor in the midfield just slowing things down. There was a bit of, noise coming for the crowd because they wanted the ball to go forward and they were wanting Celtic to attack, but he's like put his foot in the ball, played a few passes, built a bit of confidence back, and then took control from there. So I think that there will be, obviously the game plan, when they have the ball, when they don't have the ball, how they go and press Bayern. At times that they'll need to set off, and it's not that you look at it and say after 10 minutes, right, go for it, and then after 10 minutes sit back, and then 10 minutes later you go for it again. It's recognising situations within the game and how you deal and cope with these situations. Callum McGregor will be, he is a leader. He'll be the one that carries that out and speaks to people on the pitch, and he'll, when you're on the pitch, because the manager's gone through the scenarios and showed you, and you'll be watching loads of video and showed you, when this happens, this is what you do. They'll walk through it in training, they'll make sure they're fully aware, so that then when you get to the game, there's no a time, it's just a moment where you maybe notice or you recognise, right, this is, the manager said this was going to happen, this is what we do, and everybody's in tune with that. If anything changes, whether it's it's something different the manager's not been able to tell them, then the players need to sometimes figure it out for yourself. You need to deal with that on the pitch, and you need to make sure you're clear in that. But there's no doubt that Celtic know whether they come into this game and they have more of the ball than maybe they anticipate, or Bayern are slightly off it, whether you need to sit against it and you need to defend. They know that they're going to have to put maximum effort into it. It's going to be their absolute best to get a result tonight. So whether they have it, whether they don't, it doesn't matter. They will be ready for it physically.
Yeah, we heard some very special memories from Andy Walker. Let's hope some also very special memories are created this evening at Celtic Park. It's the first leg of Celtic against Bayern Munich for a place in the last 16 of the Champions League. Kick-off is 8 o'clock, and we can now bring you the team news for our match. Commentator this evening, Alistair Lamont.
Yeah, good evening, Kenny. Thanks very much. Celtic, first of all, of course, everyone wanted to know, will Dyson Maida play after that reprieve? Of course he will. Dyson Maida starts on the left flank for Celtic, with Adam Ida leading the line. I'll just run through the entire starting 11. Of course, Kasper Schmeichel in goal, Alistair Johnston, Cameron Carter-Vickers, Austin Trusty and Greg Taylor is the back line. Callum McGregor anchors the midfield with Rio Hatate and Arne Engels either side of him. Nicholas Kuhn, formerly at Bayern Munich in his younger days, on the right hand side. Dyson Maida on the left, and Adam Ida up front. On the bench for them, it's Sinisalo and Bain, the substitute keepers, as well as Scales, Jota, who will certainly see, you would imagine, at some stage, Yang, McCowan, Schlupp, Nawrocki, Kenny, Murray and Ralston. As for Bayern Munich, there was a bit of debate as to just how strong Vincent Kompany wanted to go with the Bayer Leverkusen game sandwiched in between the two legs of this. Well, he's certainly a strong team without a shadow of a doubt, but perhaps not their absolute strongest starting 11. It's Manuel Neuer in goal, Konrad Laimer, Eric Dyer, Dio Upamecano and Rafael Guerrero at the back. Joshua Kimmich and Leon Goretzka in the midfield, and the three ahead of them, Jamal Musiala, Michael Olise and Leroy Sané, with Harry Kane up front for the Germans. On the bench for them, it's Ulrich and Urbiger, the sub-keepers, and then you've got Kim, Gnabry, Coman, Ito, who's not played at all this season actually, comes into the squad, Bui, Vidovic, Müller, Buchmann, Stanisic and Pavlovic. Very strong bench as well for Bayern Munich, but also you could say the same about Celtic, and a fascinating encounter to come.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Thanks to our match commentator Alistair Lamont. You happy with that starting 11, Pat?
Yeah, listen, that was the debate, wasn't it? Yeah. Maeda or Adam Maeda both play and they play in their usual positions. So I think it's as strong a team as you probably could put out at this point in time, and then of course they have the bench to look to when things maybe aren't going, or maybe they need a refreshment in certain areas. Again, it's just I go back to it, is how they set themselves up properly. Do Maeda start wide, Kuhn start wide, they come in a little bit and try to nullify the midfield, and Adam will stay up. He will be the target man, and he will probably have to be on his toes to hold that ball up and get them up the pitch, and that, because they're not going to at times play through this Bayern team the way that they normally do against other teams, so they will have to maybe go long a little bit. So yeah, quite happy with the team, and that I'll say that this was a weak Bayern Munich team.
Is there such a thing?
I don't think he said that. I don't think he said that.
I don't. A weaker one, was it? I don't know what term did you use, Al?
I just don't think it's their absolutely strongest starting 11.
Okay, good.
Al writing off Bayern Munich. Is that what I heard there?
He's not coming back at you on that. Yeah, James, you did suggest when we spoke about the various permutations that Brendan Rodgers will be looking at, you felt he might go with this as he's gone with the starting 11 and see the impact from Jota off the bench later on. Yeah,
look, I think it comes down to how much they're going to. You've just spoke about it, Kenny, and we spoke about it for a little bit about the physical exertions that the players are going to have to use, and mostly without the ball, I should say. So I'm not surprised. I think that having Maeda back's a boost, because it means that when you need to make a change, if it's Ida, then Maeda can go through the middle and Jota can come on. But at some point Jota can come on and show. I've said it, he looks sharp to me. The physical fitness, the real fitness of playing games is certainly still to come. But there's no doubt he can come on and have an impact in this game tonight. So look, Maeda coming back is a huge boost for Celtic. Gives Brendan probably a different problem, because he would have felt you would imagine that Jota would have started the game, but you've got the chance to bring him on, and you're hoping then he can have an impact. And look, I think the important point as well for Ida, because a lot's been made about Celtic not bringing in a striker, and we know Maeda can play there, but this is a massive game. Adam Maeda scored 2 goals in the last Champions League game. His confidence will be high, and it is a boost for him, because I'm sure he would have been thinking as well, I wonder if the manager is going to play me, I wonder if I'm going to have to come off the bench. So it's a big boost for him, and we know that we spoke about the space you're maybe expecting to see in behind for Bayern. I think that suits Adam Maeda. A lot of the times we've watched him playing where it's a bit congested, the ball's coming up, maybe his touch or his layoff hasn't been the right thing, but he thrives in the games where he's got space to run into, and there's maybe a chance for Ida, especially when the ball goes wide, for him to go and score the goals like he did against Aston Villa. So I think it's a big boost for Adam Maeda, and his confidence will be sky high anyway, but I just think it gives Celtic good options to bring off the bench, particularly with Jota.
Just looking at, just as an aside here, how vast a club Bayern Munich are. Like, we like to think of Celtic are a big club. Mm-hmm. Bayern Munich, and you just look at the social media, right? Looking at their Twitter account here and the team coming in. Celtic have 988 followers on X, right? 988,000 followers on X. Bayern Munich have 7 million. They also have 3.5 million followers on their English version of their Twitter account, 1.2 million followers on the Spanish version of their Twitter account, and 1.9 million followers on their Arabic version of their Twitter account.
Is that what you've been busy doing the past few minutes?
What's Celtic's followers in their Spanish and Arabic ones?
They're all over the world, Tom. They're all over the world, the Celtic. Wherever you go.
Surprised they don't have, but they have 92,000 followers on Celtic's Japanese version.
That is not at all surprising. When you look down that Celtic team, though, Tom, it's hard to see an area of weakness, and also we know now the importance the bench plays in football, and he's got plenty of options there now, Brendan Rodgers.
Yeah, he does, but yes, it's a good Celtic team. There's loads of attackers in it, loads of danger in it, loads of pace in it. But you're going up a level, you're going up a couple of levels maybe with this team. That any weaknesses at the back, this team are going to expose them. They've got lightning pace. Bayern, lightning pace. So both fullbacks are going to be tested. Centre backs are going to be tested because Kane's, he's not the most mobile. He's not going to do a lot of running, but he's big, he's physical, he's powerful, and he's going to finish more often than not. If there's a loose ball there, he's going to finish it. So it's Celtic they are a good side. The middle of the park. Let's see what happens. Kimmich and Callum McGregor. That's going to be fascinating. Look, you know what's the great appeal for this tonight and in the second leg is to see how Celtic can cope with a team like this. Mm-hmm. And even if they go out, and everyone's expecting them to go out, if they're competitive in 2 games at this level, then you'll say, okay, they're out of the Champions League, but they have made significant strides. But this could go wrong. Bayern Munich have the capacity to do to Celtic what Borussia Dortmund did. Let's be honest about this. So Celtic, in terms of shutting down the spaces, all the things that Pat and Fadi were talking about, if they don't do all of these things, these 2 games could be very sobering experiences. If they do all these things, even if they go out with their heads held high, I would say, Celtic, you know what? You're getting places.
Pat and Fadi, just a quickie, because we're approaching the news at 7 o'clock, and we saw at the weekend anything is possible in football. But do you guys believe that Celtic have to take an advantage to the return leg next Tuesday?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. They have to get something out of this game tonight to give themselves an opportunity to go there and try and win this tie. You're out. If you don't win the tie, you're gone. So you've got to try and win it. So how do you win it? You make sure you take something with you tonight, whether that's a draw or whether it's a win. But if you get beat here tonight, then it's going to be very, very difficult for them.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Sorry, Kenny. I think a draw gives you a chance. If you get a win, brilliant. If you lose a game, then it's a difficult task no matter what happens here tonight for me.
Go along with that, Tom, that they have to take some sort of advantage to Germany. The return leg, of course, live in sports on next Tuesday, 6 o'clock.
They do, but if it's a draw in its own right, it's standing on its own 2 feet, that's a hell of a result against this team. But in the context of the tie and progressing, I think they have to take an advantage over that.
James, I'll ask you after the news, just give us a minute now if you can, but just seeing the pictures in the studio, of course, got Celtic Park, but also the pictures coming in from Goodison. The last Merseyside derby will take place at Goodison Park this evening. Lots of fantastic memories for you there. We're hearing from Andy Walker, remembering his time as a Celtic player. You must have very fond memories of your time down in Liverpool.
Yeah, not so much in the Merseyside derby though, Kenny, but no, it's a place. My kids are Everton fans, and that's how much an impact that club's had on me and my family. And it's a brilliant stadium. You hear people speaking about Goodison Park and what it brings, and opposition players, and how intimidating and hostile it can be. It can be hostile when you're an Everton player as well, believe me, but it's just a special place. But I think that the club had to move. They had to get with the times and move to a new stadium, which looks absolutely incredible, I have to say. But I will be keeping one eye. I won't be I'll still be doing my job and being ultra professional, but I'll be keeping an eye on the score and hoping that Everton come out on top. I think the level on wins in the Merseyside derby are at Goodison, so a good chance for Everton tonight. A resurgent Everton under David Moyes, so I'll be hoping Everton get a result tonight. But great memories of that, Kenny. I love going back down. I get invited down quite often. I love going down. Great people involved at the club. And you know, it's a shame that they're leaving Goodison, but I think it's the right thing, and I think next season going into the new stadium is going to be something special as well.
Yeah, I'm not just saying this. I love a wee trip to Liverpool, but last time I was down, this was about 2 years ago. I'm in a wee cafe and they heard the Scottish accents and they said from Scotland, yeah, and it's James McFadden and Duncan Ferguson.
I think Duncan was first, Kenny. Come on, I won't be offended.
No, it was a close call, but they clearly felt a strong connection with the Scottish players that had made an impact down there.
Faddy, in the new stadium, do you have it all stand or a statue or anything?
Absolutely not. No.
Right. On that note, plenty more to come on Sports Sound ahead of kick-off at 8 o'clock. We'll hear from Brendan Rodgers. Of course, we'll hear from the Bayern manager Vincent Kompany, and we'll be joined by some Celtic fans. How lucky are they? They are on the way to the game this evening. I'm sure they are tuned in. Plenty more to come right after the BBC Radio Scotland news at 7 o'clock.
On digital radio,
BBC Sounds,
and your smart speaker.
Play BBC Radio Scotland.
The news at 7 o'clock with Craig McMurran. President Trump has spoken by phone to both Vladimir Putin and Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky. US officials say Mr. Trump and Mr. Putin had agreed to have their teams start negotiations immediately to end the war in Ukraine. President Putin also invited Mr. Trump to Moscow. It comes as the new US Defence Secretary delivered an uncompromising message to Ukraine 3 years after the invasion began. Pete Hegseth told a meeting of Kyiv's allies in Brussels there would be no return to Ukraine's original pre-2014 borders. He also said NATO membership for the country was unrealistic.
We want, like you, a sovereign and prosperous Ukraine. But we must start by recognizing that returning to Ukraine's pre-2014 borders is an unrealistic objective. Chasing this illusionary goal will only prolong the war and cause more suffering.
MI5 has apologised for lying in legal cases involving a BBC investigation into one of its agents who was a neo-Nazi. A High Court judge today lifted an injunction on part of the case, meaning the details of the lies can now be reported. The false information was contained in testimony to the Domestic Security Service gave in court as it tried to stop the BBC naming the agent. Our correspondent Daniel De Simone carried out the original investigation and sent this report.
MI5 lied to 3 courts while defending its handling of a misogynistic neo-Nazi state agent who attacked his girlfriend with a machete. When the BBC investigated, MI5 said it had stuck to its policy of never confirming or denying informants' identities, including in calls with the BBC. The head of MI5, Sir Ken McCallum, called the Director General of the BBC, Tim Davie, to cast doubt on the original story about the man, calling it inaccurate and reckless. But we proved it was accurate, and have now also proved that MI5 had told us he was an agent. MI5 has now issued an unreserved apology to the BBC and all 3 courts.
Egypt and Qatar are reportedly intensifying mediation efforts to try to save the troubled Gaza ceasefire agreement. Donald Trump has warned unless all the remaining hostages held by Hamas are released this weekend, the war will resume. The position of Israel's Prime Minister on the issue isn't as clear. Feral pigs spotted on the loose in the Cairngorms National Park have been captured and humanely killed. The animals were spotted in an area of woodland near Kingussie, south of Azimuur, on Monday. The Cairngorms National Park Authority said earlier this week the pigs were relatively domesticated and appeared to have been illegally abandoned. Our reporter Linda Sinclair has been following the story.
The action of illegally releasing the feral pigs had been widely condemned, with the Scottish Gamekeepers Association describing it as a selfish and thoughtless act that jeopardises the welfare of animals and poses a risk to both livestock and the public. They also described it as a form of guerrilla rewilding. It's worth noting the group of feral pigs were initially spotted just 5 miles from where 4 lynx cat were dumped. That was last month, if you remember. Just a coincidence? The question still remains who is responsible for releasing them.
And a Scottish auction house has defended selling Nazi memorabilia in a military auction. A collection put together by McTeers included swastika bunting, a Third Reich military medal and an SS dagger. The Nazi items fetched more than £1,600 at sale in Glasgow. McTeers said the items provided a link to an important period in history and insisted they had been handled with sensitivity. Well, that's your news now sport with Gully Singh.
Thanks, Craig. Celtic are less than an hour away from competing in the Champions League knockout phase for the first time since 2012. Bayern Munich, the visitors for the first leg. Adam Ida leads the line for Brendan Rodgers' men with Jota on the bench. There's live build-up and radio commentary now over on BBC Radio Scotland Extra. John Higgins is through to the third round of the Welsh Open after a comfortable 4-0 win over Robert Milkins. It's the final ever Merseyside derby at Goodison Park. That'll be contested shortly with Arne Slot's Liverpool looking to extend their lead in the English Premier League. The Toffees ground has been in use since 1892. In rugby union, London Irish have been bought out of administration by a consortium led by former Formula 1 team owner Eddie Jordan. And England's Tour of India ended with another heavy defeat as they slumped to a 3-0 one-day international series loss. Well, that's the sport. Now for some weather.
And the wind's easing a touch overnight, but we'll keep the cloudy skies for most of clear spells in the far north and northwest of the country. The cloud may be thick enough for the odd shower, sleety on the hills, and it will be colder than last night with a frost more likely as temperatures fall close to or below freezing, down to -5 in some northern parts. And tomorrow will be a brighter day in western areas with spells of sunshine, but largely dry and cloudy elsewhere. And that's BBC Radio Scotland News.
Following Scotland's teams in Europe, Celtic.
It's been really difficult over a long period of time for Celtic at this level.
And Borussia Dortmund have hit Celtic for 7.
We got punished for passes and loose bits of play.
Celtic have pulled it out of the bag to frustrate the Europa League winners and hold them to their second home goalless draw.
Red Bull Leipzig will be no different to the likes of Atalanta and Borussia Dortmund, a top team.
It's Hatate! Celtic 3, RB Leipzig 1.
Teams at Club Brugge are teams that you cannot underestimate.
Celtic 1, Club Brugge 1. It's another goalless draw on their travels for Celtic in the Champions League. Dinamo Zagreb 0, Celtic 0. Ida, it's a goal! Celtic 1, Young Boys 0.
Disappointed to lose, but we played a big part in a really good game.
He does it and he scores twice in a space of a couple of minutes.
With the energy and the support behind us, then anything is possible in the games, but we want to go and perform.
Welcome back to Champions League Sports Sound with me, Kenny McIntyre. A huge night ahead for Celtic as they look to take a step towards the last 16. Brendan Rodgers' side have, of course, been in terrific form, but tonight they face European powerhouses Bayern Munich. Tom English is alongside me in the studio. Our team is in place at Celtic Park. Pat Bonner, James McFadden, and our match commentator Alistair Lamont. And you can recap the team news for us, Al.
Sure, Kenny, yeah. And just to go back to the weekend's game against Raith Rovers, only 3 survivors from that one. Callum McGregor retains his place, as do Dyson Maida and Nicholas Kuhn. It was interesting to hear Brendan Rodgers talking about Maida, who he didn't expect to have for this game, and he said he basically run him into the ground over the last couple of games, but knowing his levels of fitness, he'll be fine to start this one as he does. So it's 8 changes altogether from that Raith Rovers game. It's Kasper Schmeichel back in goals. The back 4 is Alistair Johnston, Cameron Carter-Vickers, Austin Trusty and Greg Taylor. Callum McGregor, whose only Champions League goal to date came against Bayern Munich back in 2017-2018. He's of course in his usual place in the centre of midfield alongside Arne Engels and Reo Hatate. Adam Ida is up front with Nicholas Kuhn on the right flank and Dyson Maida on the left. On the bench for Celtic, it's Sinisalo, O'Bain, Scales, Jota, Yang, McCowan, Schlupp, Nawrocki, Kenny, Murray and Ralston. As for Bayern Munich, they have made 4 changes from the victory over Werder Bremen, which took place on Friday night, just giving them an extra day to prepare for this one. So in come Leimer, Dyer, Goretzka and Zani. Out go Bowie, Kim, Pavlovic and Koman. So Manuel Neuer, the ultra experienced German goalkeeper, starts in goal for them. It's a back 4 of the Austrian Konrad Leimer. Eric Dyer is one of the players who comes into the team who I would suggest would not be in their very strongest team with Kim on the bench just at the moment. So he is alongside the Frenchman Dio Upamecano in the centre of defence, and the Portuguese left back Rafael Guerreiro makes up the back 4. Into the midfield, it's Joshua Kimmich, marvellous German international, alongside Leon Goretzka, another German international beside him. The 3 ahead of them, Michael Olise, of course, has made that move from Crystal Palace over the course of the summer and has lit up the Bundesliga so far. Jamal Musiala, another wonderful player in that Bayern attack, and Leroy Sané as well, with Harry Kane, who's we all know in terms of his numbers that he's recorded over his career so far, but since going to Germany, if anything, he's potentially got better. He's got 72 goals in his 73 games since moving to Bayern Munich. That includes 28 in 28 this season, and he will take some stopping, you would imagine, this evening. And on the bench for Bayern, it's Ulrich and Urbig, the sub-keepers. Kim, Gnabry, Coman, Ito, Bui, Vidovic, Müller, Buchmann, Stanisic and Pavlovic. And on the refereeing side of things this evening, it is a Spaniard by the name of Jesus Gil Manzano who is in charge, I'm delighted to say, and Carlos Del Tero Grande is the VAR. So looking to get them involved quite regularly.
Yeah, some fantastic pronunciations there from our match commentator Alistair Lamond. Yeah, top notch as usual. Actually, 8 o'clock kick-off there.
Yeah, Al's Harry Kane's numbers are even more impressive than my ones. I think my ones are 55 and 50 in Bundesliga.
Mm-hmm.
So when you put Al's the big picture stats are even more otherworldly than that. You know, I mean,
he's still a top player.
He's a top finisher.
Mm-hmm.
He's one of the most remarkable finishers of his generation, as I said earlier. And
but also the assists as well, Tom.
Yeah, the assists as well. Yeah. Look, he's astonishing. You know, and the fact that he will win a trophy this season because the 8 points clear. You'd imagine they're going to win the Bundesliga. I mean, if ever a man deserved a trophy,
yes,
it's Harry Kane.
Yeah. It's a fair point. Pat and James, we're about to hear from Brendan Rodgers. We'll hear from Vincent Kompany later. But what's key for Celtic to take something from this game tonight?
Yeah, they have to be brave. I think that's for sure. They can't go away from what they do well. And that means that when somebody has the ball, there's options, there's movement. From that perspective, you know, they will work the ball from back to front, whether they go through the middle or down the sides, or they go direct up to Adamida, but it all has to work in synchronization, and they will be working and talking about it all week, but they also then have to get their defensive, no mistakes, no silly mistakes, giving the ball away, because, you know, those stats from Harry Kane is frightening. Give him half a chance. And if it comes from a mistake, you would be very, very disappointed. He has to work for his goals. And then, of course, as I already described, that whole organisation defensively when you're attacking. And that's the game. The game isn't just about attacking. It's about defending. It's about transitions. It's about set plays. That's the other thing we haven't spoken about is the set plays. They're very, very strong in that department. You know, Harry Kane's really good in the air. Upamecano, very strong. Eric Dyer will be very strong. Goretzka, very strong. These are all big 6'2", 6'3" players with physicality, and then you're talking about the Celtic players having to match that and make sure that they don't give a goal up from a set play. We see it too often. You know, games are decided on set pieces, and the team that's more aggressive, more physical at times, but more aggressive, come out on top.
And you were saying earlier, James, it's so important that Celtic get their distances right tonight on the park.
Yeah, I think that, you know, the mentality is key for me. They get, you know, they'll go out with the game plan, and they need to make sure they stick to that as much as possible. If Bayern go in front, then they can't, you know, let what happened in Dortmund happen again. They need to show the mentality, and look, I credit to them that they've shown since that game. Because it's going to be tough. It's going to be a tough night for Celtic, whether, you know, they play their absolute best, or whether it's a defensive, you know, display. It's going to be a tough game for them. Physically, it's going to be really demanding. I think their mentality, they've shown they have that. They need to show they can do it in a game like this. I think Celtic have got a way of producing, you know, magical results here. I think that the whole build-up is going to be excellent. I think the atmosphere is going to be like something we've never seen at Celtic Park. So I think it's important the players, you know, keep their focus on their jobs. The distances for me are spot. They have to be right. You know, Harry Kane's I'm not going to say he's not going to run in behind and he's not going to run away for you, because he's still, that when he has to be that number 9, but he likes to drift in, and when he does, then they have to make sure that the match runs coming from the wide areas. Elise and Sane in particular is lightning quick. Elise wants to come in on his left foot and make things happen there, but they have to make sure that they're switched on when they have the ball and when they don't. But I think that we could see something special from Celtic tonight, because it just has that feel, and I think you'll feel that in the build-up as well. I'm hoping to see the best version of Celtic, and that's all you can ask for. You can hope that Bayern don't have the best game, but all you can ask for is you see the best version of Celtic. And if that's not good enough, at least they've shown that they've given it their all. And I hope that is the case.
And Kenny, they need luck.
Yeah,
they need luck as a part of the game.
Yeah.
No team goes through its season without a bit of luck, and if it's on you, that's the key element. Just going back to Harry Kane, the difficulty picking up Harry Kane when your defenders are centre halves, because he drifts away out into different positions, he becomes free. You almost and when you're then having to defend your box, or you're in a defensive line, how do you approach him? Do you go to him, or does he find that bit of space and invariably the ball falls to him, and you're 2 or 3 yards away from him, and that's when he's really dangerous.
Kenny, another important factor here is that a lot of people are looking at it and saying, not a high expectation of Celtic getting the result, and that's from the outside looking in. The players will believe they can get a result. They won't feel like this is turn up and have a good time. They'll feel they can get a result. They'll believe they can get a result, and they'll know that if they play to their best, they've got a good chance of getting the result. So for everybody outside and all us speculating and talking about the occasion and the build up and how the atmosphere is going to be, the players in the dressing room will feel they can get a result. They'll have real belief they can get a result, and hopefully we see that on the pitch.
Well, let's hope it's a very special night on BBC Radio Scotland. Of course, they're not quite at the level of Bayern Munich, but the result, the performance against Leipzig was outstanding. Let's hope for more of the same from Celtic this evening. Let's now hear the thoughts of the Celtic manager, Brendan Rodgers. He spoke with the media yesterday.
Yeah, we're very excited by it. It's a great challenge and a great test for us against the top side, so we're looking forward to it. Great bit of news that we got, obviously. No, he's an extraordinary player. I think how he's been this year for us in not just in goals, but what his value gives to the team in terms of his pressing and his honesty to the game. So to have that mentality and that ability available was a big surprise for us, but a nice surprise.
You're a development coach, you like to bring players on. What is it in particular that's pleased you about him, and what have you been saying to him to raise his game, because it looks like he's playing his best football?
No, I think it's just maturity, isn't it? He's getting he's obviously improving as a player with the experiences and obviously comfort in how we work and how we play. But I go back, I think he scored goals before he came into Celtic. Obviously Ange brings him in, having worked with him in Japan, so he knows his qualities, he knows everything in his game, and as I said, he was a goal scorer over there, and he's come to here. It may have taken a little bit of time to get used to the Scottish game and the British game, but you see now he's right in flow. He understands the physicality of the game in these parts of the world, and the physicality at the highest level in European football. So he's well suited to that, and now he's really getting in consistently into positions. And I think what you have with him, I think his conversion rate now is probably something that's improved. I think he's probably always had chances, now he's been there, but now arrives with confidence to score, and now his technique and his finishing is top level. The coaches do a brilliant job with him, and in terms of the work, and I try to inspire him and manage him and point out little things within his game, but no, he himself is a learner, and he's learning very well.
And on the wider game tomorrow, how much of a gauge is this of the progress that you've made? You're there on merit. Bayern is going to be arguably your biggest test this season. How much of a test is that, and a gauge of all the progress that you've made at this level in Europe?
I don't think it's a gauge. I think we've already shown progress this season before we kick a ball tomorrow night. I've been really pleased with that side of it. think over the course of the 8 games, we played Borussia Dortmund, top team, Atalanta, top team, Red Bull Leipzig, who come into the tournament as one of the leading teams. So we've proven in this sort of first season that there's elements to our game that is making progress. But of course, we were in it for the purpose, and the purpose was to get to this stage, past the 8 games. So now we play probably one of the teams that will see themselves as favourites for the competition. Got wonderful talent. Vincent's gone in there and done a really, really good job with some top young players and some really experienced players. And but I can't wait for that, because that's what you look forward to as a coach. And I know we are all as a team looking to test ourselves and measure ourselves against an absolutely brilliant team. Yeah, but Bayern Munich are one of the giants of the European game. They really are football royalty in terms of what they've achieved over many, many years at this level. So for us to be in a position where we can challenge them is it's a great marker for us. But like I said, I know with our game, we mix up the basics of our game, all our running power and physicality, which is something that we've really improved on at this level. I think that's been, when I look back to 23, 24, that's been a big part of our learning, bringing the physicality to the game and improving in that aspect of it. And I think if we can do that, and with the energy and the support behind us, then anything is possible in the game. So I think what is important for us, that we're very much alive in the tie going over to Germany. I think that would be the key message for us. But we want to go and perform, and we're not frightened to lose. That's not what this is about. This is about going and performing, and if we can perform well like we've shown in this competition, especially at home, hopefully we can get what we deserve. Obviously we know going over to Germany and second leg is always the challenge, being away from home, but I think we would want to. I think that's our mindset. We're going into the game looking to win the game, to see if we can take an advantage across next week.
Brendan Rodgers there, Tom, as the Celtic players go out for their warm-up at Celtic Park. How do you think Brendan Rodgers has performed in Europe so far this season?
I think he's done very well. I think he's taken his team forward. There's no doubt about it. They beat Bratislava out the gate in round 1, but really it kind of began post Dortmund. That was a shocking experience for them, and it could have derailed everything, but it didn't. So after that, we had the incredible discipline of the Atalanta 0-0 draw. They were 1-0 down against Leipzig at home. Came back, they won 3-1. 1-0 down against Bruges. Came back.
They were a good team.
They were a good side. Came back and got a very valuable point there. Went away and got a 0-0 draw against Zagreb. Yes, okay, Zagreb, they lost 9-2 against Bayern Munich, but they also beat AC Milan 2-1. So they can't be that bad. They showed a lot of resilience during the young boys experience. 0-0 for an age. Offside goals, a hat-trick for Kyogo. But they stuck at it. They kept believing, and they got their goal in the end. And again, resilience, character, bottle, lack of panic. When they're 2-0 down after 5 minutes against Villa, they come back and they make it 2-2. Now, of course, they lost that game 4-2 in the end. But they came back. They came back into it. That could have been at 2-0 after 5 minutes. I'm thinking, okay, this could be another 5, 6, 7 job. But it wasn't. They made a game of it. They lost it, but Villa are a good side. So I definitely see a maturing of this team mentally, psychologically, for sure. That there's a self-belief there that possibly wasn't there before. But again, that's not to say that tonight isn't going to go wrong. Celtic have to be razor sharp tonight. Concentration levels, discipline levels, energy levels have to be sky high to stay in this match tonight.
Let's gauge how the fans are feeling. We've been joined by Celtic supporters Ryan Clifford and Mark Brown. Good evening to you both. I know, Ryan, you're on your way to the game. Are the nerves kicking in?
Yes and no. Obviously, you've got to be confident that you can try and get a result, but you've got to be kind of a realist in this, and the team you're playing's full of elite players, top players that have played at the highest level for years, so it's going to be tough. At Celtic Park, anything's possible. Obviously, Maeda's on form as well, so there's every chance, as James was saying as well, about 5 minutes ago, that there's a feeling at Celtic Park sometimes, and hopefully tonight's that special feeling.
How confident are you feeling about tonight's game, Mark? Are you happy with the team news?
Good evening, guys. Yeah, happy with the team news. Probably the team everybody expected. I didn't think that Jota would start. I think that he's went with the guys that have been sort of tried and tested over the campaign. Great boost that Maeda's been back in as well. Obviously, it was unexpected, so he's key. Obviously, as we mentioned before, about Celtic's trigger and the work rate and things. Obviously, he's added more goals this year as well. So, yeah, I can't really complain about the team selection.
Ryan, talk to us about Daizen Maeda. How important is he to the Celtic support right now? And I was saying earlier, surely he's got to be the leading candidate right now for Player of the Season?
Yeah, he's probably took over Nicholas Kuhn in recent bias, I would say, Kenny. So he's a bit of a what you call an enigma type player.
Yeah.
1 minute he's kicking the ball over to Force Market, next minute he's chipping balls and it's brilliant. So I don't know if it's Daizen that's improved himself or it's under Brendan Rodgers, but he's definitely improved his overall game and his finishing, and he's been different class. He's definitely I was actually surprised that Jota didn't start. I would have actually played Jota for 60 minutes with Maeda through the middle and then brought on maybe either as an impact type player, but we've got to go with the manager feels is the best team to play it. But I think Daizen's been tremendous, and he's maybe somebody that, again, if he keeps this vein of form, next season there could be suitors for him, and he could be a player that could be getting elsewhere moves. So he's a player I would like him. I know he's just signed a contract, I think, recently. It'd be good to maybe time him again, because for me, McGregor's important, but maybe right now he could be Celtic's most important player.
Mark, how would you describe the Champions League campaign so far? Tom English is alongside me. Tom saying he's seen more maturity from the players and the manager this campaign.
I think you've got to agree with that. I think it's been successful. We've qualified at the end of the day. You always look back and think that could we have got another point or two, maybe at home against Bruges. I remember being on then, and I was talking to you guys, and I thought we would win. Obviously, we didn't get the result that we thought that night, but I think you've got to be happy with the campaign overall, and obviously it's earned us this tie. So it's been really good.
When you think back, Mark, say that to the Ange days and that 3-0 defeat at Celtic Park against Real Madrid, for the first 40, 50, 60 minutes maybe, Celtic were exceptional, loads of chances, incredible football, but a 3-0 defeat. Mm-hmm. So at the end of the day, nothing, 0 points. This is better, isn't it? I mean, it's a little bit more. I'm not saying it's not parking the bus, but it's a little bit more pragmatic. Celtic still are Celtic, identifiably Celtic, but there's a little bit more caution put into their performances in the Champions League this season, I think.
Absolutely. I think there's a better balance. Obviously, it was entertaining with Ange, there's no doubt about it. One thing we haven't suffered is less attractive football. I would say under Brendan Rodgers it's still been very good, but it's been more pragmatic, as you say, Tom. I think that you just obviously touch on, we had chances, but it was still 3-0. That's going to be key tonight. I think both boxes, it's cliche, but it's true. I heard Packy earlier on talking about not giving anything away. If you look at the goals Celtic concede, probably if you look at any goals that teams concede in the Champions League, it does tend to be down to errors. A lot of the time, you just don't want to give anything away tonight, and hopefully you're able to take your chances. If we could do that, then we're in with a chance.
Ryan, how privileged do you feel to be a Celtic fan right now? So dominant domestically, and nights like this against a European powerhouse to look forward to.
Yeah, it's fantastic, Kenny. It's why obviously you enjoy football, and to see some of the players like Kuhn and Jota, and for me Engels has been tremendous. Mm-hmm. I thought some of the criticism he was getting was pretty unjustified. I think you can see now he's starting to motor on, and the £11 million could actually look a bargain by the end of the season or next season. So no, it's been brilliant the last kind of few months, especially Celtic this season. Some of the football's been, like Mark says, I thought Angie's football was the best I've seen, but some of the play with Brendan, it's just especially Scottish football. It's very hard for teams to live with us. So yeah, it's really amazing, and hopefully we can end the season in a highway. If we can go on the Scottish Cup, it'd be amazing. But trebles are very hard, Kenny. So, but getting to this stage of the campaign for Celtic, the new format, has the draw helped us? Possibly, but you still need to go in the park and deliver on the park.
Ryan, this is you're looking at the opposition, the stadium, home advantage, the size of the competition. This is a kind of a pulse quickener, isn't it? I mean, it doesn't get much more. Doesn't hit all the emotional buttons much more than this.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing, Tom. It's one of the nights. Maybe like you're all right. It's a good team we're playing against. Really, really elite players. But in 5 minutes for the kick-off fight, we can go and do them here. Do you know what I mean? It's very. That's just the way a football fan is. But and then sometimes at Celtic Park after 5 minutes, it's right. Okay, that's us back to normal. But listen, it's one of the, like you say, Tom. It's full of emotion. It's excitement. It's nerves. It's not like you're happy to be here because it's still amazing to get there and you've earned it. But it's kind of like you're not at a loss if you get beat. Okay, just as long as we don't get embarrassed, it's competitive and it's fine that way. As long as we're competitive, then. But no, this is the games you want to play football, and I'm guessing for the players, it's why they want to be footballers, is to play stadiums like this and competitions like this.
Mark, I think all our pundits have been in agreement that they all like this new format. From a fan's perspective, would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, as we've all discussed, it's given Celtic an opportunity, but they took it. It was unsure at the time, nobody knew what it was going to be like, but it's turned out great. And most of the feedback you hear and the analysis you hear for pundits, everybody's got good things to say about it. I don't think I've actually heard anybody say anything negative, so I've certainly enjoyed it, and Celtic getting through has made part of that reason. So, yep, absolutely.
Right, Mark, a score prediction for tonight?
Oh, I'll just take a win, to be honest with you.
I bet you would.
1-0, 2-1. I win by hook or by crook. I want to go over to Germany, as long as we get a result, and as Ryan says, we don't get embarrassed, so that'll do me fine. Yeah,
certainly our pundits feel, Ryan, that a lead going over to Germany ahead of next Tuesday's game is a must tonight. How do you see this one going, Ryan?
Yeah, I would say for any squeaky a chance, he would need to get a victory. Ideally not concede, but I'm going to go a one each draw and just be competitive. I think as long as we put, like James says as well, if we put on a performance which is good enough for us, but it can't win you the game, then you've just got to say, okay, that's just the way it is. They're a better team than you, and sometimes your best isn't enough, and that's all we can do. So I'll go with a score draw, Kenny, but if we can get a result, I think it'd be a monumental result for Scotland as well, and kind of prove that we can compete with these teams.
Absolutely, guys. Thanks very much indeed for joining us in Sports, and enjoy the game. Celtic supporters Ryan Clifford and Mark Brown there. Let's now hear from the Celtic defender Austin Trusty. He also spoke with the media yesterday.
Just the same mentality we've had, and I think it's just the Celtic way and how we approach things. And when I first walked into the doors, you immediately feel just how guys approach it and how the organization approaches the game and everything in between. But the mentality's not changing. We're just playing our game.
I remember speaking to you after the game in Villa Park, and it was either Bayern Munich or Real Madrid, and you said you weren't too concerned about who it was going to be because you and the boys believe you can take anyone on your day. That's what you're expecting tomorrow night. You do believe that you can go out there and beat Bayern Munich?
100%. I back this team with everything. I think when we are on it and when we play our game and we have the right mindset and we play as a collective, I truly back us against anybody. So it's really up to us.
How exciting is the prospect of coming up against Harry Kane, a player of his quality?
Good. I've played against many players who are world class and who are great players as well. But as a defender, you kind of look forward to those games, and you want to test yourself. And he's backed by a lot of people, and he's shown a lot of people he can do amazing things. But as a defender, you want to show that you can stop that and do your best.
What's your friends and family been saying ahead of this? Have you had many requests for tickets, things like that?
Yeah, for tickets, but everyone's back in the States. It's a little hard to get here from there. But my friends here, they're all trying to come.
For you personally, how highly does this game rate and rank in your career so far, Bayern Munich in the knockout stages of the Champions League?
Yeah, it's definitely out there. I think as a little kid growing up in Media, Pennsylvania, to hear you say that, I would think you're lying. So for me to be have this opportunity to be here playing for Celtic and to be playing Bayern Munich at Celtic Park with the fans and the amazing environment and all that. It's what dreams are made of, and what I, could have only dreamt of it as a little kid, in my bed while sleeping.
Talk to me about the progress that you personally have made, and also the team in terms of playing in Europe. The manager's saying how happy he is with the development and the progress. For you as a player, what does that mean?
Yeah, I think it's just backing yourselves. I think when you play certain teams, but when you're in this competition, it's the best club competition in the entire world. So when you're given opportunities to play against the best players in the entire world, and you can back yourself, and you can show yourself and show it to your team, and as a team, you can show it to yourselves that we can play here. We're just as good, and we can thrive, and we can win games. So I think as a team and individually, it just makes you back yourself more, because more belief. You've shown it to yourself.
Austin Trusty there, James. Lovely to hear him say what it means to him to be playing on nights like this. How do you think he's done since coming into the team?
I think he's done well, Kenny. I think that you're always going to have moments where you come in for a little bit of criticism. That's just part for the course. But I think he's done well. I think that you look at a big part of the performance in Atalanta. The defensive display was really good, and he's come in and, for whatever people say, he's dislodged Liam Scales. I think Liam Scales gets a hard time off of many people. For me, he's come in and he's shown that his first choice there. I think he's done really well.
Yeah, it's been tough, hasn't it, for Liam Scales? Pat, you've spoken about that before in the programme. In terms of Trusty, where do you see his strengths?
Yeah, he's got a little bit of pace, hasn't he? He's a good passer of the ball, and he's got height. That's the one thing from a defensive perspective. Sometimes he gets caught a little bit, maybe going to the ball, and that ball's played past him, and then by the time he gets turned and goes, he's maybe a yard short. And that's when he's up against top class players, and tonight he will be. But I think tonight both defenders, they will be happy as Harry Kane in one way, because he's not going to run past them. He's definitely not going to run past them. It's the other players that you've got to be aware of. We talked about Harry Kane going right into midfield. I would be letting him go tonight. I would really pass him on and let the other midfielders deal with him and play your position. Don't get caught out there, because the other players will be the runners. He will go. So listen, he's an experienced American international player. He's a good player, and he's done very well. I think Celtic are blessed, probably having three very, very good centre halves at the moment.
You look at Scales, and the tendency is to say, he's maybe a bit unlucky. Trusty coming in, big transfer fee. Trusty's going to play. Scales is going to play plenty of football this season. He's already played 30 games. He's played in 6 Champions League games, not from the start, obviously, not all of them, but that's a lot of football. So he's still very much in the picture, and he's still very important to Celtic, even though Trusty's taking his place.
I agree, and that's what you have to have. A number of players, and players will come in and out, and they have to be happy to be maybe not playing every single week, but the training, what they do in the training pitch, how they recover, all of that matters, because when you come in, you've got to be ready. That's the critical part. In the old days, you played 50, 60 games, and it was almost a team picked itself. That's gone now. The team will be moved around, players will be moved around, and you've got to be able to handle that. You've got to be ready for the moment.
Celtic against Bayern Munich kicks off at 8 o'clock. We'll keep you updated with all the scores in the Champions League tonight. Also, the game we touched on earlier on, it's kicked off. It's actually the last Merseyside derby that will take place at Goodison Park ahead of their switch to the new ground Friday. And I have to say, these really cruel Liverpool fans saw a banner in the crowd there that they were holding up saying, "At least an empty cabinet is easier to move." Honest to goodness, Paddy. I mean, it's terrible, isn't it?
You can't help yourself, can you?
It did make me chuckle, I have to say. It did make me chuckle.
There's plenty in that cabinet. It's just not been there recently.
The truth hurts, sadly.
Yeah.
There'd have been a European trophy in there as well through the 80s if the whole country wasn't banned, Kenny.
Listen, I love Everton, you know that, Faddy. You know that, but they're up against Liverpool tonight. Tom English certainly got an allegiance towards Liverpool. Goal is there, 7 minutes ago. We'll keep you updated on that, and as I say, other scores in the Champions League. But our focus tonight is, of course, on the massive match at Celtic Park. Can Celtic do something against Bayern Munich tonight? Let's hear then from the German camp. The Bayern manager, Vincent Kompany, spoke with the media yesterday.
I think that the depth of analysis you go into as a coach is slightly different than as a player. The night before, as a player, you go to bed, you phone your wife, and you watch Netflix, and that's it. As a coach, I think I'm appreciating to a different level what all the other colleagues are doing. But in the time, I mean, in those days, what I can remember is it's a coincidence, but my last ever game at the Etihad for Man City was when Brendan was a coach. And I remember it was a must-win game for us, and we didn't have it all our way. And we had a very, very strong team. So already coming to the Etihad with, at that time, a Leicester team where obviously Man City would have been the favourites. They pressed us, they had possession as well, and made it difficult for us to recover the ball. And he's always within his squad design plays in the front line with speed and 1v1 ability. He had it at Leicester, he had it at Liverpool, of course, and I'm seeing the same design over here. But then in the end, like I said, it's that's me talking about a colleague, but in reality it's the players who have got to do the job. It's our players against his players, and they're the ones, they're the ones doing it on the night. Look, I think the club, obviously both clubs stand, I think, very high in the tradition of the Champions League because of the achievements of the past. I think for myself, and I think I can imagine that it would be the same for Brendan. I mean, we're all here for the next piece of the history, if you like. So that's our job, that's our role to try and achieve this next moment for our fans, for the people who are following our teams. And I think historically, anyone that has a little bit of a deeper understanding of football would understand the home record of Celtic in this competition. And it's not just recent, it's had a period with a little bit less, but I can remember, even in my time throughout my career, I can't remember Celtic losing at home in Europe. So it is a fortress. Why and how, and I think these things play out on the night, we'll see. But in the end, we give it the respect it deserves. But that's also, we also have a team who's geared to look forward to big games. So as long as we realise the magnitude of the game, I think there's nobody from our side that will treat this any different to any other top game, and with the sole ambition, of course, to win, because that's the pressure we have as well all the time.
Vincent Kompany there, Pat. We know what the club means to you as a former Celtic player. You must love it when guys like him, with his stature in the game, all he's achieved, and you hear them talking so fondly about Celtic Park and Celtic's history in the game.
Yeah, listen, that's been built up over years. And of course the Lisbon Lions and the European Cup and all of that. It's a long, long time ago. Listen, let's face it. But there's been very special nights here, and I think any player, and we've seen great players like Xavi and all of these in the ESA coming to Celtic Park and going away with an incredible experience because of the atmosphere, and the fans create that. The stadium itself lends it to an experience, but you want an experience when you're winning, that's for sure. Let's hope that the experience that Vincent Kompany and his squad have tonight will be one where they've been really under the cosh at times, and the atmosphere has just been cranked up, and they'll never forget it. It can go against you also. Nervousness can kick in, and those are another couple of things. Nervousness and fear. Those are psychological negative kind of traits that you don't want. Sometimes it's normal, especially if you haven't got experience and you haven't got, if you're young and you haven't witnessed it. But these players here now, over this period in this tournament, have almost used that to get to a point where they can come out and enjoy these big nights. And if they're relaxed, they're confident, and the enjoyment's there, then they can play the football that Brendan wants. If they're not, and they're nervous and fear, then you can see it all. And there'll be stages in the game that might happen if the opposition get a goal. But invariably, that's the psychological part of the game that nobody really understands. And it's not easy. to actually train that. You've got to find a way yourself to deal with it.
1-0 Everton, Faddy. Beto with the goal.
I'm watching it, Kenny. I've been jumping up and down. Don't worry about that. The Moyes' working his magic, Kenny.
Listen, I love to see JD Moyes doing well. He's a friend of the programme. He's been in the studio a few times. You can get him with the phone. A fantastic guy. Great to see him back in the game, Tom English. As for Vincent Kompany, I think it's fair to say a surprise appointment at the time, but he's done really well, hasn't he?
He's done brilliantly. Like he's still only 38, and he goes into a club that had their worst Bundesliga campaign in 13 or 14 years. They finished third. They were 18 points behind Leverkusen last season in third place. A disaster for Bayern Munich. But he's come in, and the job he's doing is exceptional. They're obviously 8 points clear. They're favourites to go through Europe here tonight and then in the second leg. Let's see how that pans out. But there's a bigger piece around Kompany. That incredibly, he's the Bundesliga's first black manager. I mean, it's astonishing, really. I think he's only the second manager in any of the senior leagues in Germany. Second black manager, which is astonishing. So, he's a class act as well. He always was as a footballer. Speaks brilliantly. He comes across so well as a good person, and you're kind of rooting for him. Maybe not tonight, but you're rooting for him because he's obviously a class act.
I wonder, Tom, how the Burnley fans think about that.
I say they're astonished. I say everyone was astonished, Pat, when he got a job like that at that age. Burnley to Bayern Munich. I mean, wow, that's something.
But Burnley was relegated.
I know.
That's the amazing thing. But he wanted to play the game a certain way. Didn't fit in with the players that he had with Burnley, and he got away with it to a point because, and I think Pep Guardiola probably had a big say maybe in this also. I just wonder whether if he was still around the England game, would he be now lined up to take over from Pep at Man City? Maybe he might do in the future, who knows.
And fair play to the Bayern board, Pat, because it might have been a hard sell at the time with the fans, with the expectations there that Kompany was the right man for the job.
Yeah, that's an interesting board, the way that it's all set up out there. There's ex-players on that whole thing there, and they're very, very demanding, very critical. They want success. It's all about winning. Yes, you can play the great game, and great managers have been there. Listen, Van Gaal was there. You had Pep there. All of these guys have been there, and yes, they had success, but eventually they leave. They're out the door if it's not going well.
I think on Kompany, you judge them on the team and the expectation. So Burnley in the Championship, they win the league and they win it in style. But they got to the Premier League. The aims of the club is to stay in the Premier League any which way. He decided to try and do it his way, and it didn't work, but he didn't abandon what he believed in. So you look at it and say, what are the odds in Burnley staying up, playing exactly the way they want to play? I'll tell you, not many people would have backed them. So you look at the style, you look at the manager, the demands, and obviously the person as well. And that, a lot of eyebrows are raised when he got the job, but you have to look at the work they've done with Burnley in the Championship, and he done a very good job. As Liverpool have equalised, Kenny, you'll be happy.
I was about to tell you there's great news from Goodison fans. Great news.
It's an even split in the studio here tonight, Faddy. Pat, we heard from the Celtic fans joining us on the way to the game. You're feeling very privileged to be there tonight. Listen, we can hear the atmosphere coming through the airways. Faddy said he feels that something special could happen there tonight. I'm thinking, as a player, how difficult is it to keep your emotions in check? We heard Andy Walker earlier on reflecting on some massive games he played there at Celtic Park, and there comes a time in your career when you look back and you'll feel honoured to have done that. But with the occasion there tonight, Pat, is it difficult to keep your focus, to try and take the occasion out of it almost?
It is. It can be very, very difficult for players who don't have the experience or they come new into this environment. But you have to find a way. And the older you get, the more mature you get, the more experience you get, the better you can deal with these occasions. And you almost focus in on what you have to do on the pitch, and that's the critical factor. And I said, if you're relaxed, I said it before, now I kind of repeat this. I got a great lesson from Danny McGrain going into, I think it was an Old Firm game, and I said I was really, really nervous, feeling. Danny says nothing wrong with being nervous, nothing wrong with it. It gets adrenaline going and so on, but if you're over over nervous, your energy goes from you. You know, it drains from you so quickly. So you've got to find, and not just by saying that to me at that time, allowed me to then say, well, listen, if I need to calm down here. I need to find a way, just go somewhere, get relaxed, get in the, and you know, when you go into a dressing room, you'll have players who are walking around. They've got different ways to handle that. You've got other players who are sitting down, calm, and that, but they're all just getting their psychological mind on. And if you can just get that right, the ability's there. Then it's about decision making on the pitch, you know. And sometimes you go out and you feel tired. Actually, you do feel tired, and you wonder why is that. I had a good night's sleep. I eat well. Sometimes we overtrained in the old days. Now there's a whole sports science behind this. But if you go out and you're ready and you're calm and your energy level is right, then you can play a really good game. But it is a difficult, and it's getting the right balance to that.
Faddy, I've got you down as quite a cool customer, but what were you like ahead of a big game? What were 10 minutes from kick-off? Now I think of you perhaps in a Scotland jersey. How did you rein the emotions in?
It's difficult, Kenny, because you can't help but think about the game in front of you, the fact that, you know, the crowd are going to be right behind you, particularly for the home games, you know, and you're just dying to get out there. And when you hear the noise, you feel the noise, you have to listen to it, you have to embrace it. For me, you have to, but as soon as that whistle goes, game on. You use that to fuel you, and it's something that, although you're nervous, it's a good nerves. You have to have that. You feel the edge, and you're just excited. You're so looking forward to the game kicking off. And I always looked at the positive and says, right, can I go and have a good game? Can I go and score a goal? Can we do what we need to do to win the game? And you're just desperate to get out there.
The noise part is absolutely incredible. Does it feel like something a bit different there tonight?
Yeah, listen, wait till the teams come out.
Yeah.
Wait till that Champions League anthem goes on. That's when it really comes up. But listen, it's a packed house. Tickets premium. Very difficult to get tickets for this game. I've got a group of people over from UF, and they're all coming to the game tonight. We're doing this course, and when they heard they were getting some tickets, they were absolutely over the moon, because the reputation of this atmosphere has gone round Europe, and they wanted to be here to see the game, of course, but also to savour the atmosphere and enjoy it.
Yeah. UEFA always look after the boys.
They do.
That's about 15 fans missing out because of the UEFA boys are here.
Nice cushioned seats there back here for the lads.
No, I think
nice little blankets to keep them warm.
I think they're in the restricted viewing area.
Right, how are you feeling then about this? And we've spoken about the occasion, the atmosphere part. We'll hear the music, we'll hear the fans coming out just shortly. We love that on Sports. But for this game itself, Pat, do you fancy Celtic to take something?
I think. Listen, if they can get through the first 20 minutes. Listen, we watch Bruges here. Bruges are playing Atalanta, I think, tonight. I think they're drawing with them. Two very, very good teams, and we've seen how Atalanta controlled the first 25 minutes, but Celtic didn't really panic, and then they got their goal also. So that's very important. But I think tonight, I'm just looking at Cup Bruges 2, Atlanta 1. There you go.
94th minute penalty.
And they were a really good team, and I expect Bayern Munich to be even a step up from that, but coming here. So Celtic have got to just get in that first 20 minutes, make sure that they're all feeling good, get a touch of the ball. When they have it, don't give it away in silly positions. Work the ball through the thirds of the pitch if they can. Get their wingers on it, get Maed on it, get a ball up to Adamida. Don't put the ball at risk in areas where they lose a goal early on. That's what I expect, and then as the game goes on, it'll take care of itself.
The noise, as I said, Faddy, is deafening there. Do you think the Celtic fans come full-time whistle, will be in good spirits? Will they be celebrating a famous night there?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's building up to be that, Kenny, and I hope that is the case. I don't know why. I just get a feeling Celtic are going to perform tonight and they're going to get something out of the game.
Tom English, how do you see this one going? Here we are. He'll bring us all crashing back down.
Look, I think Bayern Munich are going to win the game because they're a better team. but I would fully hope and expect Celtic to make it very, very difficult for them. And if the stars are aligned and Celtic are everything they can be, maybe it's a draw. But they're up against a stellar team tonight.
Yeah, you just feel the start is key tonight, particularly this game with the occasion, Tom, don't you?
Yeah, it's huge. They need to get off to a very steady start, but that's just part of it. You know, they need to be intense all the way through. The discipline, no silly mistakes, no silly opportunities given away to any of the front four, because they're going to get punished. You know, this is different level stuff now. Celtic, this is what makes this game so intoxicating, because there's no margin for error against a team like this.
On a night like this, Pat, speaking of the early stages of the game, the first touch, that just feels like extra important tonight, doesn't it, to get the confidence going early on?
Yeah, you know, listen, from a goalkeeper also, I'm thinking about Casper Schmeichel out there. You want to get a good touch. You want to get into the game. You don't want to go through 5-10 minutes and not almost touch the ball or so on. So for all the players around the pitch getting on the ball, and Celtic will do that anyway because they pass the ball. You know, there's no player there that will not be involved in the game from the off, and that's a critical thing for me, is that the guy in the ball needs options. It's the movement off the ball that makes Celtic tick for me, and if they do it and do it well, and of course the guy on the ball needs to be able to pass the ball, see the pass, and they've got to have good control on that, but it's that movement makes it easier for the guy in the ball.
Let's take a wee bit of this, shall we? It's always extra special. This is a huge game for Celtic tonight. The mighty Bayern Munich are in town, but Celtic are in very, very good form. Brendan Rodgers saying at his media conference yesterday, it's just important to stay in the tie. Return leg next Tuesday evening. Full coverage on sports, and as ever, we're on air from 6 o'clock. You can see the Celtic fans and the Bayern fans here tonight. They are loving this experience. The lights are on there. It's in darkness most of Celtic Park. Just the odd light going round the crowd there, and the noise, the tension, the atmosphere really, really building. It's a big, big night on Sports Sound on BBC Radio Scotland. Celtic fans with the scarves above their heads. One of the scarves just read there, Jota back home in paradise. Will he have a big part to play from the bench tonight? We can see the players in the tunnel, the goalkeepers just exchanging there, a wee laugh, shaking hands. Callum McGregor, similar to the way Scott Brown used to be there, leading his team out, fully focused, looking at no one, all these mascots there. What an incredible experience for them tonight. The players are about to come out at Celtic Park. Could Celtic record what would be a really famous victory at home tonight as they bid to reach the last 16 of the Champions League? European nights on Sports Sound don't get much bigger than this. It's Celtic against Bayern Munich in the Champions League with Pat Bonner, James McFadden and Alistair Lamont.
Thanks very much, Kenny. You took the words right out of my mouth. It really doesn't get much bigger or better than this in Scottish football in terms. Champions League knockout football back at Celtic Park for the first time in 12 years. Celtic have rediscovered their mojo on the European stage, and this has become something of a fortress once more. Will it hold firm this evening against the stiffest opposition to visit so far this campaign? A packed house with about 3,000 or thereabouts Bayern Munich fans away to our right hand side. They've been pretty noisy, but as you'd imagine have been drowned out just in the last 10 minutes or so by the Celtic fans. And just listen to that roar. Something extremely special is in the air. Let's see it can transform into a result on the park for Celtic that does give them a chance going into the second leg in 6 days' time out in the Allianz Arena in Munich. It's a formidable task for Celtic, but at their best it is one that they could live up to. We're used to being a phenomenal atmosphere inside here, particularly on Champions League nights, but it's just gone up a notch this evening, it feels, as the players go down the line and exchange handshakes with the referees and their opposite numbers. Celtic in their green and white hoops, white shorts and white socks. Kasper Schmeichel all in yellow makes his way across to the goal to our left hand side, and Bayern Munich get the training tops off, and it's a change kit for them, mainly black, pretty much all black, the entire outfit, as the two sides line up for the team photos, and everyone just anxious for the action to get underway. And it just feels like an occasion unlike any other, as Callum McGregor and Manuel Neuer come together on the halfway line with the Spanish officials and go through the coin toss and the usual rigmarole. Manuel Neuer, 38 years of age, still an absolute colossus in the Bayern goal. Retired now from international football after the Euros, just like his opposite number, Callum McGregor, the Celtic captain, once again wearing the armband tonight. This is 103rd European appearance for the club. As I mentioned earlier, his only Champions League goal came the last time the sides met back in October 2017, a 2-1 defeat here. And Celtic go into the huddle. Celtic have never beaten Bayern in the 4 meetings between the two sides. This would be not a bad time to change that. Jamal Musiala puts the ball on the centre spot as Celtic break out the huddle. We are ready to rock here at Celtic Park. Fabulous occasion, brilliant atmosphere, and let's hope for a game to match. I'm sure it will, as Leroy Sané then stands on the centre spot, preparing to get us underway. Bayern will go from right to left as the Spanish referee signals the start. It's all the way back to Manuel Neuer, who launches it through the middle looking for Harry Kane. It comes off the head of Callum McGregor, and it's back now with Greg Taylor. Big night for Celtic as Rio Hatate plays it infield and finds Arne Engels, who slips away from his marker and out to Nicholas Kuhn, the German, up against his countrymen, his former side. Dances in from the right hand side, opens up, he's got it! What a start for Celtic! It's unbelievable!
Offside, offside, offside!
Gone. Oh, the flag is up! The flag is up! This stadium went absolutely crazy, but it's been silenced by the flag. Let's see what VAR have to say. Nicholas Kuhn certainly wasn't offside. Perhaps it went through a leg or two in the 6-yard box as it beat Manuel Neuer. Oh, what an occasion that would have been had that goal stood, and it might yet.
No, I think he's offside. Looking at the replay here, I think he's on the wrong side of the defender, and he's in Manuel Neuer's probably line. That's what it was. But it was good play, great play from Celtic, all the way from Greg Taylor in the left back position, working and changing the play across this side to Kuhn, up against a 1v1 situation. Good run from Johnson.
The goal does not stand.
And then he cuts inside, and the space just opened up for him, and he let fly. And listen, it would have been a tremendous start, but it gives him hope.
There's not much in that, James.
No, well, he did go to follow in as Kuhn cuts in on his left foot, and he is trying to get out the way, but it goes through his legs, which is right in front of Neuer. Listen, Neuer's not saving it anyway for me. It's a brilliant start from Celtic, albeit, the goal doesn't count. But as Packy says, the football, Bayern win it, they go kick off, they go long, Celtic win it back. Positive pass for Greg Taylor, brilliant pass from Hatate, same with Engels.
There's a chance at the other end, but Taylor gets it back to Schmeichel. Oh, that would have been such an incredible start to the game had that stood. And from what I've seen of the replay and James's screen, looks like it was only maybe half a yard in it. But
half
did come
a yard.
through a few bodies.
That's it. A half a yard doesn't really matter, and I think just because of his position more than anything else, he was called offside. If he was out of the line of Neuer, I think that would have been a goal.
Yeah, I agree. I think because look, he is trying to get out of the way, it goes through his legs. I think Upamecano actually gets a touch on it as it comes in, but he's right in front of the goalkeeper. As I said, I don't think it has an impact, but because he is right in front of the goalkeeper, then I could totally understand why the goal doesn't stand. But a great start, great confidence booster for Celtic.
Here's Elise Sani pick it up, coming in from the left-hand side, slips it in field. It's Leimer out to Elise, right-hand side of the box, coming in like Nicolas Kuhn on the left foot, gets the shot off, it's blocked, breaks out to the right-hand side. Leimer goes for goal, it's over the top, the offside flag is up in any case, and Celtic will have a free kick inside their own box. What a breathless start to this game. 3 minutes in, Celtic 0, Bayern 0.
Yeah, you can see Bayern also when they pick up the ball, the speed of those two wide guys. Sani on this left-hand side, Musele coming short, getting on the ball, and then of course the full-backs getting high up the pitch to create the problem for Celtic.
Back with Neuer now. Upamecano at the edge of his own box, out to the right hand side to Leimer. Usually I think he prefers to play as a centre midfielder, but like Kimmich before him, he's had to move back to right back for the benefit of the team. Just at the moment a couple of other options have been injured, and so Leimer starts there this evening, as he has done for most of the Champions League games. Here he is coming up to the halfway line. Maida going back with him. Right hand side as Bayern come forward, looking to settle here in this raucous atmosphere. I'm sure they're used to similar on their travels elsewhere, but nonetheless, when 57,000 fans or thereabouts are baying against you, it can't be the most pleasant experience. But here's Leimer coming forward as Bayern look to open the scoring, but it's a poor pass from him, and Johnston picks up and knocks out to the right hand side to Kuhn. Kuhn having to go back the way towards his own goal line, stays cool, flips it down the right wing, can't link with Johnston, no, it'll be picked up in the middle of the park there by Goretzka, who I don't think, judging by the social media comments I was reading when I saw the predicted lineups and he was in it, I don't think he's the favourite necessarily of all the Bayern fans these days. Pavlovic, I think, would have been a preferred option in there, but they've got a massive game at the weekend against Bayer Leverkusen, the reigning champions of course at the moment in Germany, but Bayern with an 8-point lead over them at the top of the league right now. As Hatate knocks it out of play over on the far side. We've played 5 minutes, Bayern just sweeping into the game after a lightning start by Celtic, and the goal chopped off after just 30 seconds from Nicolas Kuhn for an offside against Adam Ida.
Yeah, this is where Bayern Munich now, they just keep the ball, they pass it, they wait for the moment, and Celtic have got a team that's just chasing, and the movement, you'll see the movement.
Leimer right hand side, back to Kimmich, and he goes further back, just inside the Celtic half as Upamecano plays it square to the England international Eric Dyer. And then forward by Guerrero, he's dispossessed though by Engels. Good challenge from him, gets it back to Johnston, and now Carter Vickers back to Schmeichel, and then out to Trusty, the American, on his left hand side. Taylor into the feet of Callum McGregor. Good possession this from Celtic, and down the left flank he goes for Maida. Good first touch, comes in field away from a couple of players, and a poor pass picked up by Goretzka. Kane gets it back to the German international, out to the right hand side for Elise, attacking the Celtic penalty area, right hand side. Back it goes to Kimmich once more. Celtic getting bodies behind the ball. Out it comes to Elise, right hand side of the penalty area. Into the box he comes now, a couple of step overs. Tries to get it into the box, comes off Trusty and behind for a corner. 6.5 played, Celtic 0, Bayern 0.
That was really good play from Celtic, you know, leading up to that attack from Bayern. When it goes out to Maeda, cuts inside, he's trying to lay it off. I think it was Hatate that was in support, has to hold his position, and Maeda just needs to keep a hold of the ball a little bit. But then Bayern showing, you know, that threat in the counter-attack, the speed which Pat was speaking about, and it's going to be one of those nights for Celtic. They have to make sure they use the ball very, very well when they get on it.
Elise with a corner kick then, right hand side, left footer, in swinger, incoming, right into that 6-yard box. It was Alistair Johnston, I think, who got the head to it as it's cleared away, but Elise will pick up once more, right hand side, and try and get it back into the box. It comes off the head of Ida that time. Johnston again gets his head to it, comes to Upamecano at the edge of the box, but he can only knock it over the crossbar, and Celtic will have the goal kick. 7.5 played, goalless here at Celtic Park.
Watching Bayern, Leimer is playing in that right back area, but he's stepping into midfield, and when he does that, he's allowed to go wherever he wants. Kimmich just realises, right, step in, hold your position. So it's another problem. We spoke about Harry Kane drifting. I don't think we were expecting the fullback to drift so much, but it's just another problem for Celtic to have, and they're going to have to do a lot of defending, get through this spell, try and get a touch of the ball, because Bayern in control at the minute.
Yeah, they've certainly been dominating possession since that early scare, and here's Guerrero coming forward from left back up towards the edge of the penalty area, just leaves it for Zani. Back now with Kimmich, edge of the box, just clips it to the far post, looking for Elise. Well won by Greg Taylor before it got to the Frenchman, and Maida tries to knock it upfield and then just slices it out of play. It's a throw into Bayern Munich, deep in Celtic territory. 8.5 on the clock, no goals.
Yeah, it's difficult for Celtic to get control of the game, isn't it? They can't get on the ball, and apart from that little spell at the very start when they took almost Bayern Munich by surprise, but so far in this game it's been Bayern that's been dictating the play.
Taylor trying to put pressure on Elise. He's won it. Elise wanted a free kick, doesn't get it, and Hatate picks up just inside Bayern half. Back the way goes to Trusty. Square now for Cameron Carter-Vickers. Baseball cap Vincent Kompany just down below is at the edge of his technical area as McGregor clips it forward, looking for Maida into the penalty area. Dyer nods it down and Neuer dives upon it to keep it in play, and we'll restart play quickly by rolling it out to the former Tottenham man Eric Dyer. Out to the left hand side it comes to Guerrero, the Portuguese international fullback.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a night where maybe Celtic are going to have to play in the counter-attack and been really decisive when they won the ball, rather than having lots of possession and moving the ball around as Bayern is doing that. But when they won the ball, then that's when they have to really get into the areas that might hurt Bayern Munich.
But they can do it. Just a minute ago when it comes up to Ida, Carter-Vickers normally we're going to midfield, it's straight into the feet of Adam Ida. His touch is really good, goes to McGregor, who then attempts to pass in behind, and if Ida can get those positions and take care of his touch, then it's definitely an outlet for Celtic.
Leimer has it, right hand side for Bayern Munich, back to Kimmich. The two of them, as James was pointing out, kind of interchanging almost between right back and centre mid, as Zani picks up in a dangerous position, slips it through there for Guerrero. Guerrero evades one challenge, but out comes Schmeichel to smother it just on the edge of his 6-yard box. Danger there for a moment for Celtic, but denied by the big Dane.
Yeah, it was clever from Zani there. There was a diagonal pass, I think it might have been from Kimmich, and it was never getting to him, but as soon as he knew that he wasn't getting it, he just dropped off and allowed Johnson to head the ball into his path, and then he came alive.
It's Austin Trusty in possession. Forward it goes to Hatate. Back now with Trusty just about 10 yards inside his own half in field to the captain Callum McGregor. Back with Trusty, still just inside Celtic territory. Out to Hatate, left hand side, and back with Trusty once more as Celtic just look to keep the ball for a spell. Carter-Vickers back to Trusty, his central defensive partner. Two American internationals alongside each other once again as Taylor plays it back to Trusty once more, invites Musiala onto him before playing the ball back to Schmeichel, and then getting it back once more and into the midfield for Hatate, who then goes back to Schmeichel. Celtic just trying to draw Bayern onto them. Cal McGregor, the latest to do that, as he flees it back to Schmeichel once more. He tries to clip it out to the right hand side to Kuhn now. Kuhn losing out to his opposite number 10, Zani, but it's played forward for Ida. Ida's given it straight back to Zani, but back comes Engels to win it for Celtic. Then McGregor gets it to Carter-Vickers, and Johnston just flips it down the line looking for Kuhn. Oh, it's a good challenge there by Dyer. He allowed Kuhn to get wrong side of him, but he wrapped the leg around him and sent it back to his goalkeeper, who sends it out and turned to Leimer, who speeds away from Dyson Maida. Easier said than done, but forward he comes and finds Elise. Back in field to Musiala, very, very dangerous young man, as Lise takes over once more in from that right hand side. Kane feeds it back into him, takes it down on the right thigh, turns inside, Trusty gets a shot off, good save from Schmeichel at his near post to turn it round for a corner. It was good play from Elise, who for some reason, he's taken his top off, but he's taken his Under Armour or thermals off, whatever you want to call it, before he takes this corner kick to Bayern, right hand side, 12 and a half played, 0-0.
There's definitely no thermals, Al, come on. It's a base layer.
Thanks, James, for bringing me up to date with the modern terminology. As Elise anyway prepares to take the corner kick, right hand side, curls it in near post. McGregor meets it at the near post, back out to Elise, and now Kimmich picks up at the edge of the box on the angle. Zani gets it back to Kimmich, just about 35 yards from goal, sends it inside, good ball in, but it's won by Trusty. Musiala picks up 25 yards from goal, thought about the shot, leaves it to Zani instead. Now Kimmich will send it towards the back post once more, where Kane nods it down and then gets it back again, left hand side, booed by the home fans, curls it in, Schmeichel punches away, wasn't taking any chances there as Kane sent it into a dangerous area.
Yeah, it was a good decision, I think, from the goalkeeper, because he's never sure. He had a dive for it, he was never going to catch it at his normal goalkeeper's height.
Forward come Bayern once more. It's Guerrero to the edge of the area for Kane, manages to backheel it to Musiala, but 25 from goal. Celtic get plenty bodies behind the ball, but Leimer picks up and plays it to Elise. Now back with Kimmich, and Elise once more, the French winger, bringing on big signing from Crystal Palace in the summer, sings it to the back post, and good defending, yes indeed, from Alistair Johnston to nod it behind, with Kane lurking at the back post as well as Sani. It will be another corner for Celtic to have to defend, this time on the left hand side as Bayern come forward. 0-0.
Yeah, really dangerous, lovely ball into the back post, just bending away actually from Harry Kane, and allowed Johnston to be able to get to the ball first and get his head, gives away the corner. But Bayern Munich controlling the game, really keeping the ball, moving it really well, waiting for the opening.
Corner kick then to be taken left hand side by Joshua Kimmich, who scored the last time the sides met. That was out in Munich in the 3-0 win. He sends it in near post. Ida was there to stop that one, comes back out to Kimmich, and now Elise also over on the left hand side for the moment. Zani also taking up a position just outside the penalty area, back to Elise, and Zani once more attacks the box this time, tries to get away from Kuhn, plays it short, and then knocked back out to Elise. Guerrero now picks up left hand side just outside the penalty area. Elise once more plays it square for Goretzka, further out to the right hand side to Leimer, and now over on that right hand side Bayern look to try and create something. It's back with Kimmich, midway inside Celtic territory, looking for a way through. From Meccano back to Kimmich. Kimmich again to the French centre back, and he'll play out to the left hand side to Guerrero. It's good possession from Bayern, not hurting Celtic just at the moment. Left hand side is Zani, back to Upamecano. Celtic just trying to close down the spaces, much as the opposition tend to do to them here at Celtic Park, but it's the boot on the other foot just for the moment as Kimmich picks up midway inside the Celtic half. Hatate tries to get close to him, plays it forward for Musiala. Musiala on the angle of the box, right hand side, looking for a way through, surrounded though by Celtic bodies, and has to go back the way to Dyer, who misplaces his pass to Upamecano, and he's forced to backpedal. Gets it back to Dyer, who misplaces another pass. This time it'll be picked up by Maida, who in actual fact just lets it go out for a throw, and ending that lengthy period there of Bayern possession. And it's Celtic just have to be patient, even out of possession, James, when they don't want to trying to be forcing it, trying to win a ball back.
Yeah, absolutely. They're dropping really deep defensive line, midfield defence. Adam Ida's even joining in there, and they have to, because Bayern are just knocking the ball about. They're just probing, waiting for that opportunity. And you look at Musiala, Sane and Elise, they've got the quality to unlock that back line.
Here comes Celtic though. It's Ida out on the left hand side, tracked by Leimer. Looked like it came off Leimer last. The referee has a think and eventually points for a goal kick. I don't think either he nor the assistant on this near side had much of a clue who that came off last, but the benefit of the doubt given to the away side, the defending side, and it's a goal kick that's already taken. 17 played here. Celtic 0, Bayern Munich 0.
Yeah, just Celtic, if they can get a little bit of control of the ball, possession, there is opportunities down the side of the centre halves to get in there. And it was shown again with Adam Ida doing very well to get out into that sort of almost left-hand side, looking at it from Celtic's perspective, and then nearly getting this corner.
Yeah, it's easier said than done. They need to get the ball, but you're right, there's definitely an opportunity for Celtic to exploit that. With Adam Ida, you see him there. Limer we watched run away from Maida, and Ida's just run away from Limer. Okay, ball bounces back off him, that's out for a goal kick, but still have to be threatening that.
Here's Leroy Sané on the halfway line, coming in field away from McGregor. It's a decent ball for Limer as he comes forward, right hand side. Certainly looks to get involved with the attacks. Elise now over on the far side, angle of the box, just waits for Kimmich to come and support. Square ball into the penalty, it's a dangerous one. Kuhn knocks it clear, Engels gets a header further clear, but Bayern in the ascendancy just at the moment, looking for the opening goal. Played 18 minutes. Celtic thought they had the opener inside the first minute of the game, but Nicholas Kuhn's effort was chopped off with Ida in an offside position as the ball went through his legs and away past Manuel Neuer. Bayern flagged offside there. Celtic will get the free kick as Brendan Rodgers calls Nicholas Kuhn over to him just to impart a bit of information as they look to ensure they have a foothold in the game. But 0-0 as it stands.
Yeah, and just takes to give Celtic a little breather at the moment just to see how they can actually, and Brendan's obviously talking to the players to see can they come up with a solution to get more of the ball, which is not easy.
Here comes Engels short to get the ball from Carter Vickers. Now Johnston deep in his own half, and that's a loose bit of control there from Engels. Bayern have it back. But, Johnston steps in and gets it up to Ida, halfway line. Can he try and spin Upamecano here? Upamecano's strong and fast, and he does well, and then he plays a good ball infield to Kimmich to relieve any pressure on the Bayern backline there. That was good defending from Upamecano, and it shows you what Ida's up against here this evening as Kimmich picks it up and goes long this time, looking for Musiala. Carter Vickers just manages to see that back to Kasper Schmeichel, who bowls it out to Engels. He leaves it to McGregor, still deep in his own half. Now Johnston just outside his own penalty area, moves away though from Zani and plays it short to Hatate. Now Trusty, almost 20 on the clock, still no goals as Taylor lifts it long down the left flank for Maida. That's just drifted out of play though before he can bring it under control, and it will be a throw-in to Bayern Munich, who lost 3 of their 4 away games in the league stage, albeit they were visiting the likes of Barcelona in that. Their away form hasn't been by any means perfect on their travels in the Champions League. Here's Eric Dyer at the back for them, plays it short to Goretzka, who's just dropped into the left back position just for the moment, brings it up towards the halfway line and plays it short to Guerrero, the actual left back. He gets it back to Goretzka once more on the halfway line. Slow build up here from the German league leaders, and Sané just tries to bend it round Carter Vickers looking for Kane, but it's too close to Kasper Schmeichel, and he gathers pretty comfortably and plays it out to Trusty, and now it's with Carter Vickers out to the right to Johnston into the feet of Ida on the halfway line, closely watched by Upamecano, back with Engels. He lifts it forward looking for the run of Kuhn, just too much in the pass, and it was always going to go through to Manuel Neuer.
Yeah, just a final long pass, isn't it? You know, 2 or 3 times now they've tried to hit it into a space, has either gone out of play or been too long. Just a little bit more quality in that, but that was really good play there from Adi Edelman.
Yeah, his hold-up play again. He comes to feet, gets a hold of it, lays it off. Nice and simple. It's all he needs to do. There's space there for Celtic to play it, and I think Kuhn actually makes a wrong run. It is overhit the pass. He makes a run inside. I think if he just makes sure it gets up the side, Eric Dyer, he wins that race. But when Celtic get the chance, get into the feet of Ida, he's holding it up well.
Here's Goretzka on the halfway line, closed down by Engels, plays it infield to Upamecano, who finds Zani, who's gone into the centre circle. Now it's Kimmich. There's a lot of fluidity about the Bayern formation. Players exchanging positions as Elise lifts it into the box. Trusty heads clear, and then Taylor gets it to McGregor. McGregor tries to find Maida. He's quickly closed down by Kimmich. Limer can't keep it, but Musiala's nipped it from McGregor, and now it's Kane inside the penalty. A good challenge from Trusty to block the shot from the angle, and then Kane, when it comes back to him, miscontrols it, and it's out of play for a throw into Celtic deep in their own territory, almost at the midway point in the first period, and it's Celtic 0, Bayern Munich 0.
Yeah, there's a couple of slap passes, isn't it, round about the box for Celtic. Allows Kane to get in down that right hand side, but Trusty sliding in, getting the block on, and Kane with the poor touch to see it out for a throw in. But as soon as that happens, Company's out, he's dug out, telling his team to squeeze and not let Celtic out, which they might be here.
Yeah, it could be. Here's Kuhn down the right flank, up against Dyer, who's come across. Now Engels into the box, cuts it back. Ida can't quite get there before Kimmich. It was good backtracking by the midfielder, and it was absolutely vital as well for his side, because it was a good Celtic counter. Not used to playing the counter necessarily, but having to do it tonight, and that's 2 or 3 times they've almost been in behind.
Yeah, just a final ball again, slightly, but listen, it was a good play, and it was good from Schmeichel. He's seen, you know, it was a goal kick, gets the ball away quickly down this right hand side with Johnson and Kuhn. The more you can get Kuhn almost on the ball, then he's got that little bit of pace up against Dyer in this instance, and he can create something.
I think Engels makes a brilliant run just inside, and when it comes to him, I just don't think Ida is aware that he can get it to him.
Here's Kane, left hand side of the penalty area, slips it inside. McGregor's there, the right place, and then Engels, just a loose ball out to this near side, and it's out for a Bayern throw-in, and Celtic don't want to be giving Bayern needless possession in that kind of area. Harry Kane takes the throw, and it's into Guerrero, left hand side here, almost at the byline. Back with Kane on the angle of the box, left hand side. Leads it back the way to Upamecano. Everyone in a Bayern shirt well inside Celtic territory, barring Manuel Neuer. You wouldn't put it past him to get involved at some stage as well. Here's Upamecano, midway inside that Celtic half, plays the ball infield to Kimmich, back to Elise. Goretzka now put under pressure by Engels, but Bayern keep possession. Here's Musiala picking up from Elise, into the box. It's Zani left hand side, and now Guerrero flashes it into the area, all the way through. It goes to Lima now leaving it to Kane. Kane all the way back to Upamecano, but 35 from goal. Bayern were inside the Celtic box there, but have come back the way to the halfway line, and the Celtic fans pleased to see that. And then Greg Taylor's nicked the ball. There's a loose pass, and forward comes Celtic. Taylor looking for options now. Ida gives him a run down that left channel. Across he goes. Dyer with him, left hand side of the box. It's Adam Ida looking for support now, and he just plays it off Michael Elise, and buys his side a throw-in over on that far side. And Celtic doing well, just holding their formation there at the back, forcing Bayern back the way, and eventually stealing possession. And here they are coming forward with Nicholas Kuhn right hand side. 25 on the clock, no goals. Kuhn looking to find the back of the net again, though, having had one chopped off a minute in. You listen to Sports Sound on BBC Radio Scotland, a Champions League night, as Celtic up against the German giants Bayern Munich. It's back with Kasper Schmeichel, goes short to Carter Vickers, and then back again to the Danish goalkeeper on the edge of his box, beaten 7 times by Borussia Dortmund, another huge German side, but I've got to say Bayern Munich even bigger than them, bigger challenge than them. But Celtic holding their own at this stage as Johnston picks up right hand side and comes infield, finds Hatate tries to spin away from Kimmich, finds Trusty left hand side to Taylor, and then back once more to Austin Trusty, who'll play it back again to Schmeichel. Celtic, the main aim is to be in the tie, Brendan Rodgers says, and certainly a draw, if they could hold on for one, would be a very creditable result, but plenty of time to go. They might even fancy a win. That's straight out of play from Taylor looking for Maida, and it's a throw into Bayern Munich.
Yeah, it's a simple pass to him, isn't it? Just a straight pass down the line to him, and he knocks it just out of play, and that's just accuracy.
And it's good possession for Celtic. Okay, it's round about the box, but when it comes to Taylor, that's the time you need to get it right, because he can open up, beat the midfield with the pass to Maida, and he just hits out the park.
Zani trying to free himself from the attentions of Alistair Johnson, who had a hold of his shirt, but no free kick given. Bayern still in possession as Goretzka finds Kimmich in the midfield, out to the right hand side now for Elise. He's up against Maida, who haven't seen too much of in an attacking sense so far. Elise trying to drop the shoulder and get away from him. Leaves it back the way to Lima, and now Kimmich once more right hand side, all the way back to the halfway line to Dyer. Then Goretzka and Kimmich once more back to Dyer. Goretzka comes short for it once more. Inside the centre circle, plays it to his left-hand side to Dyer Upamecano, the French international centre-back. Now it's Guerrero, left-hand side, back in field to Dyer. Hasn't seen all that much action this season. It's just his 13th appearance of the season. Just 4 league starts. But called into action tonight alongside Upamecano, who plays it forward for Musiala, who's been kept quiet in these early stages. Links here with Guerrero out to the left-hand side for Zani infield away from Kuhn. Engels trying to match him up now, puts the challenge in, but Zani keeps hold of the ball, plays it back to Dyer, inside the centre circle out to Leimer, right-hand side, just nudges it back to Kimmich.
It's the opposite side when Celtic are pressing the ball and trying to stay with the player on the ball. It's the opposite side that they've got to get tuned into, because they are so quickly will transfer that ball into a space and you don't think there's any danger, and suddenly they're in between the lines, and that's Engels, Hatate. Those guys need to be switched on.
Bayern still have it halfway line. It's Upamecano to his left to Goretzka. Goretzka allowed to come forward, not closed down. Now Kuhn comes forward to face him. Musiala is dropped deep again, just plays it short to Upamecano. Now Dyer for Kimmich, looking to orchestrate things in the centre of the park, as he so often does. The 30-year-old, talk of him leaving the club, though he's out of contract in the summer, and he will be available on a free, and there's no end of big teams like Man City and Liverpool have already been linked with him, and the chance to pick the likes of Kimmich up on a free transfer will be of great interest to some of these European giants. Celtic have picked up the ball though. Maida for McGregor, lovely little pass in for Engels. Backtracking there is Zani, who's done well against Engels. There's a chance to break there, but Engels couldn't keep it. Credit to Zani, but Engels, I would imagine you've got to expect him to do a bit better in those situations.
How quickly though does Zani close him down there? Speed and pace, and knew exactly what he had to do. And Engels, he needs to be aware of that from now on in, because he will get closed down. But he was in a great position to pick and pass.
It was great play from Celtic. One touch passing. Comes to Engels. I think it's just great recovery from Zani. He's absolutely electric, and it's tough then to maintain that momentum.
A nice layoff from Kane to Musiala, into the box he goes, just loses control of it at the last, and Trustee is able to see that to Schmeichel. First time we've seen the number 10 linking up with Kane there, Musiala and Kane linking, but just the control letting Musiala down. But he's certainly a player of vast talents.
Yeah, Lucy, Musiala and Zani, real quality in that area, and then are linking with their pace and an ability to link up so well with Kane.
Carter Vickers has it almost on his own goal line here, pressed by Zani, because the pass off to Johnston, who plays it forward to Kuhn, who's loose with his pass in a dangerous area, and Bayern have picked up. It's Zani just outside the box, a Bayern player down, but play continues as Kimmich finds Elise on the edge of the box on the right hand side. Back with Kimmich, it was Guerrero who was down. He's picked himself back up to pick up possession here from Zani. It's Musiala, actually, I tell a lie, who's on the ground, and he's played the ball back in field, and now it's Dyer midway inside the Celtic half. We've played half an hour, it's still 0-0, but Bayern dominating possession. Very few opposition teams do that here at Celtic Park, but Bayern certainly managing to do so. Musiala just managing to keep it from Kuhn at the edge of the box, and here's a chance for Zani, but Schmeichel comes out and just smothers inside his 6-yard box. Zani couldn't find the finishing touch, and it remains Celtic 0, Bayern 0.
It's just electric speed. Zani and Musiala coming off the left hand side. Musiala plays it inside, and it's just flicked round the corner first time. Both of them lining up to get it, they just can't get it under control. But it's when they change that tempo, and just before, when it comes up to Nicholas Kuhn, spoke about it, I think it was a Bruges game, where he takes a touch back and invites the pressure, tries to play a clever pass inside. On this occasion, just back in, let the defender know you're there and take control of the situation.
There's Elise up to the edge of the box. Now Leimer takes over, back into Elise, claims for offside, nothing given, breaks to the edge of the box for Kimmich, thought about a shot, instead he finds the pass for Zani, stands up to the back post, Kane, brilliant save from Schmeichel, comes back out to Leimer, fluffs his lines. Kimmich now with the opportunity, left-footed shot comes off Musiala, and Hatate knocks it away. There's an offside flag up, but what a save from Kasper Schmeichel to deny Harry Kane.
Brilliant save, and that's what you need to, your goalkeeper on a night like this, to perform.
Really, really good save. Somebody was obviously I think he might have been in an offside position, Harry Kane. I'm just looking at it, and I think it's been called, but it was called very late actually by VAR, I would say, probably, or somebody had a word.
They had to wait for the attacking phase to finish, but it's a sitter. It's straight at Schmeichel, and you have to credit him for the save. And it wouldn't have counted anyway because he was offside.
Was it that one? It was definitely offside, not the subsequent attack.
It might have been Elise before it, and when it comes in, Kane's offside.
Oh yeah, see it now. Yeah,
but
he is offside.
He's at the back post. It's a poor header, not like him. But Schmeichel saves it anyway.
Yeah, it wouldn't have counted, but nonetheless, you have to credit Kasper Schmeichel for a great reaction save. And like his opposite number in the Bayern goal, Manuel Neuer, Kasper Schmeichel, now 38 years of age, but still a top keeper. And Celtic.
Yeah, listen, Celtic have got through 20 minutes here with, oh my God.
That's a slack pass from Hatate, but he manages to recover and intercept the subsequent pass from Goretzka there, as Michael Elise picks up and goes back towards his own goal, and then turns away from Maida and comes forward instead. You got 33 minutes on the clock. Paki, and absolutely vital that Celtic don't concede before half time.
Yeah, listen, 33. I'm looking at the wrong thing up on it. Yeah, 33 minutes. So they've got through this period now, and you know, you just wonder whether Bayern will keep up this, because they're controlling the game so well. The movement, the passing, the control. Even Sani, when he looks as if he's going to lose the ball, he gets it back again and keeps Bayern in possession.
Yeah, I think when you look at the two wide players, Elise and Sani, I mean, dribbling's their game. That's what they want to do. They want to take players on, but they're waiting for that moment, drawing players towards them. The gaps are opening up, but Celtic resilient and defending, and I wouldn't say they're delighted to do it, but they're doing it as a team. They're showing discipline. They have to continue that, because Bayern will just keep knocking the ball about, probing side to side, waiting for those little openings where we've seen it on a couple of occasions. There's a pass inside, a square pass, the run diagonal in between full-back and centre-back, and the first time ball over the top that can cause problems.
Bayern have it again. It's Dyer, plays it short to Musiala, who's dropped very deep. He's 10 yards inside the Celtic half, plays it back to Dyer. Now Musiala picks up once more, and now he accelerates away from Hatate down the left hand side and gets a 1-2 there with Guerrero. Now it's Musiala in the kind of area we're used to seeing him. Was he caught there by Johnston once but twice, and eventually the free kick goes Bayern's way, much to the Canadian fullback's dismay, and it'll be a free kick just a yard or so in from the left touchline, but only about 20 or so from the corner flag. And it's a good opportunity this for Kimmich, by the looks of it, to put it into a dangerous area here. Yeah,
he's got good quality, he's got good delivery, and they've got that height. So again, Celtic have got to just defend now. If they can get through this half, this is a critical period, 10 minutes to go to half time, and if they can get through this, then they'll get in at half time, and hopefully then they can settle down, but don't lose anything now leading into it.
Joshua Kimmich then, German midfielder from the left hand side. Plenty of bodies just at the edge of the penalty area in black, looking to get on the end of this. He swings it in onto the penalty spot, more or less, comes all the way through to the back post. Upamecano left it because he thought it was going to be a corner, but in actual fact it's an offside it's been given, and it'll be a free kick to Celtic inside their own penalty area, taken by Kasper Schmeichel. 35 played, Celtic 0, Bayern 0.
Yeah, I think Eric Dyer stands in an offside position. He's the one that gets a head on it, and the flag therefore goes up. But it is, I can only echo what Pat's saying about how crucial this period of time is for Celtic, to make sure they stick to their discipline defensively. Can they get a touch of the ball? Because at times there's been signs where that final pass is maybe missing. If they can get it up, in and around Ida, get the support, they can maybe catch Bayern on the break, but they need to get a touch of the ball.
Can't keep giving it away there. They give it away again. Their own throw-in comes into Hatate, tries to play a kind of a loose ball up in his poor quality.
There's Neuer just clipping it over the head of Adam Ida. There's too much backspin on it though. It made it difficult for Eric Dyer to bring it under control. Zani dispossessed by Johnston, and Celtic pick up, and the home fans urge them forward. Haven't been doing too much attacking over the course of the opening
37 minutes, but they've kept Bayern out, which is just as important, as Carter Vickers finds a tatty, and into the centre of the park it's McGregor for Taylor, and back the way to Trusty, just inside his own half. Goes all the way back though to Schmeichel. Didn't want to force the pass, and you can understand that as Carter Vickers picks up and plays it to the right hand side to Johnston, blocked by Zani, and it's a throw into Celtic, taken by Johnston into the feet of Engels, who knocks it back to McGregor, midway inside his own half, spreads play out to the left hand side. The home fans want a Celtic attack, and it's going to be led by Dyson Maeda down that left, trying to take on Limer, trying to get the ball into the box, which he does. Upamecano manages to get it clear from the near post. Taylor picks up and finds McGregor midway inside the Bayern half. Atati quickly closed down though and dispossessed. Bayern will try and counter. They're going to try and get bodies forward here, and it's Goretzka driving them forward. Now Kane trying to release Zani there, but Carter Vickers steps in and makes the interception very coolly as usual, and now Celtic will try and counter. Atati slips it to Maeda. Celtic have got bodies forward here. Ida needs to hold his run. Maeda couldn't play the pass because Ida had gone offside, and eventually, well, Maeda's done really well to almost win it back from Upamecano, who eventually comes out on top. But that's just so frustrating because Ida, he's got to realise, James, that he's going offside.
Absolutely, it's great play for Celtic again to win the ball back. And Ida, you're right, just hold your run. It's Maeda that's running. You know he's got the speed. Just wait, just be patient. Wait, listen, it's frustrating. He's barely been involved in the game, and understandably, but just hold your run.
Celtic have got it back inside the Bayern half. It's good play from Carter Vickers again. He's gone back to the halfway line to Trusty, square again to Carter Vickers, opens his body out, thinks about the pass to Johnston, but then goes back in field to Trusty. But that was promising just moments ago for Celtic, but Maeda just unable to release Ida there because the striker had gone offside, and I'm sure Maeda had recognised that, as Taylor does find Maeda left hand side. Back to Taylor once more, midway inside Bayern half, 6 minutes until the break. 0-0 it stands. You listen to Sports Sound on BBC Radio Scotland on another massive European night for Celtic. Clip forward there by Kuhn, almost releasing Engels. Loose from Guerreiro, but then also knocked out of play by Celtic. It'll be a Bayern throw-in taken by the Portuguese fullback Guerreiro for Dyer. He's quickly closed down though by Kuhn, who gets it to Ida, right hand side. Ida to the byline, lets it run, and it's it looked like it was going to be a corner kick. Ida certainly thought it was going to be, although I did think he probably could have caught the ball.
He could have caught it.
In.
That was the point. He's obviously made the wrong decision because he thought it was going to be a corner, but he could have got to it, and I think he would have been in a good position then to maybe drive into the box.
I just thought when he left it, he knew it was a corner kick. Guerreiro does get back to him. It looked to me as if it was Guerreiro that pokes it away from Ida.
68% possession Bayern Munich have had in this first period, as Manuel Neuer, left-footed, knocks it up to the halfway line. Carter Vickers, though, on challenge, wins it and flicked on by Engels, nodded down by Dyer. Musiala hasn't had too much change and knocks the ball back the way, and Dyer plays it out to the right-hand side to the Austrian Limer, who played against Scottish opposition fairly regularly. Played both for Leipzig against Celtic in 2018, both for Leipzig against Rangers in the Europa League semi-finals in 2022.
It should have been a corner, just got a chance to see it there. Guerreiro pokes it out, should have been a corner, but it's gone now.
Yeah, poor decision from the assistant, who must have had
And does VAR not commit to those type of things?
No.
No.
It certainly doesn't get involved in the awarding of corners package.
It could lead to a goal, couldn't it?
Upamecano has it at the back for Bayern, but feeds a good ball forward for Lima, right hand side, and now it's Elise taking over into the Celtic half and then spreads play to the left. Wonderful ball for Zani. Zani left hand side of the box, up against Johnston. Can he get it back across goal?
The ball was out.
Run it out, yeah, but Johnston blocked the cross, and it's going to be a corner. The referee in a good position, but looked from our distance certainly that had crossed the byline, but not according to the Spanish referee, and it will be a corner left hand side, and that could prove to be controversial.
There you go. So VAR should be interrupting these situations.
We'd never get home, Pat, if we intervened in everything.
Well, listen,
it looked like it was out.
41 minutes, 4 minutes to go. Again, another huge moment in the game.
Kimmich from the left hand side, corner kick, right footed, preparing to send it into the penalty area. It's a deep one all the way to the back post. It was won by Johnston at the expense of another corner, this time right hand side, as Celtic come under a bit more pressure. They've absorbed everything that's been thrown at them in the opening 42 minutes. It hasn't been backs to the wall by any stretch, but they have been on the back foot more than they usually are here at Celtic Park, as Elise goes out to the right hand side to send this one in. Manuel Neuer is up at the halfway line.
I'm just looking at Kuhn also on the edge of the box. He's got to get goal side of Sani there.
And it comes from Elise. It's another deep one. Oh, Kane's missed another one into the side netting, unmarked at the back post. And although it would have been a tight angle against him, he really has to hit the target there, Harry Kane, for a man of his marksmanship up front. 6 goals in his last 4, 21 and 19 in the league, 6 and 7 in the Champions League. He should have had a couple tonight.
I just wonder if Alistair Johnston, I think it is at the back post, just does enough, and because of its width, it's an in-swinger, maybe just always going away from Harry Kane, but we're used to seeing him hitting the back of the net, that's for sure.
Here he is at the edge of the box trying to get spinned and play the ball to a teammate, but Hatate steps in and releases Engels, and Engels looks long to see if there's a ball on. He has to spin back the way in the end and just keeps possession, probably pretty wisely, from the young Belgian, showing good maturity there beyond his years, as Celtic look to get to half time without any damage to their own scoreline, and potentially in these next 90 seconds or so inflict some on Bayern, as Carter Vickers has it and plays it in field to Callum McGregor. McGregor just keeping things ticking over in the middle of the park, back with Carter Vickers, and then plays it square to Trusty back to his central defensive partner, and finds McGregor. McGregor just forces Carter Vickers to backpedal once more. Here he is just on the edge of his penalty area, and now it's Schmeichel out to the left hand side to Trusty, left of the box, plays it to Taylor down the left for Maida. What on earth has he done there?
But Greg Taylor's got to give him an opportunity. You know, it's the ball's wrapped up almost knee height at him.
It's got to play
just a simple pass, just lay it into his path, and then he's got a pace to come to it.
I just wonder if it was already out for the pass, and it's just a bit of frustration, because there's been a few occasions, definitely 2, where Greg Taylor's had a simple pass, hasn't been able to find Dyson Maida. Maybe it's a little bit of frustration.
I think that's exactly what's happened, Faddy. The throw-in was given roughly in that position, certainly. So Bayern have it in the final minute, the opening 45. Musiala with the dummy for Goretzka. Musiala was fouled off the ball there. The referee says just carry on, you're still in possession. But they're in possession at the back through Upamecano. Looks like it might well be a goalless first period unless there's something special here for Bayern, as Elise picks up, is the break at the ball. What a goal from Michael Elise! He got the benefit of the doubt there from Greg Taylor. The ball broke kindly for him, and he made the absolute most of it as he lashed a left-footed shot from the edge of the box past Kasper Schmeichel. So cruel on Celtic in the final seconds of the first half, but it's Celtic 0, Bayern 1.
We did say critical time. Diagonal ball, he picks it up, and listen, it was a brilliant finish because of the pace and power to beat Kasper Schmeichel, but you cannot allow him to come on the inside there to get a strike away. So, you know, and they are good players. It's a 1v1 situation, just quality on the ball, comes inside and unleashes a tremendous shot, James.
Yeah, I mean, at least the one thing you don't want him to do is to come inside. He does get a little bit of luck. Greg Taylor is caught out a bit with the diagonal. He's running back. It breaks kindly for him, but it's an unbelievable finish. Near post, loads of power on it. Schmeichel absolutely nowhere near it.
And it's the last act of the first period. Celtic so close to going in with the scores level, but a moment of sheer class and magic from the former Crystal Palace man, Michael Elise. We've seen him do it time after time in a Crystal Palace shirt, and he's done it this evening for the 11th time for Bayern Munich. His 11th goal of the season, his 5th in the Champions League, lashing it past Schmeichel with the last bit of action in the first period to make the half-time scoreline in this Champions League playoff round. First leg, Celtic 0, Bayern Munich 1.
Celtic in the Champions League.
Live on Sports Sound from BBC Radio Scotland.
There's no substitute.
On BBC Sounds. From life aboard a Russian submarine to chairman of Hearts Football Club.
At this stage, he was the hero.
But as his controversial decisions escalated,
they said, we're going to sack George. And I'm going, you can't do this.
How did Vladimir Romanov go from Hearts saviour to a wanted man?
It caused a whole load of chaos and havoc.
Romanov, Tsar of Hearts. Listen now on BBC Sounds.
You're listening to Sports Sound on BBC Radio Scotland. So at half-time, right on the stroke of half-time, Celtic 0, Bayern Munich 1. What a fantastic finish from Michael Olise. Elsewhere in the Champions League playoffs tonight, earlier on it finished Club Brugge 2, Atalanta 1, Feyenoord 1, AC Milan 0, Monaco 0, Benfica 0. And in the game in the English Premier League, with round about an hour played there, Everton 1, Liverpool 1. Just looking Tom English at the match stats, 64% possession for Bayern Munich, 2 shots on target for them out of a total of 6 attempts. No attempts on goal for Celtic. It was saying there, just looking at the stats, of course they had that opportunity right in the first minute, the ball in the back of it, a good finish from Nicholas Kuhn, but the right thing to rule that one out, because Ida was interfering with the goalkeeper's line of vision, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, it was pretty clear. It was a hell of a start. 26 seconds I made it when the ball was in the back of the net. I'd say Celtic Park was electrified in that moment. It's a shame, but it was correctly ruled offside, and it's been all Bayern since then. It's just they've taken a monopoly of the ball, but not many great chances. You know, Kane's had a couple of headers. One of them would have been offside. Second one, back post, side netting. Celtic, for the large part, have been defending very, very well. They've given away some sloppy passes, that's for sure, but they're under a lot of pressure. But it's not like they've been bombarded. It's not like Schmeichel has been making saves left, right and centre. It wasn't comfortable for Celtic, but they were okay at 0-0. And then Olise, just a moment of magic, a little bit of a break off Greg Taylor, ball comes back to him, and what a finish. I mean, it's high into the top corner.
He's a quality player. Do you think Greg Taylor could have been slightly better there? Because Olise is top quality. You know, you can't take your eyes off him for a minute. It was a great finish, but could he got a wee bit tighter, or
look,
is that a bit critical?
I think I'd be a bit harsh. The ball has just come off his knee, I think, and back to Olise. Olise's hit it quite quickly. Yeah, I think that would be a bit unfair on Taylor, because the finish is world class.
Yeah, absolutely outstanding. Pat Bonner, what have you made of it?
Yeah, listen, Tom's summed it up perfectly there. You know, Celtic getting off to that almost incredible start as we thought, but then they were on the back foot for a lot of the game. Celtic's final ball, actually, and you know, they're a little bit rushed when they get in. Maybe it's the crowd, maybe it's because they haven't had possession, and suddenly they get a decent possession in a certain area, and then they try something that maybe they could take an extra pass and just settle down, and then the killer pass would come from that. They're almost rushed into their pass, and it hasn't worked for them from that perspective to create anything. But they've defended well, they've worked hard as a group, and sometimes when you're working hard, when you don't have the ball, they're not used to that part of the game, to be honest. Then when you do get the ball, you're almost breathless, you're out of puff, and that then unsettles you a little bit to make that crucial final pass. So I think they'll be really disappointed. Listen, we were saying in commentary all along that last 10 minutes, don't give anything away just before half time, because it's a crucial period. You are getting tired, you know that it's counting down, but you have to got to try your best, do anything but don't give a goal away. Now, it was a brilliant finish, and Tom's right, it comes off Greg Taylor's knee, but still you would expect if it comes off, you need to just maybe get something on it a wee bit more than coming off his knee. But listen, they're up against quality players in that front line of Bayern Munich. You know, Musiala, Sané, brilliant pace, by the way, brilliant pace.
Yeah.
Olise, great pace. So they're quality, and you've got to work really hard. You've got to be top-notch defending to stop them.
Faddy, do you think that the 1-0 scoreline is a fair reflection, or perhaps a bit harsh on Celtic, given, as Tom was saying, they've not had too many clear-cut chances, Bayern?
No, I think you have to say it's fair, because I know they've not had too many clear-cut chances, and look, I know you asked Tom, could Greg Taylor get tighter? I don't think he can. I think that his position is so that he's probably too wide under normal circumstances. I just think Elise gets his luck by taking the touch, his first touch. It's not miscontrolled. He's trying to knock that inside first time because he knows that Greg Taylor's scrambling back the way to catch him off balance. And when you do that as an attacker, you get the breaks. And when he steps inside, Schmeichel's no doubt expecting him to go far post. He whips it near post, top corner, absolutely no chance. And I think that can happen. We were speaking about, as Pat says, Musiala, Sané, Olise, the difference they can make, change of tempo, just even the change of intent where they've got that skill that they will punish you. Celtic have defended brilliantly, I have to say, against the ball, and it must be so tough for them because they've barely had a touch of the ball, and they've got the gaps right. They've defended well, and I wouldn't say they've frustrated Bayern. Bayern have been really patient. They've waited for the opening. They've waited for that switch of play. At times they've played the 1-2s. They've got themselves beyond. Celtic's recovery has been good. I don't think it'd be fair to say that it's harsh on Celtic because you have to recognise the quality that Bayern have at times. But I felt as though they were going to get themselves to half-time level and give themselves a chance to maybe make some tweaks to their attacking intent or to their use of the ball. But Bayern are a quality side. But Celtic have done well up till now.
Pat, what about tactically from a Celtic perspective? Has Brendan Rodgers got this one right in the first 45?
Yeah, listen, they had to defend deep. They had to have a low block, and they all worked well. The distances were quite good. They got across and protected each other from that perspective. So it's a different type of game the Celtic play. Just a counter-attacking. I can see Brendan down on the sideline, and every time there's a goal kick, he'd want them to almost get on with the game quickly to see could they exploit any gaps or any space that's left higher up the pitch. It's not easy that, to be honest, because you want to take a breather and that. But no, overall I think it's a different type of game, and they've done it reasonably well. I'm always worried in European football is when good teams drag you over to one side and you think they're comfortable, and then they switch that ball either across that space, and it's the people on the opposite side really has to be switched on, get their body positions right, make sure they're not sleeping, and that's
I think it was. I think that normally you would say you would be expecting him a bit narrower, but he's alert to the danger. I know, but the goal's the one that makes a difference. I think he is in a good position. I think he scrambles back. At first I'm thinking, can you step up? But I think that Elise timing his runs excellent. Alistair Johnson slightly deeper, so even if he steps up I think he's onside. It's just the quality they showed. I think Celtic have got it right. I think they've looked dangerous, not dangerous enough. But when they've broken that press and they've got up to Ida and they've got the supporting midfielders and they've got the ball in behind, they've got themselves into dangerous situations, just not being able to test the goalkeeper or being able to put the ball in the back of the net. But they need to do it more. Probably too long spells for Bayern when they've had the ball. Celtic have been able to get a touch it. I mean, but then you're looking down, it's last 20 seconds, almost last kick of the half that Bayern go in front with. So if they get into half time, you're looking at that saying, brilliant, great defensive display. Can you just ramp it up a notch when you get the ball? Can you get a bit more of the ball? Maybe get the ball forward into his feet a little bit quicker. But I think overall you would have to say it's been a good enough game plan, executed well. It's just that bit of quality from Elise when it gets into the box and fires into the top corner.
Yeah, right in the stroke of half-time, Tom. Would you say, I mean, it's obviously a different experience for the Celtic players tonight, isn't it, to be defending at home, to be on the back foot, to be on the receiving end of the possession stats. But do you think this is another sign of the maturity that you spoke about earlier on from Celtic and Brendan Rodgers this season in Europe?
Yeah, to a point, yeah, because they haven't capitulated here. It's taken Bayern 45 minutes to score that goal, and it's a bit of a wonder strike that's broken Celtic's defensive rear guard. So that's, I think the concentration levels have been very, very high from Celtic. Discipline levels extremely high. They've made it difficult. Yes, they've had no ball. That's difficult because it's just wave after wave of possession for Bayern. But I think they've coped with it really, really well. I mean, watching the Elise goal here again, when it comes off Taylor, it comes off Olise's shin, and he's kind of lucky because it bounces kindly off his shin.
Yeah.
You know, and just right on that left foot of his. You know, it's perfect. He sets it up perfectly. Accidentally, look. You're
right. Yeah.
It was off his right, was it?
Yeah.
It just comes off him accidentally, but it's perfect. It's just set up perfectly for him to hit it, and boy does he hit it.
Yeah, Schmeichel, no chance of that part.
No chance. And I think, you know, Celtic, they just got to stay in the fight now. You know, it's 1-0. They've got to show a bit of resilience, a bit of dig. It's difficult. They know they need something. They need something from this game, but not kamikaze stuff. I think they just need to be mature about this now.
How do you strike that balance then, Pat? Because you guys were in agreement earlier on that Celtic needed to have an advantage ahead of the second leg in Germany on Tuesday evening. So how do you strike that balance if you're Brendan Rodgers about not capitulating here against a very, very good side, but also giving yourself some hope and trying to get on the score sheet?
Well, listen, we didn't say that they need to be in the lead. We did say if they went with a draw, I think they would have a half chance. What they don't want to go is with a defeat and then the game's over. I think that's what we said. So they have got to get back into the game. That's for sure. I think there will be chances for them. There will be maybe one or two, and then they have to be really clinical. But they've still got to do what they've been doing in the first half and doing it well. As Tom says, they can't go open up now and suddenly then they're wide open and they end up losing the second goal and then they're out of the game. So they have to stay in it for the next 20 minutes, and hopefully then maybe the steam may run out of Bayern Munich a little bit, because they've been working really hard in a different way. Keeping the ball, movement is really, really good. Celtic have been working hard without the ball, which is another part of the game that's really difficult for them. But that's the nature of the beast, and you have to be able to do it. And we've been critical of Celtic in the past where they've been wide open. Tonight they're not wide open, and they've got to keep that discipline. Everybody working really hard. A little bit of luck. The goalkeeper coming up with the big saves when necessary. And then if you get down into the last 10 or 15 minutes of this second half, they might get the chance, and they will make at least one or two chances. He'll be talking to them about the final ball. There's no question. Greg Taylor, because he's not playing as an inverted fullback, he's playing as an orthodox fullback. He's right wide on the line when he gets the ball. So it's a different type of pass than he normally plays. Now his accuracy up the line, whether you bend it up the line or you play it over the top, but that's been failing. He's knocked the ball out of play 2 or 3 times. And Maeda's got to make the movement for him, but he has to deliver.
I don't think that's his position. I just think that he's not done it well enough when he's been in the position. He's a couple where you have said it's come back to you, and I'm nodding my head because you're saying it's a simple pass, and it is, because I know that he's wider and he's not picking up the positions that he normally does, but he can take a touch, open his body and roll that into the feet of Maeda easy. And these are the small things that you have to get right. And Kenny, I know we spoke about it before. It's not an advantage Celtic need. They need to be in it. They still need to be in the tie. And if that means a draw and going, and we know how unlikely it seems that you can go away and win in Munich, but as long as you've got a bit of something to cling on to. Celtic have shown throughout this campaign, even the Dortmund game, they can hit back. They can get themselves back level. They can get themselves back in the game. And they just have to do what they're doing just a little bit better, particularly when they have the ball.
What do you guys think then in terms of changes that the manager will be looking at in the second period? We're seeing the substitutes warming up there, including, of course, Jota. You should expect him to play a part.
Only in probably the last 20 minutes if they're still in this game.
Right.
I don't see him changing it now. He'll keep the players on. Now, they will run out of steam, there's no doubt, because they've worked really, really hard. He might make a change in midfield. And just get a little bit more energy and there. That's about it. But as far as the shape is concerned, I don't think he wants to change it.
Yeah, he won't be looking to make changes right now. I wouldn't have thought. I think we'll see Jota at some point. It's another game to get him up to speed. And look, it's tiring. It's hard work. They've not had a lot of the ball. They've had to shuffle across. They've had to close the gaps up, and they've had to do a lot of defending, a lot of running. So I think changes will come, but I don't think he'll be desperate to make them.
Right, we can see the players in the tunnel. The second half about to get underway. This is a big 45 minutes, you feel, for Celtic ahead of the second leg in Munich next Tuesday evening. Full coverage on Sportsound from 6 o'clock. So let's get back to our commentary team. Celtic against Bayern Munich with Pat Bonner, James McFadden and Alistair Lamont.
Thanks again, Kenny. Bayern Munich just re-emerging from the tunnel as Celtic follow them. Callum McGregor leading the home side out for the second period, and just trying to see, it doesn't look like there are going to be any immediate changes for either side. You'd imagine Vincent Kompany will be very pleased to have got that breakthrough just before the interval, with his side having dominated without completely having Celtic under the cosh, but it does make it a more awkward task for Celtic in the second period, having to come out a little bit to look for at least an equaliser to take to Germany in a few days' time. So it will be Celtic to get us back underway. They'll go from right to left as we look at it from the centre of the main stand in this second half. Arne Engels is the man poised to kick us off once more, and a real blow to Celtic, losing such a late first half goal when they looked like they'd done sufficient hard work. So we're back underway. Engels back to McGregor, and then Johnston for Carter Vickers. Bayern Munich no doubt will be looking for more goals to put the tie to bed, and that means they can concentrate fully on the weekend's task away to Bayer Leverkusen. With the second leg perhaps a foregone conclusion, Celtic looking to ensure that doesn't take place as Bayern pick up possession, and it's Musiala feeding it forward for Kane, and now Elise, the goal scorer, out to Leimer, edge of the box on the right hand side, knocks it back to Elise once more, can't afford to allow him a shot at goal. It's Kimmich who tries, but straight at Schmeichel from about 22 yards from the German midfielder, and it's Bayern though starting as they mean to continue. Celtic looking to play out. McGregor's got himself into trouble. He's given up to Musiala just inside the box, left hand side. Can Musiala find a pass? Plays it off a Celtic player, and it's behind for a corner. Just a minute in, Bayern have the first corner of the second half. Celtic 0, Bayern 1.
Early on, they're causing their own problems. Celtic, they're either in a rush to play it forward, or they're taking risky passes. I think that Bayern have started this second half with an intent to try and up the tempo of the game. I think for Celtic, as difficult as it will be for them, because they're so used to playing fast, is they need to try and take the sting out of the game a little bit. They have to try and take the tempo of the game.
Kimmich then from the left hand side, the right footer, looking to swing this one into the danger area. It's right on top of Schmeichel, but the referee had just blown his whistle moments before the ball was sent in, and Trusty's gone down inside the 6 yard box. Not clear what happened to him, but it will be retaken once the referee has sorted things out inside the 6 yard box.
There were a bit of grappling at the back. I think it was Dyer, and they were trying to find their space, and I think he's knocked Trusty over. Whether there'll be any issue for Dyer, but certainly he's down on the ground, and Dyer was all standing on his own for that corner.
James, you're looking at the picture slightly behind time.
Yeah.
Did you see anything amiss?
No, the cameraman was on Trusty and Dyer just until the incident, then he moved just before it happened, so I haven't seen what's happened yet. He's certainly uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's strange. It looks like his knee's trying to just flex there to...
Oh, nothing's happened. He's just went to change direction, planted his right foot. It's not contact with Dyer, and his foot's sprung up off the floor. It's back on his feet now.
Yeah, did look a bit uncomfortable, but that wasn't what the referee obviously stopped the game for. That happened just fractionally after that. But anyway, here comes the retaken corner then from the left hand side. Kimmich preparing to swing it in again, and it's away by Johnston. It was a couple of Bayern players making a run to attack that, and Johnston made a really vital intervention, but it's still Bayern attacking, and it's Zani on the right foot, and it almost squeezes into the bottom corner, but it's wide off deflection, and it will be another corner for Bayern Munich. Celtic having to fight a rear guard action in the opening minutes of this second period. 48 on the clock, and it's still 1-0.
I don't know whether it was a save from Schmeichel or it took a deflection.
I think the deflection took it beyond, but just before that, it's brilliant from Johnston because he's picking up Harry Kane, who's peeled to the back post, and he recognises the danger, steps into the middle of the box to clear it.
Kane's completely alone at the back post as the corner comes in. It is Kane! There's the second goal. Why, oh why, was Harry Kane completely unmarked at the back post? We could see it from here. Surely the Celtic defenders could see it, but Harry Kane, the world's deadliest marksman more or less, has fired Bayern Munich in with a shot completely unmarked from the corner. And Celtic have an uphill battle now. It's Celtic 0, Bayern Munich 2.
Yeah, well, I'm looking, sorry James, I'm looking at Johnson and Carter Vickers kind of almost pointing to each other. One of them has got to take him. He's free at the back post, nobody picking him up whatsoever. So somebody had to be delegated to pick him up.
It's how they've lined up. Kane's been stood at the back for most of them just on his own. On this occasion, there's 3 players there, 4 players. Johnston has been on him and actually been touch tight with him up until this point. The 4 of them line up in line with the back post. The 3 players make a run. Harry Kane stays where he is. Johnston gets caught in no man's land. Kane's free, and it's a nice finish from on the left foot in the volley. Yeah, it's a good finish, but Celtic defensively will not be happy with that. 29 goals though for the season, 7 in the Champions League for Harry Kane. His statistics and records just continue to go from strength to strength. It's a different setup for Bayern, but I don't know why Celtic changed. They just go man for man. Dyer makes a run, Trusty's on him. Johnston gets drawn to him as well. When normally he's been on Kane and he's defended that situation brilliantly up until this point.
Kimmick's given it away though to Kuhn in the middle of the park, and Celtic come forward on the counter. Goretzka does enough to stop them for the moment, but Johnston gets it back to Kuhn, right hand side. Celtic need a goal back. It's Engels, right hand side, cuts it back. Hatate with a chance. Oh, he rather scarfs it. Hatate from 16 yards. You'd have backed him. He was completely unmarked. It was cut back brilliantly to him, but he couldn't get it on target. Does come off a Bayern boot to go wide for a corner, but it wasn't going on target in any case from Hatate, and still 2-0 Bayern.
Yeah, good run from Engels, and then had the vision to pick out Hatate at the edge of the box. It's just gone a little bit behind him, and he was not really coming on to it to keep it on target.
Corner from the right hand side. Engels, a good delivery. Upamecano gets his head to it. Elise kills it with a brilliant touch at the edge of the box, but then runs into trouble in the shape of Hatate, and now Trusty will pick up possession left hand side, tries to play it beyond Elise, knocks it off him for a throw in to Celtic. 2-0 they trail now. Goals late in the first half and early in the second to put Celtic in a really tricky position.
They'll have to show a bit of character now, Celtic. Once you go to lose a goal right on half-time and then one right at the start of the second half is not what you want, but they'll have to show character. They'll have to stay in this game somehow.
Just got a chance to see Hatate's chance there back. It's great play. Kuhn and Engels down the right hand side. Engels, everyone makes a run across towards the goal, and he cuts it back. Hatate, I think, is in a good position. He's the one that leans to his left as he hits it. I think he needs to try and get over it. It's a great pick out from Engels though.
52 minutes played then, Celtic trailing by 2-0 at the start of this second half as Engels knocks it forward for Ida out to Kuhn, right hand side. Celtic looking to get back into the game. Kuhn into the penalty area up against Upamecano, who's been absolutely solid this evening, and he's on his side a free kick, although there's a Celtic player going down at the edge of the penalty area, but it is a free kick to Bayern. I mean, we're used to seeing Carter Vickers kind of strolling through games looking so commanding, but Dio Upamecano has been a different level almost even to him this evening.
Yeah, he's physically strong, he's an intelligent player, he's quick enough also. Sometimes there's a rush of blood, that's the only thing. I think it took him a while to settle into this Bayern team and maybe to step up to that level, but no, listen, he is quality.
It was Arne Engels who was down, but he's back on his feet and back ready to
defend the free kick, as Adam Ida's getting a bit of a talking to from the referee about something. Eric Dyer also being brought to the referee, so I'm guessing it's about the two of them tangling with each other at some stage, although now Manuel Neuer is getting involved, and perhaps there's something going on that we're unaware with. It's potentially a VAR check for a penalty. There's nothing being announced, certainly in the big screens as you usually get, but there is something being replayed here. So it's the Harry Kane goal that's being replayed, but there's certainly something being checked by the Spanish VAR, which gives me a chance to remind you of his name. Carlos del Cerro Grande, as his colleague on the park, Jesus Gil Manzano, waits for instructions.
My word.
I wonder if it, because as Kuhn cuts inside, I think Engels is flagged offside, but I'm sure if Upamecano fouls him, so they'll have to obviously check the offside to see if he is offside, and if he's not, then it's a foul.
Okay, well, the delay goes on as VAR continue to look at the incident.
It must be close. It must be a tight decision.
Yeah, well, hopefully get
an incredible delay, isn't
decision
it?
soon. Yeah, it's a lengthy one, this one. It's better to get it right than rush it, I suppose, which has always been the decision. He's going to come across and have a look at it, the referee. He comes to the monitor. This could be good news for Celtic.
Yeah, but we don't know what he's looking at. Is it a penalty? Is it maybe an involvement between the two players? Is it a penalty check?
Penalty check, but it can't be the offside then, because that's if he's onside, then it's a foul, isn't it?
Yeah. So Dayot Upamecano could be penalised here, and this could be a way back into the game. His challenger Arne Engels, Arne Engels might himself get the opportunity here if Jesus Gil Manzano decides that this should.
So he has to check it because the offside is onside.
Yeah.
And it's down to the referee to decide whether it's a foul. The VAR can't tell him it's a foul. He has to check that for himself.
Yeah, but he didn't give it at the time, did he?
That's why he needs to check it, because they can't say it's a penalty. They need to send them to say, have a look, we think there's a penalty here that you've... Yeah. He's not missed because the offside flag was given.
Yeah, well, he's having a good old look at it. The Spanish referee is Bayern wait anxiously to see if they are going to face a penalty kick here. You're having a look at it now, James.
Yeah, Upamecano steps in Engels' foot. It should be a penalty kick.
It's a long check, though, isn't it? Oh, my word.
Should be a penalty. I don't know why he's looking so long at it.
So Upamecano has the ball initially and then stands on Engels' boot while he has control of the ball. So here he comes, the referee. He's making the monitor sign. And no penalty.
No penalty. Wow. Wow, there you go.
Well, Celtic thought they had a way back into the game there, and the home fans on learning that decision. Brendan Rodgers also checking that with the fourth official.
Now you can understand why it's taking so long. We're getting a chance to see it. Upamecano goes with his left foot and takes a touch inside. Engels is going for the ball. Upamecano gets a touch on the ball and is going to plant his foot to push off. Engels puts his foot under Upamecano's foot, and the referee deems that Upamecano has the ball under control.
And do you agree, or do you think it should have been a penalty?
Well, there's an angle where you're behind it and you can see that Upamecano looks like he's in control of the ball. He takes a touch, he doesn't poke it away then step on Engels. He takes a touch inside with the inside of his boot, and then he steps on Engels. So I think that probably is the right decision. On first viewing I thought it was a penalty kick, but I mean, we have seen them given.
It was a long delay, but ultimately the decision from the officials does not go Celtic's way, unfortunately, and so still they trail by 2-0 with 58 minutes on the clock. And Hatate gets it back to Austin Trusty, who plays it back to Kasper Schmeichel. Goals coming either side of half time.
From one angle that looks like a Stonewall penalty.
Yeah, listen, It's not normally that the VAR pulls a referee over and the referee almost goes with his normal, or he didn't even make a decision, and so that's interesting.
He sticks with his non-decision.
Good.
Here's Johnston out to the right-hand side for Kuhn, but Celtic perhaps can take some positivity from that move that led to the penalty check, as Johnston this time can't quite find a teammate inside the penalty area, but Kuhn picks up from the clearance, central area, lifts it in. Dyer gets his head to it and picked up by Leimer, closed down by Maida, and Leimer has to turn back the way to Upamecano, who clears from just outside his penalty area up to the halfway line. Trusty heads it forward, but straight to Kimmich, and then Goretzka heads it back to Manuel Neuer, the Bayern captain, who immediately bowls out to the left-hand side.
Yeah, there was a situation there again where Kuhn comes on the inside and wasn't on to play. I know he's trying something, but it wasn't on, and he doesn't execute that sort of forward pass to give the ball away a little bit.
Just VAR put out the official decision. It's the Bayern Munich player played the ball in a fair manner before the contact between the players, James, which is kind of what you were saying.
Yeah, look, I think from one of the angles it looks like it's a penalty, but from the one behind what the referee probably looked at the most, it looks like he has control of the ball. He takes a touch inside, steps on Engels' foot after he takes his touch. I mean, you'd like to see a penalty, but it's probably the right decision.
Yeah. Well, that's an hour gone, and Celtic trailed by 2-0, as I was saying. Goals coming either side of half-time. Michael Elise with a wonder strike in the final seconds of the first period, and then Harry Kane on the volley from an early second-half corner, as Callum McGregor, though, picks up a loose pass from Goretzka in the middle of the park and gets it back to Trusty on the halfway line. Now Engels, still inside the centre circle, goes back the way to Carter Vickers and plays it square to Trusty inside his own half. Just to the left to Taylor, and then back once more to Trusty. Celtic need to, at least you would feel, get a goal back to take to Munich. If they go there 2 goals down, you would have to feel it's a forlorn task, but maybe even if they can reduce the deficit to just 1 going out there.
Got to get movement up front, guys. They're passing the ball, they're moving the ball, and they've got, that's it, Maeda, give him a chance. Yeah.
Clipped up to him now, he flicks it on towards Ida. Ida gets the first touch to it and finds Maida once more. He's trying to test the pace of Leimer, who must be electric, because he got in front of Maida and stayed in front of him and gets it back to his goalkeeper, who clears up to the halfway line. So maybe that's one of the reasons Conrad Leimer is in that right back role tonight, because Vincent Kompany knew how fast Maida was. Celtic fans not happy that Callum McGregor was penalised for a pull in the jersey there of Musiala. That's a free kick to Bayern Munich, and that's quickly taken back to Upamecano. We've played 61.5 minutes. Celtic 0, Bayern Munich 2 in the first leg of the Champions League knockout playoff round, looking to get into the last 16, both these sides. But certainly Bayern Munich looking favourites to do so, as Jota is about to get stripped and come on for almost half an hour. Well, it will be probably over half an hour by the time injury time is taken into consideration. Here's Kane left hand side, looking to lose Engels. He's done well, Kane, initially. The challenge comes in from Alistair Johnston, plays it off Kane, and then on his side the throw in, but it's quickly taken deep inside his own half. Plays it to McGregor and then back to Johnston. Carter Vickers now to Schmeichel. Schmeichel keeps it moving to the left to Trusty. Trusty brings it out of the penalty area and then plays it forward to Maida. Maida with a beautiful little flick for Taylor. Back comes Elise. Taylor has to check back inside. He knew he didn't have the pace to get away from Elise there, and the crowd a little bit disappointed that he didn't even try, and the momentum slightly goes out of the move, but it's still moving positively for Celtic. Out to Kuhn now, right hand side.
Yeah, but he kept the ball. That was the most important thing. He could try something there, and I know he didn't have the pace, and maybe the fans are frustrated because they're 2-0 down, but at least he kept it and they were able to work the ball across the other side.
Well, I think that you're looking for the maybe pinpoint to find Ida, but I still think when he steps inside he can play it forward to a midfielder, not forward and beyond the back line, but into a positive position.
Here's Engels into the box, Upamecano, good clearance from him, and out for a corner. Ida was lurking inside the 6-yard box.
Yeah, that was a great ball. That was a great ball, and really good defending. from the big centre half. He had to get total control of his body movements there to get that ball away, because it was coming in with pace.
Yeah, we've seen them sliced into their own goal before, but not by Upamecano. Celtic, I think, pondering taking this. Here's the corner kick, taken from the right hand side by Engels. It's well defended. Zani trying to get something on it. It was a handball by Zani. He was claiming for a free kick his way, but it was Celtic who have been given it. Kimmich wrestling the ball off McGregor, but it is a Celtic free kick. The changes are going to be made. There's a double one coming from Bayern Munich, as Zani's going to be replaced by Coman.
More pace.
Yeah, exactly. And the other change for them is Elise being replaced by Gnabry, so it's changes on the flanks. And Jota is coming on for Ida, which means that you would imagine Dyson Maeda through the middle, Jota taking his place on the left flank.
I would anticipate that, yeah, you're absolutely right, but that's still two, from Bayern Munich's point of view, two absolute quality players coming on.
What do you make of in fact there's another change, Greg Taylor is coming off to be replaced by Jeffrey Schlupp. So a double change for both sides, but an injection of freshness and further pace, as you say, Paki, from Bayern Munich, who perhaps aren't happy just with the 2 goals.
Well, I think Celtic have come into the game a little bit in the last sort of almost 10 minutes. They've been and Bayern Munich has just lost maybe the control of the game slightly, so maybe that's why he's made them decisions. But from Celtic's perspective, yeah, listen, obvious change with Greg Taylor going off, but Jota now coming on to see if he can make an impact with Maeda through the middle.
Celtic take the free kick back the way, as McGregor now though finds Engels right hand side, midway inside. The Bayern having a lovely ball for Kuhn, right hand side, looks to square it, and there's a Bayern body in the way, and it's knocked out of play over on the far side. Throw in quickly taken. Celtic feel that they do have a bit of momentum, as Paki says. 65 played, 2-0 they trail, but it's Kuhn on the right hand side, just finds himself a bit of space, hangs it up to the back post, but that's meat and drink for Manuel Neuer. Clutches that one inside his 6-yard box, and then just takes his time. 25 minutes to play here. His side lead by 2-0. What do you make of the Celtic changes, James?
Yeah, well, I think that, you spoke about Lima and the pace and matching Maeda, but in a little stretch after it, I was wondering whether Brendan Rodgers will maybe hold off, but Jota's just a different prospect. He'll take the ball, it's important to get him on the ball, and Schlupp, he's more attack minded. Celtic have looked, as Engels just kicks the ball out of the park, to have more intent to attack, which obviously they have to. They're 2-0 down, but they've looked better for it.
Upamecano back to Neuer, taking a bit of a chance, closed down by Maeda, and just thumps it up field. Manuel Neuer is certainly a goalkeeper who does take a chance from time to time, normally gets away with it, as Serge Gnabry gets his first touch of the ball and plays it infield, and now it's Guerrero on the halfway line. Coman playing on the left, Gnabry on the right. Coman came on to score in the final Champions League game against Slovan Bratislava, but he's also a man who scored previously against Celtic, as Guerrero flicks it on looking for Kane, but it's cleared by Trusty. You listen to Sports Sound on BBC Radio Scotland, bringing you the Champions League action tonight, and indeed again next Tuesday in the second leg. We just hope that there's a contest out there. Celtic have something to play for when they make the journey. That game on Tuesday evening. 2-0 they trail though tonight, as Upamecano plays it square to Dyer, and now picked up by Goretzka. And for all the fact that I mentioned the Bayern fans didn't necessarily want him in the team, he's had a good game as Kane plays it out to the right hand side. Gnabry's early ball in's a poor one though, in front of Musiala, too far in front of him, and eventually all the way behind for a goal kick. We've played 67.5 minutes. It's Celtic 0, Bayern Munich 2.
Yeah, it's a poor ball from Gnabry. It's good play from Bayern Munich. Comes to Kane, plays it to Gnabry, who's beyond the back line. I think he needs to take a touch. Goes to play it first time, it just comes off his foot and starts to bend away and towards that back post and out for a goal kick, but it was an opportunity for them.
Neuer has it just outside his penalty area, looks to go long, but he's misjudged that one, and Johnston will
gather possession deep in his own half. Just about a quarter of the game to go then. Celtic trailing by 2-0 as they look to try and make the last 16 for the first time in 12 years, when they were beaten 5-0 in aggregate by Juve. And against another giant this evening. They've had a tough time of it. As Harry Kane blocks the ball forward from Trusty, and it's out of play for a throw-in taken by Sloop on his first Champions League outing, as it's into Gnabry now. Musiala for Coman. Was there a handball in there by someone? It's Coman who tries to lay it off there for Kimmich, but he's off with his pass, and Jota picks up and finds Maida, but he's well matched by Upamecano. Engels can't find a teammate in the middle of the park, and Bayern pick up once more as Upamecano will just roll that back to his goalkeeper at the edge of his penalty area, Manuel Neuer. Then back out to the right hand side. Leimer brings it down on the chest, goes down by Jota, but Gnabry's also there to help him out, and it's back with Upamecano. It's a slightly dangerous pass, but Goretzka got there first ahead of Maida, and then Kimmich just helps it back to Manuel Neuer. Out to the left hand side it goes. Guerrero nods it down to Dyer. Dyer clips it up towards his former Spurs teammate Harry Kane, who's bundled to the ground there by Trusty, and it'll be a free kick to Bayern Munich about 25 yards inside their own half. 70 minutes almost on the clock. Still Celtic 0, Bayern Munich 2.
Yeah, nothing wrong with letting them know you're there. That's for sure, especially when he's in his own half.
Free kick taken out to this near side, but Sloop is there to cut it out. As Bayern again look to build from the back. It's Upamecano, just touches it back to Dyer on the edge of his own penalty area, to the left for Goretzka, and then Guerrero on the left hand side up towards Coman. In field it goes to Musiala. Hasn't quite sparkled this evening. Celtic have dealt with him pretty well for the most part, but still time for him to get involved once more. Everton have got a late equaliser here. Didn't even realise they were trailing, to be honest, but that will make James McFadden happier.
I knew they were trailing. I checked the score a minute ago and it was still 2-1, so giving up on it. Shame on me.
98th minute by the sounds of it, as Musiala tries to make me eat my words here by dancing through a couple of challenges and finding Coman left hand side, plays it back in, up goes Kane, beaten by Trusty, comes to Gnabry, goes for goal, stopped by Schmeichel, in comes Kimmich, he's denied by Sloop, and Gnabry will pick up almost on the goal line right hand side. Another good stop from Schmeichel as a player down. It's Kimmich inside the penalty area. Bayern just knock it out of play to allow him to get a bit of treatment, but again Schmeichel has to be alert there.
Yeah, it was a good save, and then it comes, and obviously it was a block tackle. There was nothing in it from a penalty perspective. I think he maybe went down and stayed down, hoping that the referee might call something, but that's not the case. But Schmeichel again, alert, making the save with his feet.
I think that's a brilliant save, because it's going through his legs as well. He manages to shut them quick. How often do you see a goalkeeper that can't move their feet and it goes through the legs? That's an excellent save. Gnabry coming off the right hand side, firing it with his left foot through bodies, as you say. Looks like it's going to find the back of the net, and Schmeichel manages to keep it out.
Well, Celtic thought they weren't going to give the ball back to Bayern there, but Jota eventually just plays it to Upamecano just inside his own half, and it's all the way back to Manuel Neuer. There is another change coming for Celtic momentarily, but the ball still in play as Kane picks up on the halfway line and plays it back to Goretzka. Out to the left hand side now for Guerrero, and now Coman, French winger, comes back in field to Goretzka. It's going to be Yang to come on.
Yeah, Bayern Munich back in control of the game, aren't they? You know, they made the changes, but now it's about them trying to finish Celtic off and kind of managing the game, but also waiting to get a big opportunity. Celtic just need to get the momentum going here again.
Will it be Yang for Kuhn, would you imagine?
Yeah, it has to be.
Hatate gets it back to McGregor. 17 minutes left of the 90 plus stoppage time. Celtic trailing by 2-0 as the ball's played back to Neuer. Maida's there ahead of him. Maida with a chance from a tight angle. Oh, so close, but he couldn't get the angles correct. It's still in play. He went round Manuel Neuer with a short back pass, but he couldn't get it on target, and it drifted all the way past the back post. But Celtic still coming, is behind for a corner. Good challenge by Laimer on Jota there. Maida so alert as usual.
Yeah, he was unlucky, wasn't he? Yeah, you know, and that's what he gives you. He gives you that closing down to real pace. And Neuer caught out, and he got in behind him. It's just such an acute angle that it was either going to be brilliant or just a miss.
The closing down is brilliant. I think that's where you say that he's maybe not a natural striker, because I know it's a tight angle, and I'm not saying it's a bad miss or he should score, but we see it where strikers go round the goalkeeper, they just instinctively know where the goal is, and they're able to find it even from the tight angles.
Corners dealt with, but Sloop picks up for Celtic and will send it back in towards the back post, looking for Trustees, beaten to it by Laimer, then headed away by Kimmich, picked up by Johnston about 30 yards from goal, closed down quickly and he's lost it to Musiala. Johnston trying to win it back from him, and he's done so, and it's Jota picking up left hand side of the box, leaves it back now for Kuhn. Is this his last act? Can't thread the pass where he might have just flashed a shot at goal. Neuer again closed down by Maida, manages to get it half clear. Neuer knows he's got to be on his toes with Maida about, that's for sure, but Bayern have worked it clear, and Coman finds Kane, who's in a deep area, plays it infield. Good play from Harry Kane, and now it's Kimmich out to this near side, the Bayern right. Musiala brings it forward, just nudges it on for Gnabry, midway inside the Celtic half. Right hand side is Bayern attack, just take the pace out of the game just for the moment as Kimmich goes back the way to Dyer, just inside his own half. Yang still waits to come on, waiting for another break in play. Laimer about 10 yards inside his own territory. Kimmich forced back the way. Upamecano now, right hand side. Celtic getting bodies forward to make it more difficult for Bayern to play out from the back, but Upamecano just scoops it forward for Harry Kane, who's midway inside his own half, and he in turn finds a pass to Guerrero left hand side, and further to the left is Coman, now attacking Alistair Johnston up towards the angle of the box on the left, comes in fields. Guerrero still in support. Here he is, the Portuguese fullback. Back in field to Musiala now. Musiala turns Sloop one way then the other. Still he has it, Musiala. Good footwork from him. Pokes it back to Guerrero, left hand side of the box. Across comes Johnston. Back now with Goretzka. Bayern know that they are in control. They don't need to force the issue. As Upamecano now plays it short to Gnabry. Quickly closed down by Carter Vickers, but Bayern keep the ball, and it's Kimmich for Dyer. On the halfway line is Upamecano, right hand side. Laimer wants it. Here he is, the Austrian. Comes away from Jota, plays it off Hatate. Out of play for a throw in, and that'll allow Yang to come on. And the board is, can't really make out what the board's saying, I'm pretty sure it's Nicholas Kuhn's number. And there'll be a straight swap on that right flank. A chance for Yang to try and have an influence on this game. Well, Nicholas Kuhn almost had Celtic off to the best possible start. Ball in the back of the net inside 30 seconds. But unfortunately for him, Adamida was in the way of Manuel Neuer and in an offside position as the ball flashed past them both. And that goal was chopped off, and since then Bayern have scored twice, and that's how things stand. Celtic 0, Bayern 2 with just under 15 to play. It's Alistair Johnston on the edge of his own box for Yang. Forward ball is not a good one though. Goretzka easily able to cut it out. Goretzka's just gone about things in a very methodical, calm manner in the middle of the park, breaking things up whenever there's any threat from Celtic, and he's in a good game.
Yeah, and he hasn't given the ball away, that's for sure. Listen, all of them, if you look at Musiala and Harry Kane dropping deep, totally aware of what's around about him and able to then just keep the ball flowing, never gives it away.
It's going to be our first appearance of the season here for Hiroki Ito, the Japanese centre-back for Bayern Munich. He hasn't actually a debut because he's signed and then picked up an injury in pre-season and hasn't even been in the squad until tonight. But here he is replacing Rafael Guerrero with just over 12 minutes of the 90 remaining. He'll move across there to that left back position, so the Japanese defender coming on for the closing stages here at Celtic Park. 2-0 his side leads as Johnston clips it forward for Maida, and now Engels back in field to Maida, bringing it forward down the right hand side, and now it's Yang taking over. Yang comes in field, away from a couple of challenges, or at least he tried to get away from Goretzka, who made the sliding challenge. Breaks out to the right hand side. Engels tries to get it into the box, breaks off a Bayern player for a corner, right hand side. Celtic need a goal back, you feel?
Yeah, they do. Engels makes those runs brilliantly, doesn't he? From inside that midfield position, just to the right channel, inside channel.
And here he is about to take the corner kick from the right. Can Celtic get a goal back and give themselves a fighting chance going across to Munich in 6 days' time? The corner's not entirely dealt with. It is in, and it's Yang who's turned it in at the near post. Bayern made a mess of dealing with the corner, and Yang was just able to spin and pivot and knock it in with the right foot. And it's Celtic 1, Bayern Munich 2. There is life in this tie after all.
Well. You didn't really expect it to come from that corner because it was almost hit into the front post. Bayern Munich failed to get a good contact on it. The ball's got up in the air and it's just robbed down for Yang then just to almost get his toe to it. I don't know what Schmeichel was doing, whether he was going for it and it's sort of gone past him. We're going to have a look at it here.
Johnson gets the first contact. Yang drops to Yang, he puts it towards goal. Maida ran away as if he potentially get the final touch. Yeah, it's Maida.
Is it?
It's a Maida header. Yang fires it down into the ground and Maida just nods it home from about 2 yards out.
Oh, they're checking this one.
Oh, not again.
What's this for? Could it be for offside? Don't think it's going to be offside. Dyson Maida then with the final touch. A 22nd goal of the season for Dyson Maida. In the right place at the right time.
Well, listen, this gives them real hope now. And, they're going into the last period of the game here now. And this is when the crowd gets them going. They just got to play also. Don't get carried away. Don't go gung-ho totally. And they end up losing another one. But just if they'll get another chance. I can tell you that now.
Well, Dyson Maida was just a couple of yards out when he got that crucial final touch with the Yang shot at the near post to divert it home. And here comes Celtic once more. Out comes Neuer, he's missed it, but Leimer digs him out of a hole as Jota was poised to knock it into the net. And listen to Celtic Park now. What a ball it is.
It's a great ball, but that's what I'm saying about Neuer. In the old days, he would have been out like a flash to cut that. He's just a little bit short.
By the way, if he misses it, I think Jota's putting in the back of the net. I think he stops a goal there.
I know he does, but he was lucky too. Let's face it, James. You come all the way out there and you don't collect it.
Here's Yang out to the right hand side. Engels, now Johnson at the byline, cuts it back. Yang, Hatate on the left foot, blocked on its way through and behind for a Celtic corner. And Celtic Park is rocking right now.
Just listen to this place in here. Great play again down the right hand side. And there's so many bodies in front that they can't get a clear shot at it. But Celtic are really ramping up the pressure now.
They sure are. And another corner from the right hand side. This is the scenario from which they scored just a couple of moments ago. Engels on that right hand side, right footed, near post ball. Again it causes confusion. This time though Bayern scramble it clear. Slips the furthest man back for Celtic of the outfield players. Just plays it short to McGregor. Out to the right for Engels. Bayern are the team just kind of swaying on their feet just at the moment as Johnston, they play it off Harry Kane. No, the last touch came off Alistair Johnston. Will be a goal kick with 8 minutes to play. Celtic 1, Bayern Munich 2.
Just getting a chance to see it was Hatate with the shot. It's high and off the back of the Bayern defender. Couldn't see who it was, but they're starting to get a bit of belief in this place now, and you can see it on the pitch as well. A little bit of energy boost for Celtic, a little bit of belief.
Manuel Neuer out to this near side to Serge Gnabry, and back with Upamecano. He just feeds it forward down the right, looking for Leimer. Knocked out a play by Jeffrey Schlupp. And a throw into Bayern Munich right in front of Vincent Kompany's dugout. Back the way it goes to Upamecano, closed down quickly by Maida, ever willing. And further back to Neuer, who sent it out to the left-hand side to Ito. Now it's Dyer. Dyer just outside his own penalty area. Bayern Munich would take a 2-1 right now, take this back to Munich as Coleman tries to get the better of Johnston, but his touch was heavy and it was all the way through to Kasper Schmeichel. Got 7 to play plus stoppage time. Celtic 1, Bayern Munich 2. Picked up by Johnston just outside the penalty area is Carter Vickers. Game just slowing down momentarily as Hatate then plays it infield to McGregor. Engels gets the break of the ball in the middle of the park. Might have been a handball, but play allowed to continue as Jota gets it left hand side. Back comes Harry Kane with him, but Jota has got the better of him, sends it into the box. Upamecano heads clear as far as Johnston, right hand side, just slips that to Hatate up at the angle of the box. Johnston takes over once more, stands up in that penalty area. Up goes Jota, comes back to Schlupp, he hits it goalwards. Gnabry was in the way, comes back to Trusty about 30 from goal. McGregor back to Trusty and McGregor once more picks up out to the left hand side for Schlupp. Celtic looking for an equaliser. It's a good ball into the back post, but nicked away by Upamecano out to that left hand side, and Coman's kept it in. And then was he fouled by Yang? No, the assistant had a good view of that, so it's a throw into Celtic, which has already been taken. McGregor gets it to Hatate, edge of the box, there's Jota, scoops it well over the top. Poor effort there from the Portuguese in the end, but the Celtic fans, they believe again. 84 played, Celtic 1, Bayern 2.
It's a fantastic response from them, I've got to say. You know, I thought that they wouldn't be able to get up to that level after being out of the game for so long at times, but let's fair play to them, they're really good. I think Bayern going through the middle has actually really helped them, because he has put so much pressure on every time the ball goes back to Neuer, and that's forcing Neuer to kick long.
Yeah, I think Yang's come on and been positive as well. Jota obviously brings a different dynamic, because he wants to take the ball, he wants to go at Laimer and commit him. But Celtic have really turned the screw here, trying to get that equaliser, and they do look dangerous, playing with loads of energy and intent to go and get that equaliser.
Here's Harry Kane just inside his own half, goes back the way to Dyer. Dyer infield, good ball for Kimmich, just approaching the halfway line out to the right hand side to Konrad Laimer. Celtic certainly do not want to allow Bayern to open up a 2-goal lead again to take across to Germany for the second leg, but Celtic have tidied things up at the back, and it's Schmeichel out to the right hand side. No Celtic player out there, but Maida of course will go and close down and almost wins it, and then he catches Goretzka, I think it was, on the halfway line. Maida, who was obviously red carded late on against Young Boys and missed Aston Villa and was meant to miss this one, but the appeal was successful, and he's back, and he's been a big figure in this one as Bayern are about to bring on that wily old campaigner Thomas Müller for the final few moments, and he'll replace Jamal Musiala. So it's the young pretender coming off, Thomas Müller.
Yeah, he's just going on to try and be clever and settle the game down and manage the game out here. You can see why Vincent Kompany has made that decision, and maybe try and pick a pass, which he normally does.
Well, it's his 736th Bayern Munich appearance. He is out of contract at the end of the season, 35 now, unclear whether he's going to be at the club beyond this season, but what a servant he has been for Bayern and indeed Germany, as the ball's played off Coman out on that far side and out for a goal kick to Celtic. We've played 86, almost 87 minutes here. There's going to be a good chunk of added on time because of the delay for the penalty, potential penalty award that went against Celtic in the end. So Celtic still have a good bit of time to try and find an equaliser. What they don't want to do in that time is concede again, and they're on the back foot just at the moment, although Maida again closing down Upamecano. Left hand side, it's Ito forward for Coman, coming back and infield, and it's Kimmich picking up possession, moves away from Maida, short ball to Coman, now back with Dyer for Upamecano, just inside his own half, lifts it forward, looking for Gnabry. Gnabry tries to touch it beyond Schlupp. Schlupp's wise to that and nods it out of play. There'll be a Bayern throw in about 30 yards, maybe a bit less, from the corner flag on their right hand side. 2-1 Bayern lead as Müller gets his first touch, back with Laimer on the right, back the way to Kimmich. He comes infield to Goretzka. Goretzka moves back to the halfway line to Upamecano, and further back to Dyer now, just about midway inside his own half. Plays the ball out to the left hand side to Ito for Coman, just inside Celtic territory. It's a short pass back to Ito, but he does just enough to keep a hold of possession. And now Dyer back to Neuer. Neuer feeds it forward up towards Kane. He was sandwiched there, he goes down holding his head. Referee's got to stop the game, which he does, to allow potential treatment here for Harry Kane. Not sure it was a foul, I don't think it was actually, but he did go down holding his head, and so there will be time for the Bayern medics to come on. We've played 88.5 minutes at Celtic Park in this Champions League knockout playoff round, and Celtic 1, Bayern Munich 2.
I'll look back in this game and I'll say the 2 goals. First goal, yes, great finish, right on half-time, and they'll look then at a set piece, which you've got to defend better than that. And overall then, you've got to say, well, we did the job, and then we went and we tried to get back into the game, which they did, and they had chances in that second half, there's no doubt about it. So I think the performance has been really good tonight against a top-class team. What do you think, James?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that, that obviously you're always disappointed when you lose the goals, and I think it's slightly fortunate in the way that it bounces into the path of Elise. It's an unbelievable finish. Without doubt, the second goal is one where Celtic defended those situations very, very well all evening until that moment, and you can't allow Harry Kane time and space at the back post, and the response from going 2 behind, getting themselves a goal back, pushing and pushing and pushing for that equaliser. I think they can take a lot of heart from this performance. Still a bit to go, still a chance potentially to get themselves level and come away with a draw, which would be a fantastic result.
Yeah, it would be phenomenal, particularly having been 2-0 down, but even 2-1 they would probably take that, having been the 2 goals down at one stage. But they're coming forward down the right hand side. The fourth official just about to show us that there are 7 minutes to be added on here at the end, which we are into right now. And here's Johnston out to the right hand side for Yang attacking into the penalty area. It's Johnston with an opportunity. Good save, Manuel Neuer at his near post, powerfully hit by the Canadian, but a good stop from the German keeper, and it remains Celtic 1, Bayern 2, corner Celtic.
It's great play. Yang down the right hand side. Engels makes that run again, passes it back into the path of Johnston. I wonder if he could have squared it to Maida at the back post. Can't blame him for taking a shot, but Maida looked as if he was in space there.
Engels then from the right hand side with the corner kick here into injury time. We are met at the near post by a Bayern head. It comes to McGregor at the edge of the box, and he'll get it back out to Engels on the right hand side, closed down by Kimmich, but it's McGregor once more. He just dinks it in towards the back post. IO for Meccano, and Manuel Neuer almost getting themselves in trouble, and it's glanced behind by the French defender for another corner, this time left hand side, to be taken by Engels again as he trots over. Jota thought about the quick one, but it's Engels who's coming across to deliver. He's got such fantastic technique. Can he bring about Celtic equaliser here into stoppage time?
Just looking at that save there from now, if it's a little bit higher, he's kind of almost gone to ground nearly, and that he just able to get his 2 hands to it.
And it comes from Engels, left hand side. Again, it's causing problems. It's not clear. Carter Vickers can't force it goalwards though, and eventually Bayern get it out of the penalty area. But not convincing defending Bayern from the set pieces, you'd have to say, particularly in this second half. They played almost a couple of minutes of the 7 to be added on as Hatate picks up midway inside his own half. Carter Vickers out to the right to his captain Callum McGregor. Forward it goes to Yang, who has made a positive difference, and then McGregor just loses control of it, and it's out of play for a throw-in over on the far side, more or less on the halfway line. Bayern will have the throw-in. 2-1 they lead with 5 minutes of stoppage time to play.
Yeah, listen, James has mentioned Yang coming on. He has actually done really well tonight. That's the best I've seen him, making an impact coming off the bench. He's lively, he's working hard, and he's almost, when he gets the ball, he's a little bit of a threat.
Well, he's certainly hugely involved in the goal that Celtic got back. Turning a goal might well have ended up in the back of the net without Maida's touch, but he certainly made sure of it for a 22nd goal of the season as Manuel Neuer collects the ball inside his penalty area and launches it over the halfway line. It's over McGregor. Kane flicks it on, looking for Müller. Trust is there. Beaten in the jump though by Kane. Schlupp helps out and gets it forward to Jota. Upamecano's there before Maida, and then Kimmich out to the right hand side for Gnabry. Gnabry, little flick back in field to Kimmich, who's closed down by Hatate. 3 minutes gone in stoppage time. Celtic 1, Bayern 2 as Limer picks up right hand side. Jota close to him, back in field to Kimmich, who goes back the way to Dyer and then out to the left hand side, which Ito will collect and waves Coman away further down that left flank. Here is Coman now, closed down by Johnston, forced back the way, and Dyer has to go back to Upamecano. 2-1 the German league leaders lead here at Celtic Park. As Serge Gnabry gets it from Kimmich, comes back in field away from Jota. It's a loose ball forward by Goretzka, but it comes off the backside of Engels and out for a throw into Bayern Munich.
Celtic just need to get a hold of the ball, haven't they, with this last couple of minutes to see can they create something. Obviously Bayern is just trying to manage the game out, keeping the ball.
Throw-in flicked on by Muller, but Celtic have it back, and it's Schlupp just helps it forward. Upamecano lets it bounce and then heads it back to Manuel Neuer and gets enough power on the header to take it back to his keeper, despite the pressure being put on him by Dyson Maida, who, despite the fact that he wasn't really expected to play tonight because of a suspension, he's run and not stopped running throughout the 94 minutes that we've had already. 3 to play here at Celtic Park. It's a throw in to Celtic on the right hand side, midway inside their own half. Can they carve out one final opportunity to get the equaliser and go across to Bavaria on level terms and set up a grandstand second leg out there next week? That'll be live with us here on Sportsound on BBC Radio Scotland. As Schmeichel plays it short to Hatate, he just drops a shoulder and moves away from Gnabry. Now it's Schlupp taking up the mantle. He's fouled there by Goretzka just on the halfway line. Really should be a yellow card, but the Celtic are so keen to get the game back underway, the referee almost doesn't bother. But anyway, Celtic have possession inside the centre circle. A couple of minutes left for them to find a leveller as Hatate gets it square to Carter Vickers, out to the right hand side to Yang, about 20 yards inside Bayern half. Back with Carter Vickers and then square to Trusty.
Got to get that ball out to Jota, he's desperate for it here. Schlupp is closed off, he doesn't see him.
Trusty has it midway inside his own half. Schlupp out to him once more. Jota does want it. You're right, Packy. Here he is picking up possession and up against Limer. It's a poor flick back to him from Engels. It was never going to have the purchase on it to get there, as Kimmich is almost outfoxed by the referee there, but does manage to get the pass out to Ito left hand side, and now Coman. 2-1 Bayern lead, looking for a third in the dying stages, just as he got the opening goal in the dying stages in the first half. But Celtic have won it back in the edge of their own box, and Schlupp gets out to Jota once more, left hand side. Closed down though by Limer, plays it off Gnabry. It will be a Celtic free kick though for the attentions of Limer on Jota. We're inside the final minute. Yes, James?
They haven't had as much control, Bayern, have they?
No,
I mean, they're going long, they're forcing it. Celtic trying to build that pressure, not able to get that chance. There's still time left to get that one chance they would need, but it's definitely been much better from Celtic.
Engels giving chase to the Jota ball forward, but Upamecano read it and plays it forward down the line. 30 seconds of the 7 minutes that were added on. Schlupp, the ball in field. Hatate able to nod that down to Trusty, but Celtic want it up the other end if they're to get that one final chance. Carter Vickers at the edge of his own penalty area to Johnston, right hand side. Yang comes short to collect it, and he's fouled by Ito. There'll be a free kick to Celtic, still about 20 yards inside their own half. It's taken quickly down the right by Johnston. Maida goes and causes problems for Dyer. It's off Dyer, out for a throw and over on the far side, but the referee says that's it. It is full time at Celtic Park. Well, it's not quite the result they wanted. Celtic put absolutely everything into that, and they have kept the tie alive, you feel, with that goal back in 78 minutes as Yang's shot was turned into the net by Dyson Maida to reduce the arrears from 2-0 to 2-1 after Bayern had scored either side of half-time. Michael Elise with a fabulous finish in first half stoppage time, and then Harry Kane within 4 minutes of the restart volleying in at the back post when he was left completely unmarked from Joshua Kimmich's corner kick. to give Celtic a mountain to climb, but they began that climb in the second period. They might have had a penalty after a long VAR check, but that was eventually dismissed. But eventually they did get the goal back when that Maida one was turned in to reduce it to 2-1. They could not get the equaliser, but they are still in the tie, going across to Munich in a week's time. It finishes at Celtic Park on another marvellous Champions League occasion. Celtic 1, Bayern Munich 2.
Celtic in the Champions League.
Live on Sports Sound from BBC Radio Scotland.
There's no substitute.
Yes, as Al said, there another very special night in Europe at Celtic Park there. Brendan Rodgers just congratulating his players, shaking hands with the match officials there. It was a terrific game, wasn't it, Tom English? You're alongside me in the studio. We've thoroughly enjoyed it, and I felt a really strong finish from Celtic.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, when they go 2-0 down, you think they could be in a bit of trouble here, especially early in the second half. But their performance from them was excellent. I think they got a lovely balance. And I know Bayern would have maybe switched off a bit. They did. But Celtic had a lovely balance of being concentrated at the back, but increasingly threatening going forward. They get the goal back, which talks the resilience point that we spoke about before the match. They have a self-belief in their team. They look convincing. Yes, they've lost the first leg. Yes, they're almost certainly going out, but they've given themselves a shot. It's a remote shot, but they've given themselves a chance. And I think that performance, again, I think it adds another layer to Celtic's, kind of conviction in Europe. They look like a team that has matured a little bit, in fact, a lot. And they've given this team a game tonight. I know it's at home, but they've given Bayern a game. And I think they were energetic, and I think they shot a lot of bottle tonight, Celtic.
Tom, let's just chat through the key incidents then. The opening goal from Michael Olise right in the stroke of half-time. Nothing at all that Kasper Schmeichel could have done about it. It was just a terrific finish, Mike. A fantastic player.
Yeah, it was just a world-class finish. He gets a bit lucky. The ball breaks kindly for him off Greg Taylor and then off his own leg. And it just rolls into his path. But his finish from there is stupendous. It's top corner with incredible pace and a bit of swerve, and there's nothing Kasper Schmeichel can do about that.
You called it at half-time. We were having a wee chat just when the second half started. 4 minutes into the second half, Harry Kane got himself in the score sheet, but Celtic will be really disappointed with the defending there.
Yeah, I made the really wild prediction that Harry Kane was going to score a goal. I mean, I don't know where I came up with that one from.
Well, they had a bad miss in the first half at the back post.
Yeah. They left him alone at the back post. One of the best goal scorers in the world. They left him alone, and he's finished with aplomb. Sickner, they must have felt sickened. They must have thought, what are we doing? They put so much into the game before that. They just lost the goal just before the end of the first half. Then they leave Kane all alone from a corner, and he's put it in the back of the net. That was a kick to the solar plexus for them. But they didn't again talk to resilience and character. They dug in. That could have become 3 and 4 very easily.
And there was, of course, the penalty shout. They took a long time to look at that, and Fadi called it correctly because the defender definitely put his foot on top of Engels' foot, but the two different angles told two very different stories. So from one angle, the first one that we saw, it looked as if it should have been a penalty. Then there was another angle that showed clearly the defender just got a touch for his foot.
Yeah, Upamecano, he gets the ball, he clears it, and I can't. I mean, if you give him a penalty for that, it's a pretty depressing lookout. I don't think it was a penalty, and I don't think many people would argue with any conviction. Unless you've got green tinted specs, that was a penalty.
Tyson Maeda got them back in. We spoke a lot about him before the game. We were joined with the Celtic fans on their way to the match, talking about just how important a player he has become for the club, and it was actually really sharp reflexes from him.
Yeah, and again, I think he's the first Celtic player to score 4 in a single Champions League campaign. What's he up to now? 20, 22 something for the season? Lethal. He's been brilliant, and he was quiet for a lot of the time tonight, but he's there when it matters. one chance, scores, and they're back in the game. You know, and the stadium comes alive. Celtic's energy levels rise, their belief rises, and from that point on, Bayern are in a game that they haven't been in before. That point, they're now defending. They now have tried to avoid conceding again, and they did. Fair play to them. They're a very good team, Bayern. But I think Celtic, from 2-1, I thought they showed that they have a threat. They showed that they are an incredibly fit team, huge energy levels, and I think a lot of those Celtic fans, most of those Celtic fans will be, they've lost the game, they'll be disappointed with that, but they'll be proud of their team tonight.
Looking at the match stats, Bayern just shy of 57% possession, 10 shots, 5 on target, 9 shots for the home side, 2 of them on target. Pat Bonner, your overall assessment of the game. We will, of course, hear live from Brendan Rodgers on Sports Sound. Now, he's not going to be happy, of course, losing the game, but he's got to be very proud of that performance tonight.
Well, Al did say that he went on the pitch to congratulate his players at the end of the match, and rightly so, he should do, because I thought, there was a period there when I went to 2-0, as Tom rightly says, that we felt, wow, this could now just run away. But I didn't see Bayern Munich dominating the game in the second half and the way they did in the first half. I think obviously they had to change some players. I didn't think Gnabry was fit. He didn't look fit. He's been out injured, and they lost that little dynamism that they had, that quickness, that pace, and I just didn't think that the Celtic then started to control the game much better, and they were a real threat, and that change. And that's nothing against Alameda. He's a different type of player. Listen, the ball's played into him. I thought he did really well in the first half when it was played into him, laying it off. He was sharp. He was physically up against, the centre halves. So he did his job. But then they put Maeda through the middle. And what he did was he chased every ball and he chased down the goalkeeper. And that forced them into almost rushing their passes. Neuer was kicking balls long then. And suddenly Celtic then was starting to pick up the second ball, and they were in the game. And Tom's right also, the fans have gone away here probably disappointed that they get beat, but showing that they can compete. Celtic can compete against a top team, a real quality team. Yes, it's at home, but that doesn't matter. It's 11 players against 11 players, and Celtic were able to go out and compete. Be structured. Yes, the team that they're playing against is good players. They have to be structured defensively, but they showed then that they can actually adapt during the game and change. And then suddenly they started making chances. And I think it was a great spectacle at the end. And the fans will be very, very happy when they consider what they were up against.
Yeah, Faddy, no doubt at all from a Celtic perspective. So many positives from that performance tonight. And to go back to a word that Tom used earlier, maturity. Another sign of that for Celtic in European competition tonight.
Yeah, I think that is clear, because they lose a late goal in the first half, they lose an early goal in the second half, and in years gone by that could have been a totally different story. But the reaction I thought was superb. I think towards the end of the game, Celtic looked the better side. They looked the more threatening. Look, Bayern have got a lead, they don't need to go and chase it, but they lost all control they had. They had so much control in the first half, but they lost that in the second half. I think the switch for Maeda into the striker role, because he chases lost causes, but also he triggers the press. So he goes to press the centre back, the goalkeeper, but you can see him ushering his team up behind him. It then triggers Yang to go with him, Jota to go with him, the team to squeeze up. And Bayern, you count how many short passes they played in the first half and how many long passes they were forced into play in the second half. Celtic, it looked like for a spell Bayern were going to just steamroll them, take control, get another goal and kill the tie off. But I think Celtic coming back with that belief, that energy, that attacking intent is a little warning to Bayern that, listen, it's not over. Although most people look and will say it's highly unlikely, and I think we can agree that, because Bayern Munich are a top side, but it's a little warning to them to say, look, you've still got work to do next week. when Celtic come into town. And I think that you look at, even Yang coming on, I thought Yang done really well when he came on. He used the ball well, he was taking players on at the right time, he got his head up, he was picking passes, and Celtic looked really strong towards the end of the game. So look, they can take a lot from it. You never ever want to celebrate defeat, and by no means am I saying that they should, but they can take a lot of confidence for the way they finished that game, because you think of the one Maida goes round Neuer as well, that could have been a goal as well. So
Johnson shot,
yeah,
good strike.
Could maybe flash it across for Maida again at the back post. So there's a lot of credit Celtic can take out of this. Being solid defensively, giving up possession, accepting you're not going to have it, and being in that organised structure, and then when you have to go for it, you can. Another one, I thought at times he gets a bit of stick because maybe it takes a bit of time in the ball. I thought Engels done really well tonight as well. He took the ball, he was brave. Some of the runs he made was outstanding, and I think that overall you can look at it and say it was a really good performance by Celtic.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Pat, for Faddy to bring up Engels, because we're joined by the Celtic fans on their way to the game. It was Ryan that was saying he feels he's been very, very good in recent weeks, and that after a spell where some of the fans were just a bit critical of his performance. He's still a young player.
Of course, and he's playing against a top German team, a team that he started. I think somebody said he started off there, and that. So he had something to prove, but he did prove that he can mix it with the best, and he showed that he's got qualities. We've always said that he has those qualities, but he has to mature. He has to mature into his body. He has to mature to become a really top player. But he's got all the qualities to do that, and he's now back. And Faddy's talked about during commentary those runs that he makes, and those are unselfish runs. You can easily sit in the middle of the pitch and just do your job, but you have to mix it up. You've got to make the runs, you've got to get on the ball, you've got to pass it, you've got to do all of that as a midfielder in a modern game, and he does it well, and he'll get better as the years go on. That's the other thing.
Yeah, the big downside, we're seeing replay after replay in here, is the Harry Kane goal. You just can't believe how much space he's got at the back post.
It's a clever corner.
Yeah. Right, so explain how Celtic were set up there to defend that.
Well, I can tell you what
Bayern were doing.
Normally, in every other one, Harry Kane was peeling. He was standing at the back post on his own, but Alistair Johnson was tight to him. And the one just before it, Johnson's on Harry Kane, but he spots the danger when it drops in the middle of the box and goes and clears it. In this occasion, there was 3 at the back. Potentially 4. There was one, I think, at the back post, and there was 3. Dyer, I don't know if it was Goretzka and Harry Kane. Dyer makes a run, but Johnston had been so close to Kane in every other corner, but he was inside, almost picking up a zonal position, as if waiting for the runs to be made, which they were. Eric Dyer made the run. Trusty had matched them, but Johnston gets drawn to the run of Dyer, potentially thinking that it's Kane or his man, tries to go and attack it, gets caught under it, but the ones previously, he stood at the back marking Harry Kane. So I don't know if that spooked him a little bit, because it was totally different to anything they'd done previously tonight, and that spooked him. And the delivery was deep, and Harry Kane's all alone. He'd missed a header at the back post that he should be hitting the target with. He missed one where he was offside. You can't keep giving him chances, because eventually top strikers, good strikers, keep going into the position because the ball is falling to them. They don't worry about missing chances. They keep going because they know, I'll get the next one.
Yeah,
I'll get the next one.
The other thing, Faddy, is a kind of a new trend in the game. Everybody bunching up away at the back post, way beyond the back post, and for a centre half, you're almost out of the position where you want to go and attack the ball. And now you get your orientation is all over the place. Now I would like to see it again. I haven't seen the replay of it, but certainly it looked as if he was standing all on his own for a long, long time.
He was,
and he was way beyond.
There was a line of 3 picking up the 3, and Harry Kane was one at the back. And Johnson was
Faddy, you're right,
before the 2.
You're right, Faddy. We've just seen replay after replay, as I said, and it is Alistair Johnson. You can see him just having a wee look, and then he gets attracted to the ball, and he's in completely no man's land. He's
starting position as well, because normally every other one he's picking up Harry Kane, but I don't know if because they've gone in that 3 or 4 at the back, they've kind of went along a line in line with the back post. Is that right?
I'm just looking at it.
Yeah,
and then they've tried to match the runs.
Oh my God! I'm just looking. Harry Kane stood actually way beyond the 6-yard box.
They don't have enough bodies, Celtic.
No,
they don't have enough bodies.
They're missing a body
because Bayern, when the border comes in, all the Bayern players, they run towards the ball. Kane is on the edge of the 6-yard box, and they just don't have enough manpower back there.
They don't, because Johnson's not where he should be. And I don't know if it was because he was picking him up in every other one.
Yeah.
So if he goes and picks him up, as soon as he sees Dyer, he thinks, that's my man, I need to go and stop him.
I think you're
trust
bang
he's
on.
on him.
Faddy, I think he thought that maybe just Harry Kane. He just got distracted and he was following. He absolutely followed him.
But think about it. Think about it from Bayern Munich's point of view. So what they've done is they've all bunched up. Harry Kane stayed away out of the picture, almost on his own, and then they almost block off everybody, all the centre halves. Knowing that ball, listen, the delivery's right to the back post. They did it in the first half also, and Celtic got away with it. And Harry Kane then is free to come in and make contact. So it's a well worked goal. But defensively, they should have been aware that they should have been aware that at half time. That should have been brought to attention of what they're actually doing.
But he was doing that every other time. Johnson was picking him up every other time. It was just it was a different setup. The corner that came in previously, Johnson's picking. He's touch tight with Harry Kane, but the ball drops in between penalty spot and 6-yard box, and Johnson spots the danger and goes and clears it. So he has been on him. I don't know if it's just the fact that the way they've set up, he's maybe been a bit disorientated where he should be. Guerrero's holding Greg Taylor and stopping him from going and affecting it. It's definitely a tactic. Bayern Munich have set up to start at the back, free the space, so if they get the first contact, great, but Harry Kane's going to be all alone, and Johnson, for whatever reason, isn't in the right position, but every other time he was, and that's what happens at this level. If you switch off once, then you get punished.
Exactly. I mean, you've got Trusty picking up his man, but then you've got Johnston right behind the Bayern player, kind of trying to double team him, but he's out. He's in no man's land there. He's just left his position for which should be Kane.
I don't know if they thought they were going. Sometimes you would either, because of your setup, you would say, right, if they group up in 3 and 4 at the back, just leave them there and they will run onto you and pick up a zonal position, which Johnson potentially in that moment thought, if I go zonal, this is where the ball's generally been going. Instead of saying, go and mark Harry Kane, trust the players round about you to do their jobs. Trusty was tight on Eric Dyer. He probably would have done enough to stop him at least getting a clean header, and just a momentary lapse. And look, it can happen. They put so much into the game, but when that happens, then invariably you get punished at this level.
Everyone else in that corner, Faddy, everyone else is, in terms of Celtic defence, are pretty much where they need to be.
Yeah.
You know, all the others are spot on. It's just that Johnston is sucked into the middle, and he's forgot about Harry. He's been kind of done.
Pat, as a keeper, Pat, what do you prefer to see? Is it zonal or man for man?
I like a balance between both. The hybrid, I like fellas who be able to go attack the ball. Other players need to do a blocking job, need to be marking and not allow people to get a run on you. It depends on the centre halves, what they like also. I remember in my day, Mick McCarthy never liked picking anybody up. He liked to pick up an area where he could attack the ball, but everybody else had a job to do to go and stop the opposition players getting a run on him. So that's how it worked. But listen, the game has moved on. The analysis is incredible that they do now. They have set piece coaches also. That's their job. They're at it on a daily basis. They're given information and they come up with some very, very good. That is a new trend, by the way. And if you go and watch games, even going down to youth games and watch the women's games also, they're all starting away at the back post. Really difficult then to pick them up, and they make runs. And then you're seeing, as a defender, you want to track them, you want to be with them, but it's very, very difficult to actually deal with it.
This doesn't happen by accident. This is Bayern, and I bet you they've thrown a lot of deception at corners at Celtic, a lot of confusion. Their mantra, I'd imagine Bayern would be working round the clock. How can we manufacture space from a corner for Kane? How can we get him in space? And they've come up with all of this complexity and all this deception, and this is what we get.
Every set play, it was Kane was pulling to the back post.
Yeah.
And normally, because Celtic don't have that many tall, dominating players in the air, you have to then get it spot on. And if as Pat's saying, Mick McCarthy, players like that, they're big, they're powerful, they're dominant, they don't mind being in space, so they know they can read it and go and attack it. But when you don't have that height advantage, you need to stop. Greg Taylor, for example, not the biggest, but if you tell him to go man mark, more often than not, I'll bet you he stops his defender or his attacker from getting on the ball or getting a clean header. Not because he's size, just because he knows what he's doing and he's happy to go tight and go man for man. Alistair Johnson's exactly the same. Harry Kane gets free because a momentary lapse.
Yeah, I'll tell you what also. Things happen on the pitch and players have got to react to it. you know, you've all the computers, they're out there with their iPads, and you see players coming on the pitch, and they have to go through all the set pieces with them again, and if there's 5 subs going on, it's a nightmare. But players have to react, centre halves, goalkeepers, all of that. They've got to be almost the leaders on the pitch also. So sometimes you can be as organised as you want, but something's happened, and you have to lead on the pitch, and sometimes that responsibility is gone from players.
So that goal came in 49 minutes, but we have to give Celtic so much credit. They got themselves right back in the game. That Maeda goal in 79 minutes, Pat, and I'm struck by something, a word that Andy Walker used. We heard from your former teammate earlier, and he felt back in the day Celtic at times could be naive when they were playing in Europe. And what we saw from Celtic was no panic. We saw a very controlled and measured way of getting back into the game tonight.
Yeah, no, listen, there was no panic to a degree. I'm trying to think that they gave away the ball maybe a few times in the first half in their own half, but in general terms, I think they built the game quite well. They gave the ball away maybe in the wide areas when they could have been a wee bit more effective, but overall, I think the plan worked really well. The defensive plan, they worked out from it. Just the final ball in the first half wasn't when they broke, counter-attacked, it was almost like they rushed it, and they could have just settled a wee bit, and maybe the second pass go, and that was maybe, and I'm sure they spoke about it at half time, but in the second half, when they actually got the energy back into them with Maeda and Yang coming on, and even Jota himself coming on, that energy, they looked as if they were a team that was in control of what they were doing going forward. So all of that, it wasn't gung-ho, but it was controlled, I think, tonight. That's what I would say, and that to me pleases me when I watch that, because now you can go into Europe knowing that you can defend when you need to, but you also can go and attack because you've got quality players in that situation.
And it was such a strong finish from Celtic tonight. Charles Sweeney has been in touch on Twitter. Says, guys, we're a goal down. It's half time, 90 minutes to play. The second leg, full coverage on Sportsound next Tuesday evening from 6 o'clock. James, would you expect out in Munich to see perhaps a similar type of performance that we saw Celtic in Bergamo away against Atalanta?
I don't know, because there's food for thought tonight, Kenny, when you look at, being that disciplined shape and having the potential to go and cause problems, but not as often. And then you look at the end to the game, the last 20-30 minutes, where Celtic look dangerous. Bayern don't really have as much control. So there's plenty to think about for Brendan Rodgers between now and then, because they've shown two sides within this game. They have to go and win the game to progress. They need to go and get a goal. But look, we're looking at the response from Celtic getting one back and still being 2-1 down. Imagine Ida is not offside, and then you don't know what could have happened. So I'd imagine they go again to try and get a fast start, try and get an early goal, and at times they're going to have to sit off it and take a bit of pressure, absorb a bit of pressure, and be willing to go and try and catch him on the break. I think when you look at, I agree with Pat, I think Ida's hold-up play was good, but maybe not getting involved enough. Then you look at the difference when you've got Maeda through the middle. He's that threat, he'll chase lost causes, but also start the press. Jota will be fitter come then as well, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Maeda through the middle next week.
Yeah, I just wonder whether Bayern, in that first half, I thought they were sensational at times. They were really good, and the way that they kept the ball, and Sane out on this left-hand side, he was much more effective than Koeman when he came on, and Musala, very, very good. The front four in general, and Kane getting involved, never give the ball away. So I just wonder if that's as good as Bayern can play, or is there another edge to them? And if it is as good, then Celtic will be comfortable with that. They know that they're up against a good team, and they know how they're going to play, and they will have lots of the ball out there, of course, the same way as that first half, and that's when they've got to hang in, but they know that they can actually hurt them also.
I think when you look at the amount of possession and territory that Bayern Munich had in the first half, that they need a stroke of luck to get the breakthrough or the opening to get the goal. The goal's absolute quality, the strike is quality, and then they score from a set play. But when you look at Celtic's period where they looked more threatening and they were more attacking, they looked as if they were causing more problems to Bayern defensively than what Bayern caused Celtic. And we spoke about how good all the players are, but Celtic managed to defend very well tonight at times. The key moments obviously are big ones, but I think that it's definitely one where you look at it and say, can you go and you know, be more aggressive? Can you go and press them? Can you force those early mistakes and see how they cope with it? Look, they're top players, and maybe they go 2-0 up and they think, right, this is it, done. Okay, they've scored a goal, it's fine, just go away with a 2-1, get them back to Munich, and we'll get the job done next week. But that's a dangerous place to be as well mentally. So it definitely keeps the tie alive. It definitely makes it exciting, because we don't know what we're going to get next week.
I mean, I think Bayern will be perfectly happy with a 2-1. They'll be very content with their night's work, and they'll be very confident that they can finish the job next week. But they could have finished the job tonight, and they didn't. They didn't finish it. At 2-0, I thought, okay, this could be over tonight, and next week is going to be just basically a waste of time. But Celtic's resilience, and they toughed it out, they dug it out. Maeda, I agree with you, Faddy. I think through the middle next week with Jota and Kuhn wide. You look at him, he gets the goal. He had that lovely moment where he just touched the lovely first touch, takes it past Neuer, and a very acute angle, pulls it across the face of the goal. He's a live wire. He's an absolute live wire.
You don't think you lose something with him through the middle in terms of the defensive aspect?
I think Bayern would be more aware of him through the middle than they would Ida.
Yeah.
Because listen, this guy's an international goal scorer. This guy's scored a goal playing through the middle in the World Cup.
Mm-hmm.
So he's quality. And you've got Jota up to speed. Maybe he won't be up to speed. That Brendan Rodgers will be the best man to judge that. But if he is, Jota out wide, Kuhn out wide, Maeda through the middle, Ida's size and power coming off the bench. Look, they have a squeak. They have given themselves a squeak. No more than that. But they could have got nothing out of tonight. And fair play to them.
Pat, what are you expecting? We'll hear live from him shortly, from the Celtic manager, Brendan Rodgers. Are you expecting to hear him talk about resilience, pride in his side tonight?
All them things.
Yeah.
Positive. He's got to be positive anyway, no matter how the result went and how the performance went, because you've got to take a team out to Munich, which is never an easy place to go against a team that's 8 points ahead in their Bundesliga, top German team. They normally are in the semi-finals or finals of this competition. So you have to build the team up, but he's got something substantial to say tonight based on the performance. So he'll talk about all the positives, absolutely all the positives.
Yeah, just elsewhere in the Champions League playoffs tonight, Club Brugge 2, Atalanta 1, Feyenoord 1, AC Milan 0, Monaco, who are down to 10 men 0, Benfica 1. So stay tuned, you will hear from Brendan Rodgers live on Sports Sound this evening. So, of course, back in action at the weekend. The commentary match for us on Saturday, they are at home to Dundee United, so full coverage of that one, and we'll get his thoughts before then. Just seen Kasper Schmeichel, Tom, speaking to the media there tonight. He actually didn't have an awful lot to do, did he?
No, a few good saves.
That wonder save that would have been offside wasn't the Harry Kane, but
the one in the second half.
Good save at his near post, good save at the near post with his feet.
And that was a critical save, because if they went to 3 at that point, you were,
But they weren't getting peppered, though, were they? It wasn't like...
No, he was he wasn't under huge duress for all the game. He wasn't. That's not to say he won't be next week.
No.
But because listen, I think I just think Celtic now have, and I hope I'm not kind of putting the kiss of death on them, but they seem to have this capacity now to stay in games, not to lose 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 like they did against Dortmund and like they've done multiple times before that, under Postecoglou and under Brendan Rodgers the first time round. They seem to have a bit more dig in them, a bit more belief, a bit more organisation, and that's held them in good stead tonight, and it's held them in good stead throughout this group, actually, since the 7-1. Let's see where it takes them next week. If it's another 2-1, they go out. They finish with their heads held high, even though they're going out.
And it'll be better for it next time they're in Europe. That's the thing. It's a learning experience, isn't it?
I've seen clear progress here.
Yeah,
clear progress of a team growing up, but they need to deliver that again next week in what's going to be one of the great theatres in European football. They need to go there and do well again, so that they don't kind of blow the kind of progress that we think they've made sky high by getting hammered. and that's another test. Like the further you go in this competition, the more savage the tests become. But I think Celtic, I'm taken with them this season. I really am, in Europe.
Faddy, the Harry Kane goal aside, what did you make of Celtic defensively this evening?
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good. I think that you look at the quality throughout the Bayern side, and look, they're players that they're showing a bit of patience and waiting, and when they flick the switch, you can see the pace, that injection of energy, the little 1-2s of touches around the box. But I think when you look at, you're speaking about one of the saves for Schmeichel was offside, the other one at the back post, a brilliant save. I think that Celtic, as I said, looked pretty comfortable in the first half. As much as Bayern looked impressive with how much control they had, you never felt like Celtic were under the caution. Look, they're the last kick of the half away from going in with a clean sheet, and it could change the whole complexion of the game. So I think very, very good defensively, and I like to switch up. I know that you're going to have to gamble when you're 2-0 down because you want to keep yourself in the game, but I like to switch up the energy, the ability to go from being more sound and solid defensively to being a bit more open, a bit more adventurous going forward towards the end of the game. I think overall you always analyse the moments, the key moments. The Elise one, you can put it down. I think Greg Taylor does as much as he can. He matches the run, he gets himself inside, he gets tight, he does get a touch on the ball, but it bounces favourably for Elise and he smashes into the top corner. The one that will really hurt them is the corner kick. The fact that they've allowed Harry Kane time and space at the back post to put the ball in the back of the net. But I think overall you can't help but look at Celtic and say that was a good performance. You're never happy with a defeat, but that was a good performance against a very good side. So no, I think overall very good. A team that I think we've seen throughout this campaign that is growing, that is getting stronger, that is building more resilience and more belief, the more games they play at this level.
There's just a top drawer stat here.
Oh,
it's just popped up on our live page. The great Colin Moffat has provided it. Harry Kane has scored 19 goals against Kasper Schmeichel for club and country. 5 more than he has scored against any other goalkeeper. 19 goals against Kasper. Do you think Kasper's sick at the sight of him yet?
You would think so.
I'll bet you Kasper Schmeichel knows it's 19 as well.
I bet you he does. I bet you Harry Kane knows.
Yeah, we're just seeing replays here of that Elise goal, the opening goal, an absolutely fantastic strike. Schmeichel had no chance. We've spoken about the front players' part, we've spoken about the defence, we've spoken about Kasper Schmeichel. What about the midfield three? You guys touched on Engels having a very solid game tonight. McGregor and Hatate, how did they do for you?
Yeah, I think McGregor would have been out of the three. McGregor would be second that I would pick out as having a decent game, playing in that position, keeping the ball moving, always looking for the ball, always willing to take the ball when even under pressure to link the game. So he's in. Hatate, not too bad, but still, I think.
You're a hard man to please.
Yeah, no.
I thought the three of them done really well.
The three of them did well, but I'm just giving an overview of the three of them. And Hatate for me would be the one that maybe has he got the strength up against those players in the middle of the pitch to get away. Listen, he had a couple of shots he could have scored. The one that came to him at the edge of the box from the cutback from Engels didn't quite. James, you've seen it afterwards. You said he kind of lost his balance.
I thought he leaned into it. As it cuts back. I think Engels' vision excellent. He plays it towards him. I don't know if he expects it's going to be a bit in front of him, but it looks to me as if he leant to his left to try and either get a bit of whip on it instead of maybe leaning towards it or stepping over it. But I think I've only seen it once again. But
the second was good connection, and it was a good block. So you've got to say the three of them weren't overshadowed by any means. And when your midfield or Celtic's midfield is the engine, and when they're able then to kick on in that last 20 minutes, that is huge.
I think
and he didn't go to the bench
when Thomas Muller came on. He ran straight and stood next to Callum McGregor. It was almost like he was told, go and stop him getting on the ball. Not that Callum McGregor has been better in terms of eye-catching stuff, but I noticed that when Muller came on, it was straight from McGregor. It was almost to say, I'm going to pick you up, we're going to protect what we have and stop you for getting on the ball and try to build these attacks.
Brendan Rodgers is speaking with our television colleagues, so not too far away. You'll hear from him live on Sports Sound. Harry Kane's thoughts on the game. He said our performance was okay. Whenever you win a game like this, you're always pleased because it's not an easy place to come. There were definitely areas in the game in which we could have done better and we'll need to improve for next week. But overall, and this is a key point, we scored at the right times. They put us under pressure at the end and we had to stay strong, which we did. We knew the atmosphere would help them at the start of the game and they nearly scored after a minute. We had to be patient. We knew we'd have more of the ball. Sometimes you need a bit of special quality to open a game like that up.
You say they scored at the right times. Have you ever known in the history of the game a footballer to say we scored at the wrong time today?
No, but I'm
sometimes you do hear it, Tom, when it's teams and they say it might have scored too early, might have angered them.
Wish we hadn't scored.
Psychologically, that must have been such a hammer blow, though.
Yeah, he's right. That's what he means, Tom.
Thank you, Pat.
But is there any wrong time to score a goal? That's what I mean.
Well, how many times do you hear a manager come out and say we conceded an early goal, but we'd still plenty of time to get back in the game? Whereas it looked like Celtic were getting towards the end of a half where they had to work a lot, and they've conceded with the last kick of the ball. For Bayern, they've had a lot of the ball without creating too many opportunities. They get a stroke of luck, and then they get a bit of genius to put the ball in the back of the net. So I think that you can enjoy that a bit more.
Listen, Tom.
No, you misunderstand me.
That's like a headline. That's like a headline totally taken out of context. I knew exactly what he was saying.
I know what he was saying.
We all did, as a footballer who played the game,
you're not you're misconstruing what I'm saying. Of course, they scored at the right time, but have you ever heard somebody say
psychologically it was a killer blow right before that time? Changes the whole complexion, context of the game.
Mention it.
I know.
They just said, that was great.
I know that, but what I'm saying is, have you heard a footballer saying, we scored at the wrong time?
You stick to the right.
You don't.
You need to get out of that studio, Tom. Too much arguing. You're just looking for arguments.
I'm a bad influence.
Lads, you just don't understand.
Right, do you want a quick quiz? Here's a quick quiz for waiting Brendan Rodgers. So Harry Kane has been involved in 46 Champions League goals, 36 goals scored, 10 assists. The only English players with more there are two of them. Who are we talking about? With more Champions League goals.
History?
Yeah.
Gerrard?
No.
Rooney?
Yes. One more.
Lampard?
No. Free kick specialist?
Beckham?
David Beckham.
Easy now.
Yeah, David Beckham. David Beckham. Yeah, I noticed you saying making it easy now, but Faddy got the answer.
Well, English free kick specialist, Champions League pedigree.
All right.
You know.
Tom was going to mention a rugby player there.
You know. Johnny Wilkinson.
Right, we're waiting for Brendan Rodgers. I think he's not too far away, Tom. And we've been saying he's going to be happy. He's going to be happy with the performance. Disappointed, obviously, with the result, but lots of positives for him to take. And you feel with that goal from Maeda, they've given themselves a fighting chance.
Yeah, I think so. They have given themselves a fighting chance. There's no doubt about it. I don't think Celtic will be intimidated by this team at all based on tonight. They know, they'll recognise their absolute quality that they have, but they've gone toe to toe with them and they've lost by a goal, you know. And they had one or two chances, and of course Bayern had one or two chances as well. So they have held their own against Bayern in the first leg, and it's all set up for the second leg. They have a huge mountain to climb, but they've shown tonight that at their very best they can absolutely give Bayern a scare, and this may not be a stroll in the park next week for Bayern, because there's qualities in the Celtic team, and we keep saying it, that have emerged this season in the Champions League, and they are providing a lot of encouragement.
Vincent Kompany has just taken his seat in the media conference. I think yesterday when he did his media, 90% of it was in German. We got a couple of answers in English, so we'll just hold fire for now, waiting Brendan Rodgers. On you go. Brendan Rodgers has spoken with TNT. We just saw him on the screen there, Tom. So he was saying, we've shown we can play football and be a threat. We're still right in this tie with their quality and the number of goals they can score. Sometimes they can be out of sight, but that wasn't the case at all. At 2-1, Bayern Munich are hanging on. That's what we can take from this. We've got one more shot. It's a new level for a lot of the players. That's a key point.
That is a key point.
Actually, I think he's in starting English. Vincent Kompany now the Bayern manager, live in Sports Sound.
The tie is not yet quite over. Is that fair?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's cliche to say, but it's the first half of the game, but overall I think it's a really good result. I don't think the fans have seen many losses at this place, especially in Europe, and so we know we can appreciate the importance of the game. We can appreciate the importance of the victory, and look, we're at home now, so we're also pretty decent at home as well. So we'll look to play on that as well. But we obviously have this all-important game as well on Saturday, so we'll switch the focus until then.
Yes, go on, please. Yeah. How difficult has it been to balance these effectively 3 massive games in the space of a week?
Trust the squad, one game at a time. I think that's it, because you can work hard. Honestly, you could work out 100 scenarios. You know, what if you win 1-0? What if you win 3-0? What impact does that have on your squad? What if you prioritize this game or that game, and so on and so on? You know, so I think one game at a time. There are players who sometimes suit one game better than the other. That could be a profile decision, but other than that, we're trying to see what the damage is tomorrow, and we'll assess on the final day who we choose for the next game, and then after that we'll do the same for the Celtic return game.
Just finally, was there anything that stood out, or what particularly stood out about Celtic's performance or any individuals for you?
No, I know this place. I know it transcends performance sometimes. I thought we dealt really well with it for long spells of the game. We didn't let the game go crazy. And then the last 10 minutes we had to defend, and we did that well as well. But of course you can feel in those moments that if the game comes alive, you know, it is a special place. But I think in general, if you look overall, I don't want to draw too many conclusions now because we have to see each other in 1 week again. But overall, if you look at the squad, Celtic has always been a fantastic platform for players who are building their careers to the very, very top. And of course, they've got players always who serve the club very loyally, who do well for many years, who represent the DNA of the club and the fans. But it's very clear to me that it's always, from a football side, a very exciting outfit, always.
Vincent, was there any frustration that you've let Celtic back into the tie and into the game at the time when you conceded the goal, given you were in a good position?
Always, but I thought we did well for long spells, and I don't take it for granted either. It's not easy. And then, you know, in the end, sometimes you have to defend, and it doesn't come. It's not a problem. I think we did it, and obviously you can see the goal on set piece, just like we scored a goal on set piece today. So that always influences a little bit. But I think in general we did enough to deserve the win and to put ourselves in a decent position after the first half of this game.
You scored at good time in the end of the first half. Did that change your thinking in any way, or was it just a case today of keep doing what you were doing?
No, because you still have. Because in the end, it's 2 games to play. I don't think you have that necessarily that emotional roller coaster of chasing, because it's just not the game. But in the end, we can draw on a lot of experience in the team, so that helps. I don't think it would have changed too much.
And the occasion, did that live up to what you remembered from being here as a young player?
Yeah, with the difference being we got battered that day, so it was a real party atmosphere when I came here, and obviously today I think we did as well as we could to not concede momentum, but these places it's very hard to explain, but they have something special, and that's why we can value this win.
Vincent, can I just ask you about Harry Kane? Just looking at his goal-scoring record for Bayern, it's staggering, really, the number of goals he scored. You obviously knew him before you got this job, but seeing him close up, is there something about him that's as I say, just seeing him close up, is there something about this taking you by surprise, perhaps? Or
First of all, he's improved a lot since I played against him. He was already a top striker, but he's improved a lot. And then obviously I get to see firsthand the reason why he's improved. He's he's working as a youth player who's still trying to make it in the game. And if you combine it with his talent and his skill, it's no surprise that he's doing so well. He's got something special, of course, in front of goal, but he is quite relentless with it. It's not one of those things where he takes off his flip-flops and then he turns up for the game. It's not something like this. I've seen players like this, by the way, but in his case, it's hard work.
Last one, yes, please. Vincent, just finally, I'm just wondering what was going through your mind after 28 seconds when Celtic scored at that point.
Stay calm. We can always score. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, Vincent company there, Tom. He conducts himself so well. Class act as a player and a class act as a manager.
Oh yeah, I think Celtic fans will love him. Talking about the DNA of the club and the atmosphere and special place and all that. Yeah, they're gonna like the sound of those words. And he's got great presence as a centre back, and great presence as a manager now. There, speaks so eloquently. And with great maturity, even though he's still a very, very young manager at a monstrously big football club. Doing a great job.
Yeah, just some more quotes coming in. Chris Sutton, you can see him on Match of the Day, UEFA Champions League. It's actually just started on BBC One. It's also on the BBC Sport website and app. He's saying, look, Celtic have lost, but they're still in the tie, which is what Brendan Rodgers wanted. And he's been saying that all week, Brendan Rodgers. They must still be in the game come the second leg in Munich next Tuesday night. And they are. Chris Sutton saying they will take great heart from the way that they finished. Make no mistake, it's still going to be a tall order for them to go to Munich and get something, but the way it was looking when Harry Kane put Bayern 2-0 up, you feared they would end up getting an absolute thumping. I mean, just before we hear from Brendan Rodgers, Pat, did you have concerns at that point?
Yeah,
you did. Yeah,
we did. I think we all did. I'm looking at James's face when I went in, and then you're saying to yourself, "Oh wow." It happened so quickly in the second half. That was a problem, and then that just kills the momentum of the fans and of Celtic, and they're in control. And I didn't expect them to actually fade out of the game the way they did, and allowed Celtic to almost get back into it and put them on the back foot. So that's a credit to Celtic, but also I think the changes that they made probably helped that a little bit. I thought it took off probably the two best players that in the first half. Three, I think they took off Musala, didn't they? In the second half too. So they took off their best players and replaced them. So maybe that was down to them running out of steam. I'm not 100% sure, because they were still flying as far as I'm concerned. Remember
they're resting. They got to get guys off for the game against.
That's probably the reason. But remember the tackle that Sane had on was it Ingles in the middle of the pitch in the first half, when he was about 4 or 5 yards behind him, and Ingles was almost ready to go and pick a pass. He got back so quickly to get a tackle and stop, and that was critical at that point in the game. So yeah, I think when you play against a top German team, and then you have also in the back of your mind this game against Borussia Dortmund that they played, you're thinking, wow, 2-0. This could go to 3-4.
Well, I think because we keep mentioning it, and what have they learned? You have to give them credit, because of course it's in the back of their mind. Of course they remember it, but they're using it to stop it from happening again. It's not that there's a fear. It can't be what happened against Dortmund. There's no fear. Aston Villa was the same. 5 minutes in, you're 2-0 down. You think, oh my God, this could be really bad. But they've managed to find a way back into the game. They do it tonight as well. Don't get themselves level, but they're showing they've got that strength of character, that they are, remembering, the tough times to make them stronger. And that's certainly what's happened. I think Bayern came out second half. They looked like they had a extra bit of energy, a bit of zip. They were desperate to go and get that second goal. When they got their second goal, I think they felt that it was going to be a cruise. And Celtic, to their credit, come back and managed to go. And I felt looked more dangerous than any period of the game for Bayern, with all the possession they had and all the good play they had. I thought Celtic looked like they could be more effective and caused a lot of problems to Bayern towards the end of the game. Now, whether it was a case of taking players off and resting them for a huge game at the weekend because they thought the job was done, or just because it's the time to freshen up, it doesn't matter. Celtic have changed it, and they've freshened it up, and they've reacted positively.
Yep, Faddy, perfect timing there. Brendan Rodgers has just taken his seat in the media centre, live now on Sports Sound, the Celtic manager.
Brendan, you wanted to be in the tie going into the second leg. Do you feel the goal back gives you that?
Well, it's a big goal for us, I think. Not just the goal, but for our confidence in the game. And you've seen the last 20-25 minutes of the game, once we started to have more aggression in the game, then of course we were much better. So yeah, to get the goal and push like we did in that last 20-25 minutes was pleasing. And we've got one more shot now next week to try and claw it back.
Was there a frustration in the timing of the first goal and maybe the nature of the second goal?
Yeah. I think we looked like we got off to a great start. Unfortunately, it was disallowed. Then we didn't give away too much. I wasn't overly happy with how passive we were at times. We had our triggers in the game to go and press in the right moments, and we didn't quite execute that. So, but still, we never gave away so much. They had obviously possession of the ball, but I would expect that. So to then lose just the goal right on half time, a bit of luck went against us. We Greg, it sort of ricochets to young Michael, and he scores a very good goal. The corner, yeah, disappointed. I think that certainly one of the world's best strikers should be left free in the box, that's for sure. So we're disappointed with that. But then you have to react, because like you say, at 2-0, they can have comfort in the game. We make the changes. We're much better in our pressure at the top end of the pitch. We can take the ball better, and then we started to move like we normally do, and then we get the goal, and everything changes then. And by the end, Bayern are happy for the final whistle. So yeah, I think for a lot of our players, it's first time at this level. So this season has been about getting the confidence, and like I say, that last 25 minutes they'll feel much better about themselves going into next week.
Just on that, Brendan, how much confidence do you think your players are going to take from the final 20-25 minutes when Bayern certainly seemed rattled?
Yeah, I just think it's a level where it's a real challenge, because there are players, you get World Cup winners there, really experienced players, top players, and a lot of our guys that are playing the Champions League for the first time. So are very young in their experiences at this level. But I thought once we started to, as I said, have that aggression in our game, in our pressing, and especially with Dyson going up front, that sparked off our press, and then that's how we normally play. Then we have that pressure in the game. So and then that disrupted their flow. We could win the ball back and then make our passes, and then we looked like we could score goals. So yeah, we take a lot of confidence from that.
What was your take on the non-penalty award?
Yeah, listen, it's if you're Bayern Munich, you're thinking it's not a penalty. If you're Celtic, you're thinking it's taken so long, and there was contact there. And when he comes over, we normally see those are given as a penalty. So yeah, so if we get that, then of course it can change the dynamic then.
Brendan, what were you thinking so early when it looked as if you were ahead until that offside flag went up?
Well, it was a great goal how we worked it and switched the play and then get in. So yeah, it would have been the absolute perfect start, and of course that can give you an even greater confidence so early in the game. So sadly we didn't get it.
In terms of degree of difficulty to try and turn this tie around now, where would you set that bar?
No, listen, it was always going to be a big challenge for us. We're always going to be the underdog in this tie. You see their level, you see their quality, and but for us, we hung in there this evening against a really, really top side, and we gave them problems. So we'll take confidence from that. We now go over next week. We'll play in a great stadium, great pitch, from the last 25 minutes, we can show we can play. We just have that aggressive mindset in the game. We have to defend well, and we're still right in the tie. There's only a 1 goal difference. So yeah, it's a big challenge. We know that, but it's still a possibility.
Brendan, what does it say about the mentality and attitude of a team that's 2-0 down to one of the best teams in Europe? I mean, lesser teams would wilt or fall by the wayside at that point, but your team went the other way. What does that say about their mindset?
I think we've shown a spirit in this competition and a spirit and a mentality that we're improving and getting better. And part of that is that you have to suffer at this level, but you have to have the ability to come back. And that's what makes me proud at the end of the game, because you can always lose at this level. Absolutely, the quality and the opposition, especially as you go on in the competition. But what must never happen is you must never be broken. And the players, we weren't broken. We kept going, we kept trying to play, we kept fighting, and then we got a reward for that. So it lets Bayern Munich have a think that that this team, you just can't roll them over. They'll be there, their spirit's there, and if you don't press them well, they can play. So we'll take that attitude into our game next week.
Another big moment for Dyson. Was you even more delighted that appeal went through and he was able to play tonight, just based on his contribution tonight?
Yeah, he's such an important player for us. You've seen that once we got the pressure on how we would want at the top end of the field, then that changes the dynamic of our game, because that's how we normally play. So yeah, he's got a feeling for goals. He's all different types of goals, like you see, and that one there, just a cute little striker's header in the 6-yard box. So yeah, so happy that he was available for us.
Okay, any more? All good?
Yeah, the Celtic manager Brendan Rodgers there, he spoke about being just too passive at times, disappointed, as we've been saying, with the defending for the Harry Kane goal from the corner. The big positive was that in the end, Bayern very happy to hear the final whistle. He said this season has been about building confidence in Europe. They've certainly done that. And he spoke about his pride in his team, and quite rightly so. He said there that a big challenge, but still a possibility. One more shot. That happens next Tuesday evening in Munich. Full coverage on Sports, and we're on air from 6 o'clock. So join us for that. Before then, of course, we have domestic action for you. Celtic, a commentary match on Saturday. They are at home to Dundee United. Lots of other games covered on Open All Mic. So join us on Saturday on Sports Sound from 2 o'clock. From all of us here, bye for now. And we're now joining listeners who are tuned in to Vic Galloway.